Perfect triple series with the Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby as well as the Belmont Oaks, both of which are grade ones, but we don't have to wait very long for some action right now. The first race, which is a maiden 40 for the New York Breds, mile and a 16th on the Widener turf course. Richie, we do to see 3-2 on Looking Grand, first time Lasix, first time blinkers for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, and I like when John Blasquez rides a horse back the second time. He seems to have more familiarity, a thinking man's rider, somebody that's always kind of adjusting and figuring out the best way to get the most out of his horses. A lot of big fields today. I thought this one was really wide open. I was a little interested in the 7 Zap Man because I think his 2 turf races are good, but they're dirtied up by 2 dirt races that were poor.
Yeah, he ran some figures last year as a 3-year-old that put him right in the mix here for trainer Jimmy Jerkins. He's one of 2 kind of drop downs more so on the turf. He actually takes the blinkers off today as he looks to get back on track. I thought maybe a little bit interesting, tonalistic, stretching out in distance. We'll see how much pace is on here, especially with the favorite Looking Grand, who showed some early foot last time.
Yeah, and pace makes the race. You know, we had a touch of rain yesterday, but the course still very firm.
I'm glad the rain that came down ferociously in the mid-Atlantic did not come here, as we see many tracks, Delaware, Parks, Maryland off the turf today.
Yeah, we didn't need that, but we weren't going to be off the turf for our big races anyway.
1 out, 2 out, I should say, as we will send it up to our very own John Imbrial for the rest of the load and call of race number 1 here on Stars and Stripes Day at Belmont Park.
Number 12, the Sleepy Chipmunk, the last one to go in. We have a field of 12 going a mile and a 16th on the firm Widener turf as we begin today's Stars and Stripes Festival. And they're all in line. And they're off. And from the outside, it is Don Bernardo. Uncle Bruce is there. From the inside, it's Kimbo Dancer. And in between horses, Busted Up. So that is Uncle Bruce. And on the inside, Kimbo Dancer. They're right together. Busted Up is next, racing in third. And then it's 3 lengths back to Zapman in fourth. To his inside is the favorite Looking Grand in fifth. Then comes the Sleepy Chipmunk in sixth. Addicted to You is in seventh, followed by Secret Sanctuary next in eighth. And Kong Loves a Fight runs in ninth. That is Don Bernardo in 10th position. Tonalistic is 11th, and Whiskey Warrior is 12th, and they are spread out through a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Kimbo Dancer gets away here to lead by 4 lengths. Uncle Bruce is second by 2.5 lengths. And Busted Up is down on the inside in third, followed by Zapman and Looking Grand. The half was 45 and 2/5 seconds with Kimbo Dancer on the lead here midway on the turn. Kimbo Dancer by almost 4 lengths as Busted Up begins to pick it up here. Busted Up in second. Looking Grand down on the inside is moving up along with the Sleepy Chipmunk, who is gaining on the outside, and they are gaining on Kimbo Dancer. Here comes Busted Up. Here comes the Sleepy Chipmunk on the outside. Then it's Kong Loves a Fight and Looking Grand. 3/4 in 1:10 and 2. They are in the stretch. The Sleepy Chipmunk has come away with the lead. Kong Loves a Fight now moves right alongside, and Addicted to You now appears on the scene. It is Kong Loves a Fight who has the lead. Then the Sleepy Chipmunk and Addicted to You. They come for the finish, and it will be Kong Loves a Fight to win the battle in the opener, defeating Addicted to You and the Sleepy Chipmunk.
The woos to kick off the day here at Belmont Park as Kong Loves a Fight pulls off the upset here. Richie, enterprising fractions set early on by the first-time turf horse Kimbo Dancer, set it up nicely for a closer.
Yeah, very fast fractions, particularly for maiden 40 New York breds. Kimbo Dancer threw in the towel. He got bothered a little bit as he was stopping. Horse kind of came over a little bit on him there, but Kong Loves a Fight got an absolutely perfect ride from Irad Ortiz, who pulls back within 3 of Dylan Davis. with just the last 2 days of racing to go.
Yeah, and that's a big point of conversation that we will be taking you through on the show these last 2 days. Irad Ortiz is looking for his 19th meet title, I believe, and Dylan Davis is looking for his second NYRA meet title and his first Belmont Spring Fall.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this horse 10-1, Irad delivers here on a horse that actually Dylan rode last time, and that tightens things up a little bit. I don't know what's worse, to have to make up the ground or to be in front and hear those footsteps coming.
Oh, definitely the latter.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the same thing in a horse race. Like, if a horse is coming from behind that I like, I'll be rooting. But if they're in front, I am holding my breath.
Yeah, I'm with you. I absolutely, because it also feels like, you know, you're the one who's got to lose it. You've got to give it up, and the other guy's gaining.
Yeah, it's more exciting, maybe a little bit more rewarding to be coming from behind. That's what Irad Ortiz is doing, as you said. Now 3 behind Dylan Davis as the riding title. It's a bit more of a close one than we see in the trainer's title, as Chad Brown has set a new record for wins here at this meeting, and he's looking to get things even more lucrative with wins possibly in the Belmont Oaks as well as the Caesars Belmont Derby. The Oaks, he's looking for, I believe, his 4th win in that. And we do kick things off here with greatest stakes action coming up in race number 4. It's the Grade 2 Suburban, but our ABR race of the week is that Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby Invitational. And I mean, speaking of an international cast, as you were mentioning, Richie, we see horses coming from obviously America, all around the country, but as well as France and England and Ireland.
Yeah, and Stone Age, I mean, he was very, very impressive here in the, I guess it was the Derby trial. And he went off 3.5-1 in the Epsom Derby. So, you know, he was well thought of. He was well fancied. You get Ryan Moore for Aidan O'Brien. Those connections need no introduction, sweeping these races last year. And, boy, he really had his legs under him and finished well here, didn't he, Maggie?
Yeah, Aidan and Ryan winning with Bolshoi Ballet last year. As you mentioned, he looked great, and he gets to go the 1.25 miles. He has 2 wins and a second at this distance that he runs again here today. Last time out in the Kazoo Derby, aka the Epsom Derby, you know, you notice him sweating here, and it does say washy too in that race. I didn't notice it that much in the running of the race, but he's very washy training here at Belmont. But again, we are dealing with much more humid conditions than they are over in England and Ireland.
It gives me a moment for pause, though. I mean, how do you feel about it? Do you think it's something that could adversely affect him?
Well, I said it to my British-bred husband, and he said, he's by Galileo, right? And I said, yeah. And he's like, oh, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Galileos do tend to run hot.
Yes.
All right, interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on it.
I think we should. We should keep an eye on it. But last time, you know, he kind of traveled well, and then as soon as he came off the bridle in that Epsom Derby, he just kind of lost his footing again and lost that propulsion forward, I thought.
Well, tricky course, too, right? The horse has to stay balanced, and maybe 1.5 miles, a bit further than he wants to go. He gets turned back to 1.25 miles and will get firm ground here.
Well, we do see the winner from today's first race in the winner's circle. Kong Loves a Fight. He breaks his maiden in start number 11, though only the second start on the turf with Irad Ortiz aboard. Well, we got to welcome in the 3rd member of our early crew here, as we are on from 1 to 7 on FS2 today. Liza Hendricks, she's standing by with Irad Ortiz in the winner's circle.
Maggie, pleased to be joined by Irad Ortiz, who won the opener here at Belmont Park on closing weekend. And Irad, how confident were you when they were just flying and opened up on the front end and you were sitting there behind?
Honestly, we break and my heart put me in a good spot. I was a little back mid-pack. I see they're going a little fast, so I try to buy my time and wait, save some ground in the turn. I start pick it up. He's responding well. Turn for home, I was just a few lengths behind the horse in the lead, like 2 lengths. My horse was moving good. Tip him out in the clear, and he responded really well. He do his job, you know, all the way to the wire, so thank God.
And you're closing in on that meet title championship with Dylan Davis, just 3 behind now. How much do you think about that going into this big day?
Honestly, it's big for us. We work hard, like Dylan does too. We work hard for win. We love to win. He's doing a great job. He having a great meet. Honestly, it's a great fight all the way to the end, and I enjoy it so far. I enjoy my job, and I love it. I love it.
And coming up in the first stake today in the Suburban, you're on aboard Dynamic One. How do you see that race playing out?
Well, I don't look too much speed on the race, honestly. But my horse is that kind of horse that you gotta let him do his thing, and he relaxed well. Probably off the pace, but today maybe a little closer than usually, and hopefully he get there on time.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Maggie, great to see Irad in the winner's circle for this first race, and we'll have to see how that meet title plays out this weekend.
See if he makes it even closer than what it is right now, Richie. But A Kong Loves a Fight does return 22.60 for the win. Quite a trifecta there. 10 to 1 over 5 to 1 over 20 to 1 to kick things off with some fireworks on this Stars and Stripes racing day. But again, fully loaded on the show today. We have bonus coverage from Indy, or Horseshoe Indy, I should say, with the Indiana Oaks and Derby. And these today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. But it is all about kind of that bulk of those greatest stakes here at Belmont Park.
Oh, absolutely. And again, just the fact that we get this international participation makes it even more exciting. Get to see riders and horsemen from around the world that are very accomplished.
And we also have the Grade 3 Victory Ride as well, sandwiched in between those two turf races. If you want to play today's action, make sure you sign up and join Naira Bets today. New members use promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match. After your first deposit with Naira Bets, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And for all the racing today, you'll need to do that. Well, Chad Brown, he is looking for yet another Grade 1 Belmont Oaks as he looks to sew things up with 3 chances: McCulloch, Haughty, and Consumer Spending.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5. Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's a glorious day here in Elmont, New York for America's Day at the Races. As we join you from Belmont Park, we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As the Belmont Oaks Invitational, mile and a quarter for these 3-year-old fillies on our turf course, 700,000, Richie, on the line. Chad Brown will look to win this for the 4th time since it was renamed. It formerly was the Garden City and run in the fall, but he's won it with Minorette in the first running, Lady Eli, as well as New Money Honey. He'll have 3 chances today, including Consumer Spending. She has a pretty nice record to her name, and she's been undefeated coming back as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, she's really compiled a fine record, 4 wins from 6 starts. And she seems to me like she's just gotten a bit more professional. I really like that Manny Franco showing so much more confidence, riding more steadily for Chad Brown, that, you know, when he's on a good horse, kind of take care of them. Don't make more use of them than necessary. And that's what he did here in the Wonder again with Consumer Spending. She won by a couple lengths, but certainly looked like she had a little bit left in hand. And I think a filly that will definitely stay the mile and a quarter the way she's been finishing.
Yeah, and she seems as though she's come back better as a 3-year-old. And it's funny, this is only the 2nd time she'll face her stablemate, McCulloch. They faced each other first time out up at Saratoga. McCulloch getting the better of her that day. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, and McCulloch has yet to win since, which is really interesting. And we'll get to her last race, but it feels as though McCulloch's kind of been a little unlucky in some of her races as of late.
Well, and that's one of the things that go with turf racing. You need a bit of luck. Your trips make such a difference. You want to save ground, but you also want the best of both worlds, to get a clean run when you want to rally. And sometimes it just doesn't work out like that. She finished well. She finished resolutely. All of her races have been good, even though she hasn't won. So I'm not going to hold it against her that she hasn't won or feel like she didn't take a step forward. She just...
There's been a lot of criticism, too, with regards to the Churchill Downs turf course. Could it be a factor of getting away from that? Could elevate her chances here? And we did see New Year's Eve, who, of the American horses, might be one of the highest regarded, as she was a clear and convincing winner for Brendan Wallace. And Brendan saying that she has really turned her life around since adding the blinkers.
Well, you know, finding the keys to the horse, what makes them respond the best. And I think it's a great point you bring up, Maggie, about the turf course at Churchill Downs. They put in a new turf course. Turf course needs time to knit. The root system has to get set, and the course has to settle. And they saw a lot of slide, a lot of horses peeling up the ground and losing their footing. So you can forgive a horse a bad race there, and if a horse ran well there, I think it speaks to their handiness.
Right. As we get these lush, wide open courses here at Belmont, though they are really firm. I think a little bit of rain that we had late yesterday afternoon probably made them even better.
Yeah.
Give them a little bit of that spring back.
Well, exactly. And there is a lot of growth to our turf courses. If you walk out there, you're up, past your ankles in grass. And I like that. It's a good cushion. And I agree, a little bit of rain just to give it a little bit of that sponginess back, because it has been a bit on the hard side.
And the Europeans, I'm sure, will appreciate any little moisture that's in there, though you would think many of the Europeans coming here to seek those firmer turf courses. But number 4, With the Moonlight, I think she is definitely one of those. Another daughter of Frankel, like McCulloch in here. She seems to be a horse that, as her trainer Charlie Appleby has said, Mig, that breaks well. And I think that's always an important factor when coming to the States.
It feels like Charlie Appleby, her conditioner, really has a handle on the kind of horses that will translate their form to North American style racing. He's been very successful. I think he handpicks the kind that he thinks will excel here. She is one of only 2 in this race that have won at the mile and a quarter distance, the other being the other European import, Concert Hall. But I think she's going to appreciate turning back from the mile and a half of the Kazoo Oaks. And you get Frankie Dettori, which is always, I think, a bonus, although William Buick to me is one of the Mount Rushmore of riders in Europe right now.
Yeah, you saw her race 2 back in the ungraded English Pretty Polly Stakes at Newmarket, where we do see some of the other horses coming out of the Group 1 Pretty Polly Stakes in Ireland. But you know what I love about Charlie Appleby when he brings his horses? His horses If you looked blindly at the field, at them physically, you wouldn't know they were Europeans. His horses are bigger, stronger, and just more American looking physically than many of the other horses that we see come overseas.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think that shot of With the Moonlight really illustrated that. And you saw she had a hood on. A lot of times they'll put those hood on to mute the sound for horses that might get a chance to be a little spooky, but she looked pretty calm and settled in there.
Yeah, she has been fairly keen in her races, but you would think with a little bit of a faster pace here on these American courses, it would benefit her.
Absolutely, and you get a horse like Cairo Memories, post 2, should kind of blaze away and have her sift over and find cover pretty easily.
Big difference between California speed and European speed.
Yeah, quite a bit different. And usually it's, the gate speed itself, but just like Charlie Appy said, though, that she does break so well, she should put herself in a good spot.
Well, race number 2 is coming up here from Belmont Park. It's a claiming 16 going the 7 furlongs. We did see the letter part of the entry. Tail of Mine Shaft scratch early on, and we see Trapezoid first off the claim here. For Mertan Cantermasi, blinkers going on, turning back in distance a bit as your favorite. Jose Ortiz will be aboard him, but Arad Ortiz, he'll be down on the rail with Handy as he seeks yet another meet title. He's won 18 here in New York and 3 overall New York riding titles. He's been the champ. We'll see if he can keep it rolling and catch Dylan Davis on this second to last day of racing here at Belmont Park.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Idle, perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable. Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And 2, you can also play the Showdown, which is an online contest, a free-to-enter handicapping contest where you can play against your friends and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Make sure you go to naira.com/showdown to start the showdown. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better card to play against your friends and bet a few dollars, as we are here with you, Maggie Wolfendale, Richard Migliori, and Liza Hendricks for race number 2. Horses just finishing up in the paddock and will be out on track momentarily. But Richie, we do see Trapezoid on the outside as your favorite. A little bit of a suspicious drop down, I suppose, though, with the horse to his inside and Lil Commissioner. He was a vet scratch back on June 24th. In this same spot.
Yeah, and sometimes horses, come up with a little problem, something that they have to address, and they feel like, well, you know what, let's make it easier on them. find easier company, drop them down. And all these horses go through a pre-race veterinary exam in the morning. We have protocols in place, examining veterinarians by the gate, trying to ensure that the soundest horses are competing.
It's always a good protocol that we follow here as Trapezoid. What do you make of him? I think less ground is better. And going out for Mertin Cantermasi, who just quietly had a superb meeting.
Had a tremendous meeting, and he holds a strong hand here. He claimed his horse for 20, drops him in for 16. Kind of a negligible drop, really. It's fairly close.
And they play the claiming game very well.
Very well. They know how to spot their horses. And he also has Xavier, who won for 10 and moves up to 16, so a little bit of vote of confidence there. He holds a strong hand here.
Number 1 is Handy. He has not been the same horse since transferring to Bonnie Lucas.
No, his 2 races at Monmouth leave a lot to be desired. If he could find that race 3 back against All Relevant, he would be a handful here.
Now, Xavier, the other Mertin Cantermasi horse, comes in off a huge effort last time for 10,000.
Big effort, caught a good pace, got good position right in behind that pace, and got a good ride that day from Trevor McCarthy, who stays, and confident hike in class.
Speaking of pace, Mr. Winston is wishing he was back at Aqueduct on Gold Rail days.
Yeah, no doubt. And Antonio Arriaga does really good work. His horses look good. This horse is making a nice impression physically on the racetrack, but he really hasn't been in good form.
Hoping for a pace meltdown, Cecilia Mike.
Cecilia Mike, 7 wins, 21 seconds for over 650,000 earners.
Record.
Great owner horse.
Wow. I mean, you would just love to own this horse. As you were saying, picks up a check nearly every single time, and he's made that 650 the hard way, as they say. Number 5, somebody? Somebody?
Somebody.
Somebody.
I tell you what, I was watching him on the TV screen, albeit in the paddock, and I thought he made a really nice impression. Horse from the Jimmy Bond barn. They've had a bit of a quiet meet, but he usually starts perking up around Saratoga time.
Yeah, finally gets back on a fast track after 2 wet track efforts as number 6, My First Grammy. He was also a vet scratch back on June 3rd when entered for 20,000.
Yeah, now he drops in class. He gets apprentice Omar Hernandez Moreno. And he's going to have to find his better form.
Long shot in here. Number 7, Manifest Destiny, kind of second off a layoff.
Yeah, and he ran for 12.5, and it was a very good race. And he steps up in company. I have a hard time making a case for him.
Stepping down in company is your current second choice, Lil Commissioner. He's a horse that has had some speed in the past, going a bit longer.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're hoping that the drop will put him forward in the game where he likes to compete, and he looked good in the warm-up.
And here is your favorite, Trapezoid. I think they've pinpointed the right favorite in here, Meg. 2, I think last time a bit against the track. I think you wanted to be on the inside that day.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the outside post today gives him some options. He's forward, but he's not forced into a pace duel. If somebody really wants to take it up, he can kind of stalk from the outside. That's the luxury of having an outside post, particularly at Belmont Park.
Meg, you ready to hop in our time machine?
Sure.
We're going all the way back nearly a year and a half ago to win. Lil Commissioner had a huge win at Aqueduct in an optional allowance race, earning a 97 buyer.
And you could see him quicken away when Kendrick Carmouche, who was aboard this day, asked him for more. He really found. You could actually visibly see him reaching for more ground. Can he find that race? Because if he can find that race, everybody else is running for second.
I mean, it's kind of eluded him, but I will say that, his races towards the tail end of last year and earlier this year, they make him a player. It's just maybe his last 2 aren't great, but admittedly against way better company than what he gets here. Do you find it as a negative that he's not the favorite, that he's, a pretty inflated 5-1?
Well, especially from the Rob Atras barn. It's a barn that's had a terrific meeting. All the horses have been running well, if not winning, 14 wins, 15 seconds. He ticked down to 4-1 now, but it feels like he's a little cold on the board.
I know. Wondering what he looks like physically. I know Liza Hendricks has gotten a chance to check him out up close and personal. She was back in the paddock, and now she's standing by trackside. Liza, what have you seen from this field?
Maggie, taking a look at the 6, My First Grammy, who is coming into this spot off of a long layoff, he looks a little bit soft to me. Looks like he might need one to just tuck up and kind of get that fitness back for him. So I'll just kind of be watching him in this start and keep an eye on him in his next start as he's taking that other drop in class. The 5, Somebody, as you mentioned, he ran into wet tracks in his past 2 starts, so I think he'll appreciate this better track today. Just got a little bit of rain yesterday, so he should run better than what those 2 races indicated when he ran into those softer tracks. And I'm going to land on the 2, Xavion. He's coming into this spot off of a win, which I love to see. You know, he's trending in the right direction, and he's just a consistent 8-year-old. I love to see those older horses that always give it their best, and he looked great in the paddock, very well muscled through his hindquarters, so I'll be landing on him. Maggie?
Liza, I mean, he feels, Richie, like the most, firm choice, like the most concrete and consistent runner that we have here in this race, especially at this distance, at this level.
Yeah, and the fact that Trevor McCarthy is a rider, I feel like when he gets familiar with a horse, kind of finds their whole card. Listen, this is a colony full of really good riders. Mm-hmm. And we probably can say this about pretty much all of them, but it feels like third time was the charm. Last time he rode him, he won. He got the trip. I feel like he's got his whole card. I think he's sitting right in behind the pace.
Yeah, much like he did last time out. So I think, if you don't trust the other Mertin Cantermasi horse in here, as they are actually both 5-2 in this spot, because I don't know why you wouldn't necessarily trust him, maybe because of the slight drop in class, but he and Xavion have been running kind of consistent figures. He finally gets back off of a wet track and onto a fast one where he has done most of his good work. And he has a 4-for-8 record on a wet track. But as we always talk about in the show, a lot of times when horses kind of get older, and he's been running a lot. He's a 7-year-old. There's like, I don't really appreciate that. And then a wet track at Gulfstream can be a different track than here at Belmont.
Yeah, absolutely. They feel like they have complementing styles. Xavion, more of a horse that wants to stalk just off the pace, and Trapezoid, a horse that probably is going to be involved, particularly with the addition of blinkers.
Well, name one horse you're looking forward to most here on this card.
Wow, that's a good one. I'm looking forward to the Belmont Derby the most, and I don't know if I could pinpoint one horse in particular. I just really am fascinated by that race.
I'm excited to see what Stone Age looks like pre-race, because as we were talking about, he's been a bit washy, he's been a bit vocal, training here at Belmont this past week, but obviously is a horse that has quite a good deal of talent. But I agree with you. And it's interesting because both in the Oaks and the Derby, it feels like a good chunk of the European horses that are coming actually are horses that want to be forwardly placed. So I always find it interesting, how does that, forwardly placed speed translate from one country to another?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting dynamic, and some horses get keen. Mm-hmm. Maybe here, though, because we usually have a little bit more of the legitimate paces in our races, they'll be able to get more comfortable.
Yeah, we'll see. They might run away from them a bit, but we'll run upstairs to John and Briella for the call of race 2.
We are set for race 2. And they're off. Little Commissioner breaks on top. And now Mr. Winston moves up along with Xavion. And on the outside, Trapezoid has gained ground. It is Mr. Winston and Trapezoid, and they are 1-2 with Xavion sitting behind in third. Then comes Little Commissioner on the outside now in fourth, followed by the gray Handy, who is running in fifth. It is 2.5 lengths. Back to My First Grammy, Manifest Destiny, along with Somebody, and trailing the field is Cecilia Mike in ninth. The quarter went in 22-4. Long shot, Mr. Winston leads here by a little more than a length. Trapezoid, Little Commissioner, they're right together. Little Commissioner making a move now on the outside, going up to challenge for the lead. Little Commissioner has now taken over the lead, the half in 46 seconds. Little Commissioner is in front, coming to the top of the stretch, and he's got a 3-length lead. Trapezoid moves into second as Mr. Winston drops back, passed on the outside by Xavion. It is Little Commissioner with the lead in the stretch. Zavion moves into second. Then Trapezoid, followed by Handy. And on the outside, it is Somebody. It is Little Commissioner trying to hold off Zavion in the final 16th. Little Commissioner, Zavion on the outside. They're coming for the finish, and Little Commissioner holds by a length. Zavion was second. Big break. Back to Handy in third.
Little Commissioner remembering who he was at this level in class prevailing. As you were saying, though, you know, it may have looked like a premature move by Kendrick Carmouche aboard, or excuse me, Jose Gomez, I'm sorry, aboard Little Commissioner. But in reality, maybe it was the right move.
Well, in essence, when he got first run with Little Commissioner over Zavion, he kind of kept him in a bit of a spot and then created some separation before Zavion can extricate himself from the spot and then come out to follow in his wake. But he had already put about 3 lengths on him by that point. Zavion rallied on, just couldn't quite make up all the difference there. But a good ride from Jose Gomez, an apprentice that will be trying Saratoga. And you know, they say the bug doesn't usually do well in Saratoga, but they have done well enough, and the way he's been riding, I think he'll fit fine.
Well, I'm sitting right next to one who did well.
Well, that was the ancient times. It was a long, long time ago.
Okay, that's a question. Do you think the horsemen in New York have changed the mentality, whereas they were more open to using the bug back when you started in the 80s rather than today?
I think the biggest difference, and I'm not sure if they've changed that much, but I was under contract to a big stable, Steve DeMauro, and that gave you instant credibility. Steve was coming off for years where he had champions, Wadjum, Adili Precious. He was an Eclipse Award-winning trainer. If I was good enough to ride for him, other people would follow suit and would have confidence.
Well, we do see Jose Gomez all smiles here, heading back to the winner's circle for Rob Atras. Little Commissioner gets the win with the drop in class over Zavion, 8-2-1-5. Coming up, we will check in with the Cornell Ruffian Center as they are keeping our equine athletes sound, happy, and healthy. More on the work they are doing just across the street from Belmont Park.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of Warfront proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races keeps on rolling here on Fox Sports 2 as we just saw race number 2 in the books. It was, I believe, the third choice when all was said and done. Little Commissioner dropping class for Rob Atras, who has had a great meet himself. And speaking of good meets, Jose Gomez, the 5-pound apprentice, as we were talking about before the break, looking to be the lone apprentice up in Saratoga. He is standing by with our Liza Hendricks in the winner's circle.
Maggie, and all smiles from Jose here in the winner's circle as he was able to get the second race win. Jose, coming to the top of the stretch, you just had a ton of horse. What was going through your head?
I mean, just keep going, honestly, because I passed by the horse around the turn easy, you know, and he was just taking me. And I just kind of let him do his thing, and we got to the wire first.
And being an apprentice jockey, you know, how helpful is it to be able to learn from these great jockeys here?
It's the best, you know. I'm in the toughest riding colony in the country, and, you know, I learn from these guys. Just watching, riding with them, it's very helpful.
And we were just speaking before about the Saratoga meet. How excited are you to get up there for your first meet?
Very excited, you know, it'll be my first time there, so I'm just going to try my best, see how it goes.
Well, congratulations and good luck in Saratoga.
Thank you very much.
Maggie, very excited to be up in Saratoga next week.
Liza, you gotta love that young man's energy. Richie, as you were just mentioning, Jose Gomez, he's been a very quick study, which has led to a lot of his success. And you noticed him doing some race riding tactics with Little Commissioner coming to the wire as he does return 10-20 for the win. Sandy Goldfarb and Alan Kahn winning owners.
Watch when he feels the pressure coming. He goes to a left-handed crop, and now his horse is drifting to meet, but look at his body.
Look at his bum.
Right? He's leaning out towards that horse to meet the challenge, and it's subtle. But that's the art of race riding, the subtlety, not going sideways to get to a horse. It's going out to subtly meet that challenge, get your horse to engage, and maybe even, you know, mute their momentum a little bit. And I love the way he did that. And this is why you're stealing with 5 pounds with Jose Gomez, because his thought process is more of an older rider, yet you're getting the apprentice 5-pound break in weight. So, and probably he's a quick study too because of Angel Cordero Jr., one of the greatest riders in the history of our sport, being someone that's tutoring him.
And speaking of race riders, I mean, Angel knew every trick in the book to get his horses to the wire first.
If you look up race rider in the dictionary, there's a picture of Angel.
I could not agree with you more as we do take a look at race number 3, maiden special weight, going the 6 furlongs on the main track for the New York breds, as we do see a lukewarm favorite to number 8, Royal Currency. She'll be looking to get to the winner's circle after being the beaten favorite 3 times previously for Charlie Baker. Well, our equine athletes, none of us would be here without them, and their health and well-being is paramount. And just across the street, just across Plainfield Avenue from the barn area here at Belmont is the Cornell Ruffian Equine Specialists, where they are leading the way in soundness research and ensuring our equine athletes are able to perform at their highest abilities.
Cornell Ruffian Equine Specialists is a full-service, 24/7 referral equine hospital. We're located directly across the street from Belmont Racetrack, and we service the thoroughbred population. We offer a number of different procedures and basically anything that we need to as far as to address the concerns and ailments and injuries of the horses across the street and the surrounding area. So that could be elective surgery, orthopedic surgery, arthroscopy, removing chip fractures and OCDs. That could be fracture repair. So this is the main part of our barn. We've got a number of kind of outpatient stalls, inpatient stalls, and then an ICU for the more critical horses. So we just got a research grant through the Harry Zweig Memorial Fund, which is a fund set up through Cornell University, but it's funded through the Handle with New York State Racing. It's set up with the idea of helping to fund equine research with the goal of promoting horse safety. We'll have a thoroughbred getting scanned today as part of our Harry Zweig funded grant, as part of a thoroughbred research project that we have going on, looking at different ways to help prevent breakdown. We have a high-speed treadmill that we can run thoroughbreds and standardbreds on at speed, and then do things like evaluate their upper airway while they're at racing speeds, and we get a real-time picture of the function of the horse's airway at speed. So this just shows you exactly how close we are to Belmont. So literally across the street. I mean, there's your own light, there's a gate over there, and with the help of Naira, any horse that's able to walk over, they can walk directly across the street and then get the care that they need.
There's nothing more important than a horse that has a severe injury than getting them care as fast as possible. And our proximity to Belmont allows for these horses to have immediate care. That's the other benefit of this facility, is that we have the entire aspect of Cornell University at our disposal. In this breakdown project that we have going on, it is by far a collaboration. It's a real cutting edge time. It's extremely exciting, and it's for the best, ultimate goal, which is better and furthering horse safety at the end of the day.
It was a great piece featuring Dr. Piggott, Richie, and I mean, it's so just nice for the horsemen to have a hospital like the Cornell Ruffian Equine Specialist Center, if you will, for a very elaborate title I just gave it, at their beck and call like that.
Well, to have such a full-service facility literally right across the street, and they have a gate, and they walk the horses right across the road. And I've never been inside, so this was nice for me to get an inside view through this piece. And I kind of want to go over there just to kind of get more of a feel of it and learn more. It's just amazing, the technology, and they're on the cutting edge of how to basically diagnose soundness issues before they become issues.
And two, I like what he said, that a percentage of our handle generated by those of you playing our races goes to the research, goes to funding the hospital to make sure our equine athletes are looked after in the best way possible.
Well, you said it right at the beginning when you set the piece up. None of us would be here without the horses. Our lives would look very different. We wouldn't be getting ready to go gather up in the foothills of the Adirondacks in Saratoga without the horses. And I know on a personal note, my life would be completely different. I'd probably still be someplace in Brooklyn.
I mean, I don't think I'd exist if it wasn't for horses.
There you go.
But just, again, a lovely piece, as we do have horses in the paddock for today's third race. Kind of an interesting looking maiden special weight for the New York bred fillies, sprinting some interesting first time starters on the rail. We'll get to them and the rest of the field here on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Speightstown, Munning, Echotown.
It's Echotown for Joe Talamo, and Echotown raced away.
And Echotown is drawing away in the stretch. Echotown wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echotown.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm.
We are New York Thoroughbred breeders.
In Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know, we really work hard at it. We like our size, we like to be hands-on. It's really nice. It's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having them be well handled, you know. We've really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year. It's kind of become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very, very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds, because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. It's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room that's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take, a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
And that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long way. You know, foaling out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
I could not love that piece more, Richie, because on a personal level, I've known Britt and Sean since I've come to New York. And so to see their dreams come true with Mahoney Manor Farm, and they've put some good horses on the racetrack too, and just really adding to the depth and quality that we have for the New York bred program.
Oh, it's fantastic. And you can see the love and passion that shines through. And though she talks about the babies, I'm always in wonderment of foals. And you want to feel the softest thing you've ever felt in your life, the velvet on a horse's nose, especially a baby.
Yeah.
It's just fantastic, and I applaud them and their effort.
Well, the New York bred older horses will be on display for and named for a venerable New York bred Saginaw, as race number 8 tomorrow will be named in his honor. 100,000 going the mile in 1/16 on the main track, and installed as a 9-5 morning line favorite is Market Alert, despite in 18 starts never even really being that close to favoritism. Now, this was his blowout win, 3 back, Richie, at Aqueduct, going the 1-turn mile.
Yeah, and then this was a big effort, and he showed good speed that day. It seems like when he runs his races, he kind of signals it right away because he's involved early, right?
And he's been acting, now last time he broke through the gate, but both, and maybe it's just the Belmont tunnel, but both efforts here at Belmont, he's been refusing to walk out the tunnel. Like 2 starts ago, they had to literally back him onto the racetrack. And then last time he went, but he had to like have 2 ponies either side of him. So I don't know if that's a negative sign or it's just the tunnel here, but it's something that I've never seen him do previously, or any horse really do for that matter.
Well, to have a horse react like that too, and then especially with other horses making the trip through the tunnel, horses are herd animals. They get comfort by following and being with the other horses. So you would think he would go, well, it's not bothering them, so I shouldn't be concerned about anything, but maybe he's had some sort of experience in a tunnel that we're unaware of.
Right. But it is a contentious field. There's a storm brewing, seems to be getting back to some of his better races for Rudy Rodriguez. And then there's the speedy Daddy Knows, who had quite an interesting trip last time out at Finger Lakes, interfered with early on by Deer on the racetrack, Meg, and then a pretty questionable DQ. I really didn't see him bothering anybody that day, and I thought he was fairly game for Jeffrey Englehart.
Yeah, and sometimes, like, even though he was disqualified, he finished first.
Right.
So, you know, from a confidence standpoint, maybe it's something that'll help him go forward.
Exactly. And I don't think he'll have any deer here on Long Island to contend with.
I sure hope not.
As race number 3, horses saddled and ready on the walking ring. That means we'll send it downstairs to Liza Hendricks, standing by with this paddock report. Liza?
And Maggie, it's always interesting to take a look at how these first-time starters are behaving down in the paddock, just kind of if they're acting up or turning a hair at all. And so just starting with these two first-time starters, the two Photon is acting very well, a daughter of Bayern, a homebred for Rock Talk Farm. She's very alert, just taking it all in, but still acting professional, just on her toes, and has that good energy about her. And the other first-time starter, the one, Funny How, Trevor McCarthy, just gets aboard now, and she is a daughter of Overanalyzed, and she's very relaxed, you know, has been just strutting around the paddock, acting like she's been here 1,000 times before. So I love to see that from a first-time starter, just very professional and focused. Maggie?
Well, Liza, thank you. And Richie, it's probably because Funny How has been through there 1,000 times before, as Ray Handel is a guy who does like to bring his horses oftentimes in the morning while with a rider through the paddock to train here on the main track.
I think it's a great thing. It keeps horses out of their stalls longer.
Yep.
It's good for their mind. They take these longer walks. And just the familiarity with things, that it just leaves them more comfortable. Again, first-time starters, I always watch how they go to the pony, Maggie, and if they've been schooled with the pony or not, because I feel like they're already contending with so many new things that you want to limit the amount of new things they're dealing with.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many things that can go wrong. Make sure you tick every box for things that you can prevent from going wrong, hopefully. But Funny How has a huge pedigree, Richie. She is a half to Funny Guy, who's a multiple stakes winning New York bred, 3 Jokers, who is a very productive New York bred, and she's had 8 foals, all of them winners, and all of them have had long, substantial careers on the racetrack, which I always think is good. It means that she's putting soundness and longevity into her foals.
Right, so not only do they have ability, they have durability, right?
Right.
And you're going to see an actual career out of them. I like the way she looked leaving the paddock, too. She looked like she's handling everything really well. Be interesting to see her here on the track. Kind of an interesting race, too. Eli Dancer coming in, running against Open Company at Fairgrounds, albeit maiden claiming, but it was Open Company.
And an off-the-turf race.
Fair.
2 of her biggest weapons are, A, her trainer, Jose Camejo, who anything he brings to the NYRA circuit over the past 5 years has been live. Second is her speed, where, there's horses that have some speed in here, but she was really quick away from there, Richie, from the one hole first time out. She was beaten by the favorite that day, but here is one of those first-time starters, number 1, Funny How for Ray Handel.
It comes from a good family, nice steady work tab. She's a little bit fussy with the pony.
Yeah, swishing her tail. She looks a lot like the rest of the family. They're all kind of plain bay, very round horses typically, and I always loved Funny Guy. I think Tanya Terranova called him Chunk or Chunky or Chubby or something like that. Here's number 2, Photon, a pretty-looking daughter of Byron.
Yeah, and she comes in with a sharp blowout, a quick, short drill of 35-4, and Kelly Breen, when he does that, his horses, particularly his first-time starters, tend to run really well.
Yeah, this one, the dam broker made in that slow dirt sprint. The half was a decent runner going longer on the dirt. Here's Bundy Windermere, who may be part of that early pace. She does wear a hood again.
Yeah, and I think does add to the speed here. Manny Franco's had a terrific Belmont spring summer stand. Gets to mount here as Dylan Davis winds up on the Charlie Baker trainee.
She steps up in class from the maiden 40 as number 4 is Summer Snow off the layoff, first-time Lasix.
Yeah, flash speed last year as a 2-year-old and does get the Lasix for the first time, and we get that apprentice we've been talking about, Jose Gomez.
Second-time starter, Sweet Mystery. I heard some rumblings when she debuted that she could run, but essentially she was facing a very short price favorite and Let Her Inspire You, and it was kind of a merry-go-round race, Richie.
Yeah, but she's come back and worked really well since then, too, so maybe she needed a race, too, to just kind of clue into what her job actually is.
And you know what? She was fairly slow early on, and she kind of circled the field and just got tired understandably. Here is that Fairgrounds Louisiana import facing New York breds for the first time.
I think you made a great point about her being in an off-the-turf race. As soon as I started, well, she did face Open Company, but that kind of downgraded it a little bit in my eyes.
It kind of mitigates things, right?
Yeah.
But speaking of the turf, here is a first-time dirt horse and Voluse.
Yeah, I think she might appreciate getting to the dirt.
Yeah.
And, bred at Berkshire Stud, Dr. Cook's place up in Pine Plains. Beautiful place.
Daughter of Run Happy as number 8 Royal Currency, your current 5-2 favorite. Can she get it done cutting back in distance today?
Well, maybe the turnback's the key. She opened up a big lead last time in fast fractions going a mile and just could not sustain it. I think the turnback's going to help her a lot.
And here is another gray horse to round out the field, number 9, Steppin' Hawk.
Yeah, just, she's had 15 tries. She's thrown in a race or two to get checks, but she's going to have to improve to be competitive here.
Well, back to number 8 quickly, Meg. She was beaten by Sister Linda, although she was, 1-9 that day. Sister Linda did come back and win the A other than condition with a 77 buyer. And Royal Currency can be a bit of a tricky filly. I remember between her last 2 efforts, she was a scratch in the paddock by her trainer, Charlie Baker, who cited because she can be, and you were down there for this, because she usually is a high-strung filly. She was so quiet that day that he was worried she had heat stroke.
Yeah, she was so quiet, and I don't think she was sweating either that day. She had kind of dried up, and a horse has to sweat, particularly in these warm days. It tells you their coolant system's working. When you see a horse that's bone dry, not showing any sweat at all on a hot day, that's a negative. That's
a big, big negative. And kudos to Charlie Baker, who I think is just one of the best horsemen that we have on the grounds for realizing that. But here's number 6, Eli Dancer. Let's go back to February 18th at the fairgrounds. Like I said, she was quick away, and to her outside was the 3-2, 2-5 favorite, Say I Won't. She was game here, but this is a pretty hungry field, I would say.
I think it's a fair assessment. Like I said, at first blush, I didn't think of it from the context that you opened my eyes to, that it wasn't off the turf, or so most of the horses kind of turf meant that day. And she was game. I like that she didn't give up and she fought all the way down to the wire. The level of competition, I guess, is the question.
Right. And 2, she's going to have to likely face some other speed in here with Bunty Windermere in the mix, and Royal Currency isn't that slow either.
No, there's speed in here. Nice animated stride on her, right? Little dressage moves going on here. Eli Dancer, though, what do you make of the back-to-back gate works coming into this for a filly that had broken sharply? I'm not a big fan of a lot of gate works.
I agree with you. For, as you said, a filly who showed that high speed early on. Now, it does, watching her at least warm up, she does seem like a laid-back customer. You always worry about with, gosh, the first time starting 2 looks great. You always worry about, does that get them too revved up? And at least upon observations here, it doesn't look as though it has. No. They worry about going to the gate and when you drill them like that. Yep. But I wouldn't say it has.
She doesn't look like she's fretting whatsoever. A little dipsy doodle there, but
hello, humble pie for us.
But she is moving nicely on the racetrack.
That she is. But for some more observations on this 3rd race, we head down to Liza.
And Maggie, as you were saying, the 7 Voluse is switching to the dirt for the first time for trainer Christophe Clement, and she's a filly by Run Happy, and her dam was a winner on the dirt, so the switch does make sense to me, and she looks like she can physically handle the dirt. The 8 Royal Currency, as you were mentioning, one that can act up in the paddock, so she just had an offsider before she was saddled and then came out to the track from the paddock right with a pony. She was showing that typical energy, but not too much. So I like what I see from her today. And the 4 Summer Snow is coming in off of that layoff, only ran twice as a 2-year-old, and she looks like she has matured physically from 2 to 3. So liking what I'm seeing under Jose Gomez. So we'll see if he can get a double in here. Maggie?
I hear you, Liza. Big price, 43 to 1. Thank you for that. 2 to 1 does seem logical on Royal Currency. I'll say that. But I just thought there were so many interesting things going on in this race. I mean, Voluse is bred more to take to the dirt. Eli Dancer, we'll see what she does against New York breds for the first time, against a very dangerous trainer. Photon taking a lot of money. She will be your pick. And then Sweet Mystery is intriguing, coming in with a huge drill, going 5 furlongs here on July 1st. And the fact that she ran well in that debut with a little steam behind her.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways you can go. I find it interesting that Liza wound up on the first-time start of the 1. I wound up the other first-time start of the 2, Photon.
I thought the 2 looked great throughout, and she's the one taking the money, whereas Funny How isn't given that pedigree, as we throw it up to John and Brielle for the call of race 3 here from Belmont Park.
There in the gate. And they're off. There goes Bunty Windermere out for the early lead. Funny How is down at the rail, being passed there by Summer Snow. Eli Dancer now moves up. Then it's the Gray Sweet Mystery. As they move along, it is Bunty Windermere, the leader here by a length and a half. Summer Snow, Eli Dancer right together, second and third. Royal Currency and Funny How are together, fourth and fifth. Then Sweet Mystery racing in sixth, followed by Steppenhawk in seventh, 4 lengths. Back to Valoose and another 3.5 to Photon. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Bunty Windermere leads here by a length and a quarter, and right behind a foursome of Funny How, who's down at the rail. Summer Snow is there, along with Eli Dancer, Royal Currency. Far outside, it is a Sweet Mystery. They're all chasing Bunty Windermere, who continues to lead. On the far outside, Valoose is now coming on as they pass the 8th pole. It is Bunty Windermere. Here's Sweet Mystery. Here's Valoose. Sweet Mystery and Valoose. They're now 1-2 as they come on for the finish. And Sweet Mystery, the gray, has won it at 8-1.
Pat Quick, second time out, getting Sweet Mystery to the winner's circle. And that last race tipped her hand. You know, I think let her inspire you. She was always highly regarded. Truancy was a good-looking first-time starter for Tony Jutro. And in retrospect, Richie, considering the way the race played out, she was one that maybe, despite being beaten 12 and 3/4 lengths, that did the most running, and it played out well here.
Well, and again, when you see first time, yeah, she did. But when you see a first-time starter, you want to see a run somewhere in the confines of the race, right? And I know this is a horse that you liked quite a bit coming into this. She was lingering on her left lead. Now here comes the challenge from Valoose. It looks like she's going to run down. And when she changed leads, she actually did find a bit more.
And why is that so important for horses to do that? Why do we instill that in our horses when training them?
They find, well, they need to be on their left lead to negotiate turns better. So in the straightaways, you want them on their right lead because they're going to find more energy. Best way I've ever heard it explained, you're running through the airport, you got your bag in one hand, you're running to get your fight, you're getting a little tired. What do? Automatically you switch to the other hand, you get a little bit of energy, a little bit of burst there, and that's what happened with her right there. And I think that was a great illustration of it. When we talk about the importance of horses changing leads, I think that was the difference between winning and losing right there.
Absolutely. A homebred for Gallagher's Stud, a long-time breeding operation in New York, as Jose Lascano picks up the win for Pat Quick, who I've got to say, give a little shout out to my man Pat, picks up his first win of the meet, and possibly one of the nicest gentlemen that we have on the backside.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what, we shouldn't miss out the one Funny How for a first-time starter.
Huge.
Ran really big, professional, took dirt, was in the pocket, ran on, one to keep your eye on going to Saratoga.
Yeah, I think second time out, you're not going to get the, a 9-1 that you did first time out here for Ray Handel. 5-7-1-3 unofficially here at Belmont Park in the third. But bonus coverage coming up a bit later from Horseshoe Indy as Rattle and Roll. He's off the quick turnaround from the American Derby win for Ken McPeak. More to come here on FS2.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette. Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Paula Duca here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How you doing, Danny? Nope, I do not hear myself.
Hi, Polly.
Hi, Mags. What's going on?
Nothing. Have a good day out there. Thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. Here on Fox Sports 2, we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. The love of the race. Check out americasbestracing.net today. Sweet Mystery, benefiting from her first race. Got a little pace to run out here, Richie. Tipped wide by Jose Lescano, and she kept finding.
Yeah, she tipped out coming off the quarter pole, came a bit wide, but had saved ground earlier on the turn. Valoose is coming to her with full momentum, and you see here she is, the gray filly on her left lead. She's leading with her left front foreleg. Feels the challenge right there. She went over to her right lead, found a bit more big run from Valoose to get up for second, and funny how got up for third, and I think showed a lot of professionalism on debut, could take a step forward as well, but Sweet Mystery, yeah, maybe the only mystery was how big a price she was.
Yeah, 18-1 first time out, 8-1 this time off the back of a bullet work in a minute flat over the Belmont main track. As you were mentioning, funny how broke well, ran on the inside, taking dirt, and then I just spotted, actually, just to jump off topic, one of the European riders walking the turf course out there. Got a lot of walking to do here at Belmont.
It's a long way around.
But we kick off the graded stakes portion of our Stars and Stripes card with the Grade 2 Suburban. Currently 6-5 on First Captain versus even money on Dynamic One. Maggie Wolfendale, Richard Migliore with you here on this Belmont Park set. But we do have the cross-country pick 5, which does include the Belmont Oaks as well as the Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby. But 3 races coming up from Horseshoe Indy, including the Schuster Memorial, as well as 2 Grade 3s for the 3-year-olds, the Indiana Oaks and Derby, as we do check in momentarily with our man on the scene. That's Paul LaDuca. And, you know, we do see Rattle and Roll coming in off of a quick layoff here. Richie, coming off the back of a win in the American Derby. As Paulie, what are the conditions like out there at Horseshoe Indy? I keep wanting to call it Indiana Grand. My apologies. But so pleased to have you out there to kind of bring the action to us here on America's Day at the Races.
Yeah, Maggie, an amazing atmosphere. As soon as I pulled up, I knew I was going to the right place. There was a line coming into Horseshoe, Indianapolis. A great crowd. It looks like there's over about 7,000 to 8,000, and people are still trying to file in. Now, we did get a ton of rain overnight in the Indiana and surrounding areas. When I was driving up here from the Louisville area, it was pouring rain. It really simply was. Now, it had stopped. I had talked to Rachel McLaughlin. It had stopped raining, I would say, around 11 or noon. And right now, the racetrack is pretty much muddy. And I want to have my cameraman, Mark, if he can pan over a little bit. If you look at the inside parts of the rail, Mikey, you could see how it's really a lot, I would say, before they just actually went over the racetrack, the inside of the racetrack, I was talking to Brian Hernandez, was really, really wet. A lot of the jockeys are trying to keep their horses off the rail. We did see Misty Vale just in the last race try to go gate to wire for Tom Amos, and Tom even told me, I don't think it's the right place to be on the front end today unless this track starts to dry out, which I think will happen. Now, when we get to Rattle and Roll, everybody's wondering, okay, what's going to happen with Kenny McPeak and bringing this horse back in seven days? Well, when you look at Rattle and Roll, he beat, to me, not that good of a field. Now, his numbers are still the best when you come to this group, but have they kind of peaked? No pun intended. But I thought Brian Hernandez gave the horse such a heady ride to keep him closer to the pace. Maybe that's going to be the idea today and not leave him so much to do. When you look at his numbers, his best number is on a sloppy racetrack. So that's going to be very, very interesting. And if you're worried about the turnaround, well, the Tom Amos horse who just got beat in the stakes race got beat by Sembo Dashis, who just came back for 9 days from Kenny McPeak. So I think Kenny has intention with Rattle and Roll, even though I'm going to try to beat him in the Indiana Derby. I think King Ottoman's got a great chance, but a great, great crowd here at Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
Well, Paulie, thank you so much for that. We'll watch how the track condition develops throughout the day. And do me a favor, say hello to your cameraman, Mike, for me. Mike Ritchie, I had at Churchill, and he was just fabulous. Good to see you made the trip with Paulie.
That's great when you get to work with good people, particularly around the country for America's Day at the races. I won the Indiana Derby, but at Hoosier Park, a 5/8 of a mile track.
Woo, a little bull ring action, so three turns.
3 turns. Star Dabba broke up at the top of the stretch. And, I mean, he was very good for Michael Hush and Barry Schwartz,
Very cool. Little new. Was he New York bred?
No, he was not. He was not. Yeah.
All right. Well, lots more to come here on the show, as we were mentioning. Looking forward to those races coming up from Indiana Grand. As I said, last 3 legs of that cross-country pick 5. But kicking off our stakes action here at beautiful Belmont Park, it is the Grade 2 Suburban as Dynamic One. He looks to capture his first graded stakes victory of his career for the white-hot Todd Pletcher barn.
Valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
It's Easy Goer in front by a length and a half. DeRoche takes up the chase second on the rail. And it's Tricky Creek next with Montubio coming to the 8th pole. Easy Goer in front now by 2. It's DeRoche in second, followed by Montubio, Tricky Creek, and Rampart Road coming to the wire. Easy Goer in front, then DeRoche. Easy Goer in front.
Frank Dwyer with the call of the 1990 Suburban, one of 4 victories trainer Shug McGahee has had in this race. But Mig, it's been a little bit of a dry spell for Shug. 32 years since his last victory with the great Easy Goer.
Yeah, he's gone on and won other big races though, and so already a fine record. Easy Goer, just such a talented racehorse, and Shug's got a shot this year though to rectify that.
He has a serious shot. Obviously, first captain. He was so well regarded 2-3 years ago, bad at math, at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sales topper, 1.5 million. He's by Curlin, out of America, who campaigned by Bobby Flay. And first captain, I thought it was a really good performance last time out in the Pimlico Special. But look at that list. I mean, Dr. Fager and Kelso, they jump out like, huge names. Kelso winning it twice, and Dr. Fager, arguably one of the best thoroughbreds to have ever run.
Still, my Uncle Phil talked about Dr. Fager when I was a kid. All I can remember is just the reverent tones he talked about Dr. Fager facing Hedavar, the rabbit that would be put in there against him, and quite a list of tremendous racehorses there.
And as you were saying, what was the stat? A bit of a rare stat, but an interesting one with the Suburban.
Yeah, Alan Jerkins, the late great Alan Jerkins, won 2 Suburbans with the same horse, Devil His Due, and his son Jimmy won 2 Suburbans with the New York bred FNX.
FNX, one of the ultimate overachievers, at least in my span here, with Naira as first captain, is getting ready in the paddock with Shug McGahee and his team. So far, coming back here as a 4-year-old, he's 2 for 3, and his latest victory coming in the mile and 3/16 Pimlico Special. You know, Meg, I thought Untreated, who also faced here, got a pretty easy lead on a track that was very kind to speed horses, and first captain, he gutted and grinded out this victory. I thought, despite the short margin of victory, a better performance than what it appears.
Well, he overcame no pace to rally from off the pace the way he did. I love his stride, his mechanics, the way he reaches out and down and covers all that ground. I wasn't convinced that this was a horse that wanted more ground, and I could have been more wrong.
I've always thought he wanted to go long.
He's not a very big horse, is he?
No, he's gotten a bit stretchier, though, as a 4-year-old.
Okay.
He's kind of lengthened his frame, at least. That's kind of what I've thought about him. And last time, or going back to the last time I saw him running here at Naira, he was first off of the layoff, or second off the layoff in the Carter. And, I wrote, I still think longer. I love the way he was warming up. I love the way he's looked, but I just thought 7/8 was way too sharp for him.
One thing that stands out, not that a horse has to be big to get more distance by any means.
Right.
He just seems very well balanced. His conformation, everything fits, and obviously with his pedigree and everything fitting, that's why he brought $1.5 million at auction.
Yes, you have to be a good-looking type to bring that kind of money with the pedigree to back you up. But Liza Hendricks, she's standing by in the Belmont Park paddock for this paddock report. Liza.
And Maggie, as you were saying, first captain, the 4, was a very promising 3-year-old, going 3 for 3 in his first 3 starts here at Belmont Park, and just seemed very promising as early in his career. And then he had a break off after Saratoga, came back and won sprinting off of the layoff this year, then really showed nothing in the Carter, but came back to win the Pimlico Special. He looks great here in the paddock, really looks like he's matured physically, having that little break at the end of his year last year. I am going to land on the 5 Dynamic One. He's coming in off of a win in the Blame at Churchill, and he has been training there since. He's definitely trending in the right direction. His connections gave him a break similar to first captain, just to let him mature and grow up physically. And Todd has noted that he has kept improving in every start this year. And as I was speaking to Irad Ortiz earlier after his win, he said about the race shape that there isn't as much speed in this race as he's used to, so he's just going to let him break and kind of do his thing. He usually sits a little bit further back, but he noted that he might have to be a little bit closer up today. Maggie.
Liza, thank you. As Dynamic One, he seems as though he's a horse that just can adjust to whatever the pace is out in front of him. If they're going really slow, he's going to be right on top of it. If they're going quick, he's going to be several lengths off of it.
Yeah, and a horse, though, that just needs to find his rhythm. I thought his last race here in the Blame was very, very strong. He rallied very wide, and he continued. You know, a horse that, listen, he was second in the Wood Memorial after having only broken his maiden. Everybody wants to try the Derby. It was probably too much too soon. Regrouped, he came back with a win in the Curlin. I think you're going to see better from him now at 4, a horse that I always felt was going to improve with age anyway.
Now Todd Pletcher looks to keep his streak going after capturing all of our stakes last week here. And I thought it was interesting in the quotes on the DRF article written by Dave Grenning. He said he's trying to follow the same recipe as they did with Vino Rosso, you know, a horse that showed a lot of promise, like Dynamic One, but that he needed time. So after the disappointment in the Travers, they just kicked him out and said, grow up a bit. And it seems as though that time has done the world for him and that he's just come back better and better with each subsequent race now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, absolutely. And it worked extremely well with Vino Rosso. And it feels like a similar type of horse, too, with Dynamic One. It's an odd race because of the lack of pace.
They're going with this horse. They have to. It's his only shot to resurrect his career. That's number 2, Max Player.
That was going to be my question to you. Max Player, he finds, and listen, I like the fact that he's been here in New York for an extended period of time with Toby Sheets.
I actually galloped him a couple times last year before his Suburban win.
Well, that's very cool.
It was very cool. He's a really nice horse, but yes, I agree with you. Toby seemed to figure this horse out, but also Ricardo Santana did seem to figure this horse out. Now Dylan Davis is climbing aboard for the second time, I believe. He did win the Withers aboard him. They've got to warm this horse up. And I want to see a huge gallop.
And leave there running.
Yeah.
Put a little bit of that bicycle horse I talk about. Come out pedaling, get him into a rhythm, get him, because he seems one pace to me, a horse that doesn't change gears.
Correct. Just keeps going, and he'll keep going for a long time, obviously winning races like this. But with the lack of apparent speed, other than Untreated in here, I think Dylan and Steve Asmussen and Toby Sheets need to seize the bull by the horns and go with Max Player today.
Well, and Untreated showed speed last time on a very slow pace. I don't think he's naturally faster than Max Player, but Max Player needs to be motivated. He needs to have direction.
Yeah, I mean, Untreated looked really happy out on the front end with Joel Rosario in that Pimlico special, but, his lack of an answer after bowling along and really looking to enjoy himself, going 1 3/16 miles and now going 1.25 miles, I don't know, leaves a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth for this Suburban effort.
Well, he could be a horse, too, that's just better with a target. And, that the fact that it was a slow pace, he wound up on the lead. It'll be interesting to see if they even try for the lead. Now, it's an odd configuration where they're breaking the 1.25 miles on the turn. When they set the gate up, we'll get a shot of that. Inside horses have an advantage. Max Player and Untreated being 1 and 2, and the only speed in the race, apparently.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with Untreated, because I think what you said is true for the fact that he looked like a happy horse out there, but it may have lost his focus a bit.
Yeah, some horses just need a target.
Well, here he is, Untreated. The son of Nyquist will try the longest distance 1.25 miles for the of his career so far.
Inside draw with a funny configuration where they have to park the gate. Trained by Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, ridden by future Hall of Famer Joel Rosario.
Here's last year's winner, number 2, Max Player, though his last 3 efforts have been dismal.
Well, maybe he's just not the same horse, but I'd find out today on the lead. If I'm on him, we're going, you got to catch me.
Come on, Maxie. Let's get things together. Long shot in here, number 3, Forewarned.
Forewarned jumps up and throws a big race in now and then, would make him competitive, but he's definitely a horse that's better with pace, and he does not get help in that department here.
Am I right in saying Flat Out won the Suburban? Didn't he? Yeah.
Yes, pretty sure.
Out of a Suburban winner.
Yeah.
Number 4, First Captain. He is your second choice at 2-1. Big effort last time.
Pretty son of Curlin, bred by Bobby Flay. And Bobby Flay, not bad in the kitchen, not bad breeding industry either.
Nope. I love to see Bobby successful. He's always so accommodating, too, with his time. Here is your favorite 4 to 5 dynamic one. Getting a little solo warm-up with our rider tees.
Yeah, he's glowing like a brand new shiny penny
He looks
there.
fabulous.
He does look fabulous. And, you know, probably Irad getting a good warm-up, not to rush him off his feet, but to get him in the bridle, get him where he's going to put him more in the race the right way without having to rush him off his feet.
We were talking about 2-time winners. My homeboy Flat Out. I think this was the first race he won when coming to New York when Scooter Dickey trained him.
Scooter Dickey, yeah.
Bill Mott subsequently. And I'll never forget going to Bill Mott's barn to do an interview, and it may have been about Flat Out, it may have been about another horse, and he just said, you know what, wait, can you just stop for a minute? And I'm like, oh God, what did I do wrong? He's like, come with me. And he took me into Flat Out's stall, and I was just like fangirling for a good 5 minutes. I was like,
that's
oh my gosh,
cool.
thank you, Bill. I love him so much.
Normally when they stop the interview, it's not for good reasons.
No, I know. And like Bill can make you wait for interviews at his barn, rightfully so. You know, that's his time to be with his horses. But I'll never forget that. It was just one of my favorite memories from Saratoga.
There's a plaque on that bench outside his office at Saratoga with my name on it. Waiting to do interviews there.
You and a lot of people. We do check in with Liza, who's standing by with a special guest.
Yes, Maggie here with Terry Finley of West Point Thoroughbreds, and they're sending out first captain today in this first stakes race of the day. And Terry, he showed a great effort last out, winning the Pimlico Special. How exciting was that for you and your partners?
Well, actually, that was a great week, and you brought the partners up. I just want to say thank you to all the partners. I know Shug's really put a lot of work in, and you stand in the paddock on a beautiful day like this, and you think about all the hands that go into a top-end horse like this. And I think I speak for all the partners. We're all very grateful for the opportunity to participate and to own a really, really nice prospect like first captain.
And after the Pimlico Special, how has he been training into this race?
Well, I talked to Shug, and my daughter Erin actually talks to him 2 or 3 times a week. And I know Erin called me the other day, and she said, I've never heard Shug this bullish. So I think that's a good sign, and it's a good race. Obviously with 5 horses, I think it'll be more of a rider's race, and I think the 2 favorites are they're similar in their style, so I think it'll be really cool, and I think it's a very intriguing race overall.
Well, it's exciting to hear that Shug is being bullish, and you have a ton of partners out here today, so good luck in this race.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Maggie heard it here first. Shug is very bullish.
Terry Finley, too, one of the pioneers in syndications for ownership, and they have been very successful throughout the years, West Point Thoroughbreds. But Terry bringing up a great point, Mig. It very well could be a rider's race. So talk about riding from the start here in this unique starting position of the gate going about a quarter here at Belmont.
Well, you can see the way the gate is angled, and they'll actually start in like the 6th stall. You see where that white rail is. They're going to start outside of that little extension rail, portable extension rail they put out, and they try to angle off the turn a little bit, but you're braking on a turn. Inside position is so critical. Now, it's a small field, so it's less important, but give me post 1 all day long in a situation like this, and it's going to be interesting in Saratoga. They've rejuvenated the old Wilson chute, and now we have a chute that extends into the clubhouse turn there.
Yeah.
And how horses and riders handle that. And we've got a race right away, opening day with it.
So would you describe that as a dog leg?
It's more of a dog leg out of what's going to be now the Wilson chute. This is breaking on a turn.
Right. I mean, they try to get a little bit of a straight line, as you were mentioning, with that temporary rail, but still. But to be fair, Belmont's circumference, or configuration, I should say, is a bit more forgiving with regards to the tightness of turns.
No doubt about that. And in smaller fields, I do think it's less critical. Now, Unbridled's one from the far outside post, I think in a 12-horse field in the Breeders' Cup Classic going to Monoquarter. But Pat Day pulled an absolute rabbit out of his hat to find the rail within an 1/8 of a mile and then pick his way through the field with one of the most brilliant rides you will ever see. I've always wondered, Maggie, why wouldn't they, with the length of the stretch here at Belmont, start the 1.25 miles at the 1 1/8 pole and run to an 1/8 past the wire? turn for home and have almost 3/8 of a mile to the finish from the quarter pole?
Because this is more fun.
I think it would be brilliant.
I think this is a bit more fun. Well, and plus, I mean, you're finishing the race, not in front of the stands, technically. Maybe it's a camera issue. I don't know.
I just love the idea of everybody turning for home still in hand and having almost 3/8 of a mile to
It's like
finish.
watching a European race when they run over straightaways.
And just to do something different, you have the ability to do so many different things at Belmont.
Well, what about, speaking of chutes, what about that chute that they had, like, from the back corner of the training track that used to run in a straight line across the middle of our
Widener chute basically started out on Plainfield Avenue, what used to be Esposito's Tavern, past the pony track, and ran directly diagonally across, and then they'd have to pull up to the right. They would make a right-hand turn to pull up, but yeah.
In straightaways, would they just run, 6, 7 furlongs?
Mostly babies. They'd run 5 to 6 furlongs.
Was that dirt or turf?
Dirt.
Dirt. That's
Louis Ola, the old, the guy who ran the Silks Room, rode his last race on the Widener course. He was a jockey and got disqualified. And I used to tease him all the time. How do you get disqualified in a straight race? In a straight race?
Back to this Suburban. Quick note, I did not see Dylan Davis give Max Player an aggressive warm-up. He stayed with the pony.
Well,
that could be instructions, but
I hope he comes out running. If he's going to find his good form, it's going to be by going to the lead.
All right, they're
spot.
going in line here. 4 to 5 on Dynamic One. First graded stake on the line for this Todd Pletcher trainee as Johnny Brielle has the call of the Grade 2 Suburban.
And they're off in the 136th running of the Suburban. And Untreated came away well from that inside post position and has the early lead. Max Player runs in second, and then it's Forewarned next in third, followed by First Captain and Dynamic One. As they go around the clubhouse turn and head for the backstretch, it is Untreated, the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Max Player tracks in second, a length and a quarter, to Forewarned in third, followed by First Captain and Dynamic One. The favorite is at the back in fifth. The opening quarter mile in 24 and 4/5 seconds. Untreated sets the pace here as the leader by a length. Max Player stalking in second. Forewarned is down at the rail, and on the outside it's First Captain third by a head. Forewarned, the long shot down at the rail, and then Dynamic One, who's fifth, about 5.5, 6 lengths from the lead. And the leader is Untreated, who ran the opening half mile in 49 and 1/5 seconds. It's Untreated by 3/4 of a length. Max Player continues to race in second. Forewarned, First Captain, they are right together third and fourth, with Dynamic One, who has yet to make his move. He continues to trail in fifth. And the field is heading for the far turn. It is Untreated, who's been in front right from the start. Ran 3/4 in 1:13 and 3. First Captain now makes his move on the outside, and that move is followed by Dynamic One. So it's Untreated and First Captain. They are right together, and Dynamic One is moving up on the outside. Forewarned is in fourth. Max Player has dropped out of it. Untreated down at the rail. First Captain in between horses. Dynamic One on the outside. The three of them arrive at the top of the stretch together. Here comes Dynamic One on the outside. Dynamic One has taken the lead. Untreated continues to battle on. First Captain is in between horses with less than 1/8 of a mile to the finish, and it's three of them across. It's Dynamic One, First Captain, Untreated closest to the rail. They're coming on to the finish here. It is Dynamic One and First Captain, and it's a photo finish. A photo finish in the Grade 2 Suburban. Dynamic One and First Captain right together with Untreated, a close third.
Richie, I think Dynamic One got it, but let's talk about the valiant effort from First Captain here.
Looks like Dynamic One is just going to blow on by right here. First Captain drops his head. It's like, no, and not in the most comfortable position. In between two horses, not a lot of room to work. Luis Saez imploring him for more, and he's fighting every inch of the way. Dynamic One, it looked like he got it. But
that's a decent bob,
that's
isn't it?
That's a decent
pretty
bob
sure
on the inside, though.
We need the slow-mo, guys, if we can get it at some point. But this was a great horse race. 5 horses, 3 of which battling down to the wire, none of which looking to want to give up here. Wow. I think Dynamic One got his first graded stakes victory, but a really, really good effort from First Captain.
And
yep, he got it.
It did look like, though, the Dynamic One went down to first captain, and there might have been a touch of Kane. I really want to see a head-on.
Yeah, if we could get a head-on. I mean, the guys in the truck are doing an excellent job. They're saying they'll get it for us in a sec. Ask you, and you shall receive. But let's check it out here, Mig. We see Dynamic One, Arad Ortiz on the outside, and then in the middle, Luis Saez with the yellow and red Sienna Farm colors, Team Valor colors on the inside.
Yeah, and now, they come together here, and look at how close he is in between horse. A little bit of contact with the inside runner. Now, Irad, I know, was wanting to keep his horse engaged with first captain. I might have wanted to get away from him a little bit. I might have gone to my left hand and stayed away from him. I actually rode a very clean line, a very tight, clean line there. No harm, no foul there. Nope. That was good riding. And this is the riding that I appreciate and expect from Irad Ortiz. Sometimes he goes over that line. He did not this time.
And it's like his best quality is also his worst. And his best quality is competitiveness, but it gets him in trouble so often.
Yeah, again, race riding is riding on that line and doing things subtly. There's an art to it. It is an art form. Going over that line and bumping horses is not what I consider race riding. He did a very good job of race riding here.
Yeah, it looked as though in that head-on shot that everybody kept a straight path and a straight path to the winner's circle. And first graded stakes victory for Dynamic One. Connections, Rapoli Stable, St. Elias Stable, and Phipps Stable, showing that patience truly paying off with the son of Union Rags. And congratulations to Todd Pletcher. The streak keeps going here, Richie. More to come. Prizes, reactions from the Suburban here on America's Day at the Races after this break.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races and a thrilling rendition of the Grade 2 Suburban, as I hope you were playing on your Naira Bets account, who always presents our show. And Dynamic One made good on favoritism despite not having a graded stakes victory to his name yet. He got the Grade 2 Suburban victory as Todd Pletcher. Wow, the last 2 weekends here at Saratoga, getting ahead of myself, at Belmont have just been tremendous for him and his team.
Momentum at the right time, right?
Yeah, and winning his 4th Belmont Stakes earlier in the season as the man of the hour standing by with our Liza Hendricks.
Thanks, Maggie. And Dynamic One able to fight past First Captain to get that victory. Todd, he looked like he was going to fly by, and then First Captain just started fighting back on the inside. What was going through your head?
Yeah, I knew it was going to be close, and the thing we always try to be a little careful with him is when he makes the lead, he tends to kind of wait on horses a little bit. But part of that was First Captain fighting back, and it was a good race.
And you gave him a break after the Travers last year. How important was that break in him maturing physically?
Well, the idea was we were hoping to follow the same path that we did with Vino Rosso. After a disappointing Travers, we regrouped. We've always felt like this horse has a ton of potential. Come back and be a better 4-year-old. So far, the plan's paying off, and we'll hope to keep heading in the right direction.
And going along with that plan, as we move up to Saratoga next week, where can we expect to see him?
The thing we talked about prior to this race was running here and then waiting for the Jockey Club. So that's probably what we'll do, but we'll always remain flexible in case something changes.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Maggie, Todd Pletcher continuing with his stakes victories here at this Belmont meet.
Liza, thank you. And Todd Pletcher just loaded for bear with some nice graded stakes horses as well. And speaking of graded stakes, well, the action continues, Richie, as we move. What is that? 300 or
200 miles.
200 miles north. What do you have the greatest line?
Well, it's not my line. It was yeah, but 200 miles north, make a left on Union Avenue and go back 150 years.
It's so true. Red Smith, thank you to Bobby, our producer. But we kick things off with racing. And the feature of the weekend, obviously being the Grade 1 Diana, as Bleecker Street, she looks to go 8 for 8. And considering that, it seemed as though starting modestly down at Tampa for Chad Brown, that she may have been on the BAC team of his really nice turf fillies. I feel like they should play that song, all I do is win, 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 no matter what. That's her. I mean, we should just roll that right now with this victory here, going back to the Grade 1 New York.
Every challenge they put in front of her, she just steps up her game to meet the challenge. I mean, she's just phenomenal and fun to watch. I love the way she finished. I've become a real fan. A horse, like I said, that again, almost an afterthought in the beginning to one of the stable stars.
I mean, I think we're all in this game because we're competitive, and to see that reflected in equine form is just amazing. And she just knows how to win. She knows where the wire is. She always comes running. And I mean, her ascension through the ranks in the short period of time that she's done it is mind-boggling.
She's so kind of unassuming, right? And action speaks louder than words. She just shows up and does her job. I say it often, but it's a heartfelt sentiment. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking.
Yeah, and she is, to say the least. But talking about a little experimentation, possibly with the Saratoga turf, is the team behind Art Collector. Son of Bernardini will be trying the turf for the first time in the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple, as he, the dam at least, was Grade 1 placed in our Flower Bowl going long on the turf. But he's by Bernardini. What do you think about this move?
Well, I'm sure that they would have an opportunity, if they haven't already, to work this horse on the turf course on the Oklahoma side at Saratoga, I would imagine, and probably showing them something that they feel will tap into all of his potential.
We'll see. He's been a promising horse so far on the dirt, maybe losing his way a bit, and maybe they're trying to refine that here with Art Collector. But either way you look at it, Meg, can't wait for opening weekend up at the Spa.
Saratoga is so tremendous, and we get to see performances like we just saw from Dynamic One on a daily basis up there. Top horses, straining to get their nose down on the wire in front, and Saratoga is just a special place.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's a lot of work for us, but we so look forward to bringing it to everybody at home, or even if you're on track, you can still watch us on your Nair Bets on your phone. But, I talked about Jackie's Warrior yesterday. Andy brought up early voting, looking forward to seeing him. Who are you looking forward to seeing?
I am looking forward to seeing Native Dancer, the statue down at Congress Park.
I knew you were going to say that, and then I forgot, and then I was just like, what is he talking about?
Because that's what greets you when you get into town. That means we're there. It's reality. We've gone to summer camp for adults. We're in the foothills of the Adirondacks, all gathering with this shared passion of horses and thoroughbred racing. And I have such fond memories of riding first call for Mr. Vanderbilt, Alfred Vanderbilt, when Rick Violet was his trainer. Was a very, very instrumental person in my career. When I got injured badly, he would have me come out to his house and we'd watch the 8mm reel-to-reel of Native Dancer. Of all his races, the heartbreaking loss, his only loss in the Kentucky Derby when he was bothered in the first turn and wasn't able to get to Dark Star. But Mr. Vanderbilt was an incredible man, a visionary, and somebody that had done more for racing, at least through my lifetime, than anybody else I could name.
And speaking of the Whitney name, of course, Mary Lou Whitney, who we lost a couple of years ago, but what she did for the town of Saratoga and racing up there cannot be forgotten, including that contribution of that Native Dancer statue.
Absolutely. People might not remember in the late 70s, there were houses on Union Avenue that were boarded up. Saratoga was not the Saratoga we know it today. Mary Lou Whitney, so instrumental in reviving and revitalizing that town. And it's so great to see her colors still racing the Mary Lou Whitney stable under the stewardship of John Hendrickson to keep that alive. It means a lot to our game, and I really appreciate it when I see it.
Well, another gray horse that somebody on our show, Liza Hendricks, is looking forward to in the modern era is one that's near and dear to your heart, Liza.
Definitely near and dear to my heart, and I am very excited to see Caravel run again up in Saratoga. She's a filly that my mom bred, and last year when she won the Caress, she owned and trained as well. So it was so exciting to see her get her first graded stakes victory up in Saratoga. Very emotional time for the whole family, and so exciting to see that filly just getting back to her great form this year. She just won the Intercontinental here at Belmont the day before Belmont Stakes Day, and she's just coming into great form going into Saratoga, and I think we'll be able to see her in the Caress again and try to defend that title as she won it last year. Maggie?
Well, she looked good last time out, winning the Intercontinental, Liza, and we'll see if she can continue her winning ways up at the Spa, a place that she really relished last year, too.
Yeah, but it seems like she did find her form again, right? She kind of went a little bit sideways, and love that shot we showed there. Nice little photobomb from Acacia Clement in the background.
Acacia will be on a bit later. She'll be down in the paddock reporting a bit as I saddle up too. And speaking of the Clement name, well, Christophe Clement, his barn has been sensational this meet at Belmont Park, and they're looking to keep things going into Saratoga after having 2 very good years up there as America's Day at the Races continues.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, now proudly standing in stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. He raced medication-free and was an award-winning champion and record setter to boot. Race number 5 in the paddock, mile and a 16th on the Widener turf course, and we do see favoritism here, very lukewarm favoritism, Meg, to the New York bred, graded on a curve, who is trying open company again. He does meet a much tougher field, in my opinion. I'm sorry, the 5 is the favorite here, Big Everest. But graded on a curve, you can't scoff at his record. He's nearly won 50% of his races, being 6 for 13 lifetime. But true class test, and a horse that oftentimes has a little trouble staying on the racetrack.
Yeah, but like you said, he's a winning type. 6 for 13 with 3 seconds and 2/3. He's honest. He shows up.
Here he is, and we're talking about Chad Brown horses that just know how to win, and he's another one. And graded on a curve, I thought he had a great trip here, to be fair. But it took him a little while to get cleared, a little while to switch leads. And as we were saying in the dirt race prior with the maidens, once they switch leads, they find another gear. And he seemed like he did, but it was a bit belated.
Well, he was on his left lead, and he looked a bit off balance and almost hanging onto the inside horse a little bit. And then when he finally got to his right lead, that's when he finally found his real stride and kicked on late. I agree with you, though. I think that he's facing a much tougher group here.
Yeah, and as we were mentioning before the break, Christophe Clement looking to continue what has been an excellent meet, hitting at 26%, 31 wins from 120 starters. I'm not missing anybody yesterday, am I? I'm blanking. All the days start to run together. But he did win his first start back as a 4-year-old while setting the pace. I think it was a little surprising to see him setting the pace, but he's a horse that in the past has been very rank when they've tried to rate him.
Yeah, and I think that the key to this horse being able to get a mile and a 16th is to leave him alone.
Yep.
Don't get into a fight with him. Maybe he clears off a length or two and maybe throws his ears up and rates himself along. Joel's got such nice hands. That's the key to victory, I think, for him.
All right, we kick things off with another New York bred, Advanced Strategy. He drops out of the Kingston, where he was coming in off a long layoff for trainer Phil Antonacci.
Yeah, ran a big effort that day. Was only beaten 3 1/4 lengths, so Cala Dream, a horse you may be familiar with, gets a good inside post and should be sitting right behind the pace.
Cold Hard Cash, he returns off the November layoff for Linda Rice.
A horse that's got very good form, but he doesn't have the recency. He's coming off the layoff. Homebred for Barry Schwartz. Gets Johnny Velasquez.
Do we see him go to the lead, Big Everest, number 5?
I think that's the only way they can do it. I think if they try to rate him, he'll be in behind horses, fighting with Joel. Let him go to the lead, get comfortable, and hopefully rate himself along. That's the only way I see him getting the mile and a 16th.
See a long shot here in Hieroglyphics. Looks as though some of his better days are behind him.
Yeah, I mean, his recent form leaves too much to be desired.
Amin Castillo will be in the irons for Naipaul Chatterpaul as number 7 is graded on a curve. Getting a little class test here, but has run figures fast enough to win.
Well, strong human connections, obviously. A nice horse, honest, shows up. I understand why he's taking so much money, but I do think he's facing a much deeper group.
Never Explain. He's second off of a layoff and getting back to the Naira circuit. I thought his last race was good at Pimlico.
Last race was good. Flavian Pratt sticks. Shug McGay's horses usually get better with racing. He's not a guy that cranks them up to win right away off the bench.
Here's the other Chad Brown horse, number 9, Lonesome Fugitive. His last race wasn't good, but at times he's run races to be competitive here.
I'm just a big fan of this horse. Everybody has their idea what a horse should look like, and he kind of checks the boxes for me.
He's pretty.
I am a fan.
Last time out, though, lugging in and did not switch leads as number 10, Soulmate. He ran huge, sandwiched between two repeat winners.
That was a big effort last time. And listen, he is, to me, looks like he rounded into form now, his fourth start off the bench.
Here's the favorite, Meg, that has me scratching my head. This horse on the NYRA circuit is abysmal. Get him away from New York, and he's a player. But 3-1 player favorite?
Well, it is interesting because his best races for his former trainer, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, was at Churchill. Came to New York, not so much. Now he's with Mike Maker. He's in good form. But this was at Churchill Downs, and also a turf course that we've talked about, a little bit questionable.
Oh, and he's erratic here.
Wow, he's really lugging in. I mean, he's trying to lug in.
Bad.
Badly.
It's not the prettiest win. It's not the way you want to win necessarily, but again, a win is a win. He leveled off a bit better once he finally switched leads here with Ricardo Santana. But, you know, I thought it was a good effort because he was dueling on the front end the entire way. But, too, if he's going to be a part of the pace, which it was a slower type of pace last time out, he's going to have to do it from the 11 hole. Talk a little bit about where they have to start here on this Widener turf course.
Well, it's not as dramatic as it would be if they were on the inner turf, but it's still breaking on a dog leg. This is a true dog leg where, you know, he's out there a little bit in no man's land. And as bad as he was trying to lug in, it's going to make it more difficult for him to clear because Jose Ortiz is probably going to have to be correcting him to keep him from getting over on top of horses prematurely before he can clear. Watching that replay, I downgraded him vastly.
Yeah. I don't. And to his New York form is not, yes, two of those races were on the main track. I get it. And maybe those races were tougher, but there's two turf races, but I don't think they were that much tougher than what he faces here. I don't think he should be favored, but you know, the money is usually quite smart here, but at 4-1 is the New York bred, graded on a curve as Liza has more on him.
Maggie, and I thought graded on a curve looked great in the paddock for trainer Chad Brown, and a great price as well, getting that 4-1 price. He's a New York bred, as you mentioned, son of Noble Mission. He's a great mover and kept coming back to him in the paddock. He looks beautiful, dappled out, and like he's in great condition. He, as you guys were mentioning, runs very sporadically, but he's a hard-trying 4-year-old, and he is facing a bit of tougher company today in that class test, as you were mentioning as well. I'm going to land on the 8, Never Explain. He's coming into this race off of a win at Pimlico, which was against a tough field. 5 of those horses coming back to win since, including Royne, who was very impressive in his last win at Laurel Park for trainer Michael Dickinson. He was just under wraps and barely even asked him that day. So coming off of that big win against that tough field, I think he'll be very competitive in here today, and you're getting a good price on him at 7-1 right now. Maggie?
Liza, I like the way you're thinking. You know, Richie, she mentioned Royne coming back and winning. King Vega came back to win at Delaware with a 90 buyer. And if anything, Never Explain moved a little bit early in that last race. You know, he willingly took a forward position out of the gate, and this is what you want to do. But, you know, he overtook the lead before the quarter pole with these two talented horses running at him and lasted the whole way. First off the bench, which, as you mentioned, Shug's horses tend to get better when they string races together.
Yeah, you know, listen, Shug McGaughey's a Hall of Famer, but one of the things he's noted for is his horses' longevity, the fact that they have a career, they get better with racing over time. It's basically his benchmark. You know, we see him have 4, 5, 6-year-olds that are still running in top form. So this horse certainly could take a big step forward. You make a great point. How many horses you see hit the front on the turf before the quarter pole and are still there at the finish?
That's exactly what I took away from that, too. And I love what I'm seeing from a pre-race. Just a big, leggy son of Street Sense, moving really well out there and looks well-conditioned. As you're interested in a horse that's a big price right now at 11-1, Advanced Strategy, second off the layoff. Now, are you at all concerned that, you know, sometimes when horses run big efforts off the layoff, do they react negatively to that second start back?
Well, it is a concern. I think he's had a lot of time between. He went up to Saratoga, has been training up there. So, you know, I'm hoping that more than ample time to recover from that effort and inside post. And I went back to this, and maybe I'm digging too deep. He was beaten 3 1/4 lengths to Ocala Dream, and you're getting 10-1 with a good post. Eyes on Target, if you go back, was beaten 5 lengths by Ocala Dream, last year, and gets a terrible post, and he's 3-1. So I'll take a swing with the 10-1 with the better post.
And what I say about advanced strategy, that was a pace in which we saw Christophe Clement's horse, City Man, on the early lead, and then we saw the very heavy favorite, Some Like It Hot Brown, go and blow past him. So kind of, speeding up the race and advanced strategy, he was kind of towed along with them. So it was a pace that eventually evaporated, and he was a part of that. And like you said, to be only beaten 3 1/4 lengths off that long of a layoff, he had every right to get tired. He's a bit interesting, getting a little hot and agitated out on the racetrack, though.
I kind of, would like to see him settle a little bit more. It is a little problematic to me, and it seems like every time his back goes to the starting gate is when I would almost, if I was on him, there's a little shady spot by the trees over there, I would try to go in the shade and see if he would stand.
Yeah, and two, it's a spot where does he no, he doesn't train here, so it doesn't really matter. I guess he did at one point with Jimmy Jerkins, but it's spot 2 where a lot of horses training on this track do pull up, and when you pull up, oftentimes you'll stand them out, so it makes sense to do it there.
Yeah, I used to, like, especially on a hot day where the water trucks go by, sometimes there's puddles on the outside, try to get horses to stand in the cool kind of mud there, keep their feet a little bit cool. Any little edge that might make your horse just a little bit happier.
That's such a good idea, really. As they are heading in line, as far as temperatures today, it's really a lovely day. I mean, I'm not down there on the racetrack, but
No, it's warm, but it's not as humid as it was, and we've got a nice little breeze, particularly up here on the 3rd floor. I think we've got probably the best seats in the house.
I agree. I'm usually sweating when I'm downstairs, and
yeah, but you get the best seat in the house later because you get to get me on a horse.
That I will be sweating, but it is the best seat in the house. As I was mentioning to you, I'm kind of secretly pining for Frankie Dettori to win one of the big races, so I can interview him.
You want to interview Frankie?
I really do. I mean, how could you not want to interview Frankie? One of the most animated and charismatic people that we have in this industry worldwide. As they're heading in line, still favoritism on that horse there, going into line, Eyes on Target. Will he have that? John Embrial with the call.
And they're off. From the inside, it's advanced strategy. Now, Big Everest moves up, and Big Everest has taken the lead. Cold Hard Cash on the outside, Eyes on Target. Down at the rail, advanced strategy. Hieroglyphics alongside, followed by Soulmate, who is racing in 6th. Graded on a curve, down at the rail, running in 7th. In between horses, Lonesome Fugitive and the trailer, Never Explain, in 9th. The leader is Big Everest by 3/4 of a length. Eyes on Target on the outside in 2nd, and the opening quarter was run in 23 seconds. Cold Hard Cash sits in 3rd, a break of 2 to Hieroglyphics, and the red blinkers running in 4th. Then Advanced Strategy at the rail, and on the outside, Soulmate. And they're followed by Graded on a Curve, Lonesome Fugitive, and Never Explain, still the trailer. The leader is still Big Everest. Big Everest by a half length. Eyes on Target on the outside, now getting a bit closer after a half in 46 and 4/5 seconds. A break of 2 to Cold Hard Cash, Hieroglyphics, and Soulmate. Midway around the far turn, Big Everest on the inside and Eyes on Target on the outside, and the two of them are right together. A length and a half to Cold Hard Cash, running in 3rd. Soulmate's on the extreme outside, then Hieroglyphics. Getting in a tangle there, appeared to be Graded on a Curve, who was dropped back to last. They come off the turn, enter the stretch, 3/4 in 1:10 and 3. It is Big Everest and Eyes on Target, and the two of them remain heads apart as they come down and pass the 8th pole. Big Everest digs down on the inside. On the outside, it's Eyes on Target. Both of them have eyes on that finish line. It is Big Everest who has the lead. At Big Everest, a determined winner here. Eyes on Target was 2nd. Cold Hard Cash finished 3rd.
Joel Rosario fits Big Everest like a glove. Back-to-back victories, doling out this horse's speed. And as we were saying, Richie, he's a horse that he's best when you don't get in his way, and that's exactly what Joel did.
He was a little keen the first 1/8 of a mile, Joel's got such quiet hands, soft hands. He kind of came back to him. His ears came up the second quarter. He was so comfortable, and Joel always has something left to finish with. Big Everest, you knew when he was hands and heels down to the 16th ball, he was going to find a bit more. Really nice effort from Big Everest, but this is Joel Rosario, to me, at his best. I mean, he's just keeping them together, holding them together. He builds them into that finish. It's not all at once. It's incrementally. It's like a great symphony, right? You build to that crescendo, and pretty much hands and heels all the way to the wire.
I mean, Big Everest never felt the riding crop, and it's one of Joel's strongest suits is that I've said it since he's ridden here, he always seems to know just exactly how much horse is underneath of him and how much the horses are giving him and how much he needs to ask for more.
It's really incredible, and it's pretty to watch.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun to watch a rider get so in sync with his horses and have them finish the way they do, with him really getting in a rhythm.
Well, the lovely meet for Christophe Clement continues here as Big Everest is your unofficial winner, 5:11.49. We did see Graded on a Curve take up sharply coming into the stretch here.
Yeah, he kind of got caught between two horses. Manny Franco had to really check him. He got a bit sideways, so one maybe to keep an eye on coming back.
Well, that will do it for me up here on the desk. It has been lovely spending the afternoon, early part of the afternoon with you.
Yeah, it was great. And now I get Lafitte, but
you're locking out left,
yeah, no,
right,
listen,
and center,
I absolutely, my colleagues make me look better.
Well, thanks for tuning in to this first portion of America's Day at the Races, but the graded stakes, they are still yet to come. Many as Pretty Birdie. She was good last year, winning the Schuylerville as a 2-year-old. She hasn't been too bad as a 3-year-old either. She will test the waters here in the Grade 3 Victory Ride coming up in race number 8. America's Day at the Races continues with Lafitte Pincott.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
We're really excited about Catholic Boy. I know he has some good ones coming. We have some really good ones here on the farm that we're excited about selling in September. We think a couple of them have a chance to really break through and ring the bell and be very good representations of what we've seen from the stallion. He's passing on that more than ready look with maybe a little more stretch and leg. people forget that he was so dominant in the Travers. He won it by 4 lengths, beat Good Magic, Vino Rosso, and Mendelssohn, who are all stallions that stand for more money than he does somehow, even though Catholic Boy won Grade 1s on both turf and dirt at NYRA tracks. New York racing is some of the best in the world, and to win Grade 1s at that circuit is really hard to do, and Catholic Boy did it a couple times. We really think the first group of horses that will be showcased at yearling sales later this summer and fall will really show what we've seen and why we're so thrilled with what we've seen with Catholic Boy. He has tremendous versatility, obviously, and so does More Than Ready. He comes from the Halo line, which we don't have much of here in the United States anymore. Obviously, it's been wildly successful in Japan. It's continuing on. All their sons and daughters that you see winning across the world stage basically trace back to Sunday Silence, which is the Halo line. So I really hope breeders will realize that we have a great Halo line here still going in the United States, and that it really needs to be supported because it's such a strong, influential line worldwide. Talking about fitting the bill for a Claiborne sire, he was a grade 6 winner at 2, not just a winner, but a grade 6 winner at 2, grade 1 winner at 3, multiple grade 1 winner at 3, and then another stakes winner at 4. So he was a stakes winner all 3 years that he raced. He's a really good-looking son of More Than Ready out of a Bernardini mare, who's one of a great broodmare sire. He comes from a good family, and we're hoping that he passes on his good genes that were successful on the track.
The class, versatility, stamina, Catholic Boy. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, jumping in the cockpit alongside my friend and colleague, champion jockey Richie Migliori. So, did I miss anything so far? What did I miss?
Just some good racing, kind of having the appetizers, getting ready for the main courses.
The main course, all the stakes racing still ahead, Richie. You know, the Major League All-Star Game is just around the corner. One of my favorite aspects is seeing the best players in baseball from different teams, like in the same dugout. What's it like in that jockey room right now here at Belmont Park, where it's, you know, the everyday office for John Velasquez, the Ortiz brothers, Luis Saez, Joel Rosario. There's a Triple Crown winning jockey down there right now, Mike Smith, who used to call this home. International superstars, Frankie Dettori, Ryan Moore. Like, what's that environment like?
Well, I think you equated it perfectly to like the atmosphere on the All-Star game in that locker room, having champions, people that you admire from afar, that you compete with, you try to learn from, you try to beat. And just there's a lot of respect, a lot of mutual respect. There's camaraderie in the room, but it's unlike any other sport because the competitors go back to the same locker room. Could you imagine the Philadelphia Flyers and the New York Rangers going back to the same locker room? I mean,
that wouldn't have turned out so well.
No, it wouldn't
like
turn
the
out.
Ravens and Steelers at halftime. Does anybody come out of the locker room for the third quarter?
No, but there's an old adage. If you get two old dogs that want to fight, let them chew on each other a little bit. They'll figure out how to get along. If you keep separating them, they'll keep wanting to get at each other. A lot of mutual respect in the room. But, again, it's so competitive. And just the nature of our business, you want to beat that other guy.
And you know what? We just saw a serious stretch duel on the lawn here at Belmont Park. And this guy beats a lot of other guys. Superstar rider Joel Rosario, Reeve Thoroughbreds, Big Everest in this pitch battle in the stretch here, Mig.
This is a thing of beauty. And you're watching Joel Rosario, all his infinite powers at their best. Saving horse, nursing Big Everest along, finding him a little bit more, but without throwing him out of rhythm, mostly hands and heels. Horse never felt the crop. You saw Jose Ortiz on the 11-horse, Eyes on the Target, who is not the easiest horse to ride, trying to outweight Joel. You can't outweight the head waiter.
I mean, look at that, like Rosario, Ortiz, Velasquez for the trifecta. Big Everest, 10:40 in this fifth race at Belmont Park. So that was the start of the pick 6. We still have this cross-country pick 5 getting started, and it's all Belmont, it's all Horseshoe Indy all the time. The 2 Grade 1 events on grass, Belmont Oaks Invitational, Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby, and the 3 from Horseshoe Indy, 3-year-old fillies in the Indiana Oaks, 3-year-olds running a mile and a 16th. Grade 3 event, $200,000 purse. Number 5, Interstate Dream, 9-5 morning line favorite. We have Paula Duca on site at Horseshoe Indy, standing by. Paulie, Interstate Daydream, is she like the mortal lock of the afternoon? Everybody seems to think she is, in your opinion?
I'd have to say so. I think she's going to be really, really tough in here, Lafitte. When you look at her PPs, you know, she's got over a dry racetrack. She's lost really one race, and that was to Wicked Halo. We know what Wicked Halo's turned out to be. She's actually a really nice horse. Her other loss was to Nest on a sloppy racetrack. I don't even know if I want to draw a line through that because it was her worst race, or Nest beat her, but her races in the Black-Eyed Susan and the optional claimer at Oaklawn Park, they really do lay over this field. Now, what makes this horse very, very interesting, Interstate Daydream, she's an Ontario bred. So does Brad Cox have some options with her? Now, the July 24th is obviously a little bit too close for the Woodbine Oaks, but in mid-August, we've seen a lot of fillies win the Queen's Plate. She keeps on progressing and progressing. I'm wondering if this Ontario bred, if she would get the job done today, would maybe, somewhat get pointed towards Woodbine and the Queen's Plate, even though the Woodbine Oaks is on the 24th, which would be probably too quick of a turnaround.
She has that kind of potential, perhaps, moving forward. Would she be your single, Polly, in this cross-country pick 5 sequence?
Yeah, I think she would be, Lafitte. I just think she's going to be tough to beat. If you're going to use another horse in there, it has to be Patna, because for Brad Cox, she's never been around 2 turns. She's very lightly raced. I think she's the other horse that has the potential to maybe, upset the stablemate in there, but I just think she's going to be very tough. And then when it comes to the Indiana Derby in the cross country, I just think Rattle and Roll is vulnerable. Now, Kenny McPeak had a horse, Assemble Justice, win a stakes race earlier that he wheeled back in 9 days. Now, Rattle and Roll, he's wheeling back in 7 days. So a lot of people do think that is a negative. The racetrack is sort of playing towards his style, closer. It doesn't look like you want to be on the front end. Although, since the rain has subsided, the track is starting to dry out a little bit. So we'll see how that plays a little bit later on. But I really thought the Indiana Derby actuator exploded. King Ottoman, a horse that is actually going a little bit forward. Rattle and Roll, did he really face a lot last time? Best Actor, hate throwing out undefeated horses, Lafitte. I think the Indiana Derby's a little bit more of a puzzle than people think.
And for Brad Cox, Polly, a couple of years back, swept the Indiana Oaks and Derby, trying to do the same today with Interstate Daydream and the aforementioned Best Actor. That's coming up, all part of that cross-country pick 5 sequence here today on this terrific Saturday of thoroughbred racing on America's Day at the Races. When we come back, superstar jockey Jose Ortiz, highly decorated, highly accomplished. The resume is impressive and still so young. But that's not what this story's about. Stick around.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
The Jersey Shore's biggest race is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes, Saturday, July 23rd. Join us at Monmouth Park or watch and wager nationwide as the country's top 3-year-olds battle it out in the race where champions prove their greatness. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4, $200,000 guaranteed pick 5. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd, Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Pick 6 time Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Horses in the paddock, 11 minutes out, 6th race on this Stars and Stripes Saturday closing weekend. Belmont Park updated odds, race 6, starter allowance sprint for the ladies, 6.5 furlongs. And while November Rain, number 8, is the tepid co-favorite at 3-1, take a look at number 7, Ruvy's in Time, to be ridden by jockey Jose Ortiz. If you've watched this show at all over the last few years, you've learned a lot about jockey Jose Ortiz. You know he's Irad's little brother. You know he's won a Belmont Stakes, captured the first Preakness in May with early voting. What you may not know as much about is Jose Ortiz, the person. Now, over the next few minutes, we're hoping to change that.
Sandy Slew is a very quiet horse. If you never rode him, you didn't thought that he was that fast.
They're off in the Troy.
He broke very good, and we went to the lead, and he knew what he had to do. Close to the quarter pole, I felt like he bobbled a bit, but on my mind, just normal because it's soft. Sometimes they go and miss a step or so.
Sandy Slew by 3. Blind Ambition into second. Disco Partner is third. Sandy Slew holding on in the Troy.
We won the race, and when I pulled him up, something wasn't right. He was off one of the front legs, and I jump off and take my saddle off and wait for the ambulance to get him. We actually couldn't take the pictures that day because I had to pull him up. At the end of the day, we got to do what it was right for the horse. I went to swim like 6 months later at the farm, and he was still a little hurt. He didn't need any surgery. I mean, he was happy. I was able to ride him, and he was very quiet. I asked Jeremiah if he wasn't running anymore, please to let me have him. And it was easy because he was owned by Jimmy, my agent's dad, and he told me if he was done, I could have it, and that was it. By that time, I bought my farm in outside Ocala. Sandy was the first one I brought home. I thought I would take care of him, just like paying him back for win that race, you know. And now, a year later, I think he's happy and I think he's healthy now. And he's really tricky. I had to keep him by himself. He doesn't like to live with nobody else. Leilani rode him already. He was very kind, very easygoing horse, very nice. I just wanted to give him what he deserved. He deserved a good retirement, and I'm happy I was able to give it to him. Hopefully we can find him another career and he goes on.
Live look at Jose Ortiz, Richie. He's given Sandy Slew a great life, is what he's done.
I love that story, and I love when riders and anybody in the industry steps up on behalf of the horses.
Handshake Joseph O'Brien?
Yeah, I think you want to cozy up to him a little bit. He's going to have a
Probably
small
a good
string in
idea.
Saratoga, and you want to be on his radar.
We've seen Ortiz over at Royal Ascot before he gets a leg up. Jose tweeted this in February, that image, Richie. You think Sandy's getting enough attention there with all the kids?
That is fantastic, and this is how we create new fans,
Thank you.
getting kids
Thank
close
you.
to horses early on.
Such a cool story. If you weren't a Jose Ortiz fan before, you are now. And it gets a leg up here on a contender. Ruvy's in Time at 9-2. Later, Ortiz will try for a first Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby aboard limited liability, who does have a chance.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it's interesting to watch guys kind of, there's ebb and flows to everybody's game, you know, and it's a long season. It's you know, not like other sports. You basically race year round. And it just feels like Jose's kind of revving up at the right time as we're heading towards Saratoga.
First Preakness win, early voting, multiple Saratoga riding titles. Jose Ortiz, feet out of the stirrups, nice, calm, and relaxed. We'll be checking in with Liza for a paddock report shortly. Riders up here for this start of the Pick 6 from Belmont included 3 graded stakes races. There's a look at the current favorite, November Rain. at 5-2. This is in the Seek and the Ante. Richie back at Belmont, her last win last summer at Saratoga. November Rain needs to reach back and find some of that stuff today.
Yeah, she was so precocious as a young horse, very, very quick from the gate, would, find herself on the lead, came back off the layoff and faded, was well beaten, 13 lengths, gets Lasix today. And I've always thought that it's harder on horses, speed horses, to win off the layoff because they run the whole race. They're more involved early. Their fitness level has to be higher.
Well, she's favored here at 5-2. More on November Rain in a moment. Postspread for this 6th race. Good 6.5 furlong sprint. $92,000 purse. There is 2AT. Irad Ortiz now 2 wins shy of Dylan Davis for the riding title.
Yeah, with that win in the Suburban on Dynamic One. Won a race earlier for Noda.
A date with McCulloch later in the Belmont Oaks. Number 2, Fight on Lucy, winless in 5 tries this year. The 3 is out, 4 is in. Chasing Cara, an 8-length winner in the slot mid-May.
Yeah, she's been in good form, though. I mean, the slot may have elevated her last effort, but all her recent races have been good.
5-1 currently. Number 5, Monsoon. The trip to New Jersey did not go as planned.
No, it did not, where she was chasing the pace. She was so precocious as a 2-year-old last year in Saratoga. Hasn't really found that 2-year-old form.
Number 6, Baba, quick filly. No question about her strategy.
No, and she gets Jose Gomez, win earlier on the card, an apprentice that you are stealing, getting 5 pounds right now.
Ruby's in time. Jose Ortiz, lots to smile about. Rudy Rodriguez trained runners will break side by side.
Ruby's in time. Probably be more of a stalking type today because Baba, the other Rudy Rodriguez, should be more of the speed.
November Rain, Guns N' Roses fans. Ron Lombardi's homebred.
Nice filly, has speed, but the outside post and Joel Rosario, I could see her maybe getting more of a stalking type trip to the outside position, gives her more options.
And finally, Happy Sophia. A tall order on paper anyhow.
Yeah, she's got races in her distant past that would make her competitive, but she's going to have to find those, and she is coming off a layoff as well.
Pick 6 starts here. Deep competitive starter allowance. Sprint post time 4 minutes. Down to Liza standing by with that filly's owner and breeder, Ron Lombardi.
Thanks, Lafitte, and here with Ron Lombardi of Mr. Amore Stables. And Ron, you're sending out November Rain, who is a homebred for you. What has Kelly said about how she's coming into this race?
She's training great. Last time we ran 7 furlongs. It was the first time back after like an 8-month layoff. So I think she got a little tired. Hopefully this year sets up real nice for her. And she may want to go to the lead, but if she doesn't, it's okay. We'll see what the speed is in there, but she's training well.
And speaking of homebreds, you have an exciting one next weekend in the Sanford in Andiamo a Firenze. How has he come out of that impressive debut win?
He's doing great. He's been training well. 3-quarter brother to Frenzy Fire, following in his footsteps. Won his first time out, and now second race to Sanford. He's doing well, and we'll see. It'll be a tough race. A lot of good horses, but he's training well.
Well, good luck in here today and this weekend at Saratoga.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Lafitte, always exciting to get up to Saratoga and see that stakes action, especially with the 2-year-olds.
Wonder if he has any of his brothers, bad habits, like biting other horses in deep stretch, in pitch battles.
You don't have a brother, you have a sister. I have 3 brothers, and I definitely have some of their bad habits. So,
one of the more memorable images last summer at Saratoga, and how exciting that must be for Lombardi as you look at November Rain. And Jose Ortiz at Joel Rosario has that Michael Jordan tongue wag thing going there, but how exciting that has to be for Lombardi, having a contender in a graded stakes race, 2-year-olds early on, right from the start of Saratoga.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that Ron Lombardi breeds his own horses, so he's in on the whole process, deciding what stallion to send the mare to, and then watching them grow up and naming them. And I really love when people are so heavily vested and involved from the beginning.
See how November Rain does here for Lombardi. November Rain towards the outside at 5-2. And at 5-1 here, Chasing Cara. Richie adding more fuel to the fire. She's quick. She's done her best work when she's in front or close to it. For example, here on this wet track effort for Chasing Cara.
You know, some horses, when they get these wet sealed tracks, they just kind of run over the top of the ground. I think it's a perfect example of it. And you can almost see that little bit of float in her stride on a track like this. So I do think it really accentuated her ability. But don't make any mistake, this filly has been in good form now for a while for trainer Mitch Friedman.
5-1 currently. Manny Franco, one stakes mount left this afternoon. Side Dog in the Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby. That's coming up, all part of the cross-country Pick 5. It gets started with the Belmont Oaks Invitational. That's race 7. This Pick 6 here, around 157,000 for the pool in this terrific Saturday of thoroughbred racing. Great racing all over the country. Horseshoe, Indy, Belmont in the cross-country Pick 5, and closing things out in style here at Belmont before we head upstate.
And what a card today. Full fields, quality-laden fields on top of it. Just a real nice day to celebrate our sport.
You could make an argument in terms of depth and quality, the best Belmont Invitational, Belmont Oaks Invitational, and Belmont Derby we've seen.
I think you'd have to agree with that. Again, the amount of top-class foreign participation, getting world-class horsemen to bring their horses here and then bring their world-class jockeys along with them.
Superstars, A-listers at Belmont this Saturday afternoon, closing weekend live look at a contender here, 4-1. Ruby's in time, Jose Ortiz. If she's going to be successful, what needs to happen?
I think she needs to be able to just sit just off the pace. And we've seen horses be successful, kind of making a bit of a sweeping outside run on the dirt today. You know, we've had some tracks where definitely played towards the inside and being forward. I'm not seeing that as much today. We've seen a little bit of that old-time Belmont balcony sweep, if you will.
Like that Bobby Ussery move out into the 7 path. Is it more that you'd rather be outside, or does it just feel like a fair racetrack to you thus far?
I think it's a fair racetrack, and when you're getting some contested paces, which I anticipate there being a contested pace here. There are several horses here that I think can show high speed, Chasing Carrier, Manchun at times, Baba certainly.
November Rain.
November Rain. So there's speed sign on here. You know, I think Ruby's in Time is going to sit a good stalking trip. You know, this could set up for a horse like a Fight on Lucy, who's a closer, to come along and get a good piece of it.
Big price, 12-1. Trevor McCarthy, Fight on Lucy. Liza, you spoke with November Rain's breeder moments ago. What are you observing from her as she nears the starting gate?
Lafitte, I think she looks great out on track. She's a beautiful filly and a beautiful homebred as well, so it's always fun to catch up with the breeders and owners as they have so much invested in their horses. But I'm going to land on the 7, Ruby's in Time. She has run well in Rudy Rodriguez's barn, winning her first start with him, and she's a mare who always tries hard. She had a bit of a troubled trip last out, but then ran well for him to get up for 3rd. And I spoke to Rudy Rodriguez in the paddock, and he was confident about his 2 runners. And so Richie and I will both land on Ruby's in Time.
Cheating off Liza's notes again.
Liza has been doing much better at picking horses than me today, so I'm not fighting. I'm not going resistance. I can't beat him. I'm going to join him.
Ride her coattails. Go with the momentum. Ruby's in Time. Post time for this start of the Pick 6. Irad Ortiz, Richie, seeking a 3rd win on the afternoon. Again, the story within the story. The chase for a Belmont Spring-Summer riding title. Dylan Davis trying for a 1st. Irad Ortiz would be a 19th New York Racing Association riding title and a victory aboard 2AT from the rail. He'd be 1 shy.
Yeah, and you know, in a situation like this, Irad having so many and already having Belmont titles too, where Dylan just won the Aqueduct meet, but now he'd like to follow up with the Belmont. I think there's a bit more pressure on Dylan going into this, particularly because he's the one that's being hunted.
And that's Davis there. Munchen steps forward. See how it all unfolds. Happy Sophia to the outside. Time for the Pick 6. Stars and Stripes stay from Belmont. Here's John Embrial.
And they're off. It is Baba going out for the early lead. November Rain on the outside and Chasing Cara right alongside. Manchun now gains from 4th. Ruby's in Time is next in 5th, followed on the inside by 2 a T. Then Happy Sophia and Fight on Lucy trails the field in 8th. The leader is Baba. Here's November Rain now moving up and getting closer. The quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. It's Baba by a half length. November Rain on the outside, second by a length and a half. And then comes Manchun chasing Kara and Ruby's in Time. A break of 4 to 2 a T. And at the back, Fight on Lucy and Happy Sophia. Bobber on the inside, November Rain on the outside. The two of them come to the top of the stretch together after a half mile in 45 seconds. It's November Rain and Baba, November Rain and Baba. Nothing between them as they come down for the 8th pole. November Rain, Baba digs down at the rail. Bobber is all out. November Rain's on the outside. Now is 16th to the finish. Still nothing between them. November Rain with a nose in front. Baba continues to battle on. They come for the finish. And it looked like November Rain, but it'll be a photo with Baba. They really dueled it out for most of the 6.5 furlongs.
Slugfest to the wire in the 6th at Belmont. November Rain, Joel Rosario, Baba, Jose Gomez dueling to the wire. Rosario on the outside. Richie, did he ever go to the crop?
Never did. November Rain just kept holding it together, shook the reins, tapped her down the shoulder, underhanded a couple of times, but basically a hand ride all the way to the wire. He did pull his crop through to the left hand to just show it to her the last 50 yards or so. And what a duel. We've been treated to some fantastic, entertaining racing today. Nice ride from Jose Gomez on the inside. He was trying his heart out to come back. He hooked Joel Rosario, and this is learning experiences as an apprentice. See, Joel just kind of showed her the crop from the left side late, but hands and heels.
There was a tap on the right shoulder before he switched. Powerhouse ride, strong hand ride. Why they consider him one of the very best, if not the strongest finisher in the sport. Joel Rosario, November Rain, out-dueling Baba in a thriller here in the 6th at Belmont.
Such a really entertaining horse race. And again, Jose Gomez, he can keep his head up. He just went against one of the best finishers in the game and more than held his own. And something you learn from, you know, hooking your father in a stretch drive, hooking Angel Cordero in a stretch drive, George Velasquez, Eddie Maple, these kind of riders. And even if you didn't win, you came away with that feeling of, that's what I got to do.
And even for Gomez, yeah, I mean, he's a world-class rider, and he's right there with him. The experience in itself, it's like, I almost got him. But in the end, too much Rosario, too much November Rain. The Lombardi homebred strikes for the 3rd time in her career, 3 for 6 now, in an 8-6-1-5 unofficial order of finish. Results, reaction when we come back. November Rain to kick off the Pick 6 at Belmont.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anytime, anywhere. Join now at nairabets.com. And for Joel Rosario, there's Kelly Breen. Back-to-back wins on the Saturday program. Big Everest in the 5th and November Rain here in the 6th race. Rosario with lies in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte. Yes, here with winning jockey Joel Rosario. And Joel, you had to fight hard to the wire. What were you feeling under her?
Yeah, she good. She broke really well, and I was on the outside, and then she looked like another horse that won the lead, and I know she's fast, but she kind of took the lead for a little bit, and she was okay with it, and she ran really well today.
And your second time aboard her and first time winning, what do you think made the difference in this race today?
Well, I think she looked like a little more in the game today, more want to do it. She even run hard last time, but just today I think she looked a little more professional, stuff like that. So she did really well.
And you have Pretty Birdie coming up later in the victory ride. How do you expect that race to play out?
We'll see. We break out of there, and we'll see how the speed is, and go from there.
Well, good luck and congrats here.
Thank you.
Lafitte, we'll see if Joel can get back in the winner's circle with Pretty Birdie later on.
Tell him to hold on for his life at the start. Hey, Pretty Birdie breaks out of the starting gate like she's shot out of the cannon. She's exciting.
Yeah.
She is exciting. November Rain 760. And now we turn the page and it gets serious. Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational started the cross-country pick 5. 3-year-old fillies, mile and a quarter, $700,000 purse. Interested to see what the early wagering looked like. Hottie, 5-2, the current favorite, with about 21 minutes to post. Richie, we've watched this event evolve over the last few years. 2004, the first running since it was changed to the Belmont Oaks as we know it now, not the former Garden City. 3-year-old fillies running a mile and a quarter. Americans have won 6 of 8. Aidan O'Brien for the Europeans has won a pair. In terms of head-to-head on paper, how do the Americans stack up with the European fillies?
Well, I think we have a really good group of American fillies. Obviously, Hottie coming off a big win on soft ground at Penn National. Consumer spending, I think, is coming into this the right way. The other Chad Brown for Klarovich stable coming off a win in the Wonder Again, which has become the key prep for this race. And the way she did it, the way she finished, I love how professional she is. And Manny Franco made very little use of her in the Wonder Again. It was a perfect prep for this.
She really looks like she's taken that progressive step. Everything she's done this season as a 3-year-old filly looks like a different filly in that perfect prep. As you mentioned, setting her up beautifully for the Belmont Oaks.
Absolutely, and the way she finished going a mile and an eighth, you've got to believe a mile and a quarter is going to be fine for her.
Chad Brown seeking a 4th win in the Belmont Oaks, and Hottie coming off that win, as Richie mentioned, at Penn on a soft turf course, the early favorite at 5-2, 20 minutes out to the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational from Belmont Park.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
On the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Right, new mandate still trying to thread a passage in behind. West End Charmer is beaten. Uphill for the last furlong they come. Living Legend, tackling Global Storm. Yabir, though, joining them on the far side. Mostadaf looking held. And it's Yabir who's power to the front, beginning to draw on now. The globe-trotting Yabir will add a Princess of Wales' Close Brothers Stakes to his already impressive profile.
Globetrotting is right. That was 2 days ago. Yabir winning the Prince of Wales in the UK, Richie. The same Yabir who raided the U.S. last year in the Jockey Club Derby and Breeders' Cup Turf.
Love the way he runs. He hits his head so far out and down and finishes so strong. And I guess we're going to get treated to seeing him in Saratoga.
He's not done yet. Like us, Yabir headed up to Saratoga. Grade 1 sword dancer on the agenda. Travers Day, Yabir back for more. Godolphin owned, trained by Charlie Appleby. As for Appleby's success in North America, not bad. And when I say not bad, I mean like ridiculous, Richie.
Yeah.
Those are Charlie Appleby's Grade 1 winners in North America just last year. 8 of them.
Incredible. And for him to have such a handle on the horses that will excel with North American racing, different style, horses that he knows will break better, put themselves in the game. Really a master at deciding who he should bring here.
If there's a formula to shipping runners overseas and winning big North American races, Appleby has figured it out. His Belmont Oaks filly you're looking at with the Moonlight with a big red hood. She'll be ridden by Frankie Dettori, Richie. Before disappointing in the Epsom Oaks, she did this in a listed stakes at Newmarket.
Yeah, and one of only 2 to win at the 1.25 mile distance. This was a straightaway 1.25 mile too. You could see there's some give in the ground. You see some of the divots coming up, but she kept finding. I like her turning back from the 1.5 mile of the Epsom Oaks, and she just kind of drew away from this field at will under William Buick, who to me is part of that Mount Rushmore of European riders, along with Ryan Moore and Frankie Dettori. William Buick certainly a race rider that other race riders appreciate.
Frankie Dettori to ride with the Moonlight this afternoon, trained by Charlie Appleby, who also has Nation's Pride for the Caesars Racebook Belmont Derby. We check in with Acacia Clement standing by in the paddock. Acacia.
By a special guest, Michael McGow, Caesars Sportsbook Director of Sports Sponsorship. And Mike, we're so appreciative of the partnership with Caesars. Tell us a little bit about the association with NYRA and why it is such a great partnership.
Well, it's a great partnership. We started back in January. We were launching our sportsbook, mobile sportsbook in New York. And great timing to run that with NYRA and get things underway. And we've transitioned now with the NYRA Bets platform to also launch our Racebook app, and that's done really well in the last month.
And tell us a little bit about that Racebook and why that is so important for people to pay attention and take part.
Well, the Racebook launched, as I mentioned, in June. It's a soft launch. We're in 5 markets. We want to deploy hopefully to 30 as we roll out each week. And what's great about it is everyone that plays makes their bets, also earns Caesars rewards, which is great for entertainment, hospitality, all kinds of great things at Caesars property. So it's a really unique offering in the marketplace, and we're really excited to be even more involved with horse racing.
And we look forward to your sponsored race a little bit later on today, but it's actually a big day for you around the country in horse racing.
It is a big day. It's great to be here as part of the Turf Triple Series and get the Caesars Belmont Derby underway, but also in Indiana at Horseshoe, Indiana. The Indiana Oaks and Indiana Derby will be happening today, both grade 3s. So really big day for us at Caesars, and we're looking for some really great racing.
We certainly are too. Thank you so much for your support and the support of everyone at Caesars, Mike.
Thanks, Acacia.
Mike McGow of Caesars Sportsbook Lafitte, as we look forward to that Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby in just a little bit.
A big day of thoroughbred racing around the country. Acacia, 13 minutes out to this Grade 1 Belmont Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, and you know it's a really big day when both Acacia and Maggie are in the paddock But at the same time, Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this Belmont Oaks paddock report. Field and updated odds, 10 of a mile and a quarter. Maggie Hottie, the favorite, 5-2, 13 minutes out. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Yeah, Lafitte, you know it's a big day when I got the headgear on, as I'll be out on the pony momentarily. But I do want to focus in on the Europeans. I feel as though you can gather a lot when watching them here in the paddock. And yet again, I'm impressed by a Charlie Appleby import here as we're taking a look at number 4 with the Moonlight. As typically, Charlie with his higher strung types, whether it's a filly or a colt, they will come over wearing a hood, likely to take it off here. But she's been accompanied by the pony throughout the time here, and a filly that can get a little headstrong in her races is yet very relaxed here in the paddock today. And like I said, she's a big, strong filly where it does strike you as maybe longer isn't better, but she does have a win 2 back in the Pretty Polly, in which she was really impressive, albeit over a straight course at Newmarket. But she looks as though, especially here in the States, this distance, if not further, should be to her liking, and one that probably appreciates getting to a more firm turf course. We'll jump to the outside with the O'Brien duo. We'll first check in with Joseph O'Brien, the younger O'Brien's horse. That's number 9 in here, Agartha. I like this filly. You know, she shows up 11 starts, albeit only 2 wins with 5 seconds and 2/3. And she's one that breaks well. And that is a potent key to have when coming here to the States. A lot of times we see these European horses because they're not used to having handlers. They're not schooled as much at the gates as our American horses. They often leave tardily, but she breaks, she jumps out, and she goes. And you can see that with her physical makeup. She's a little bit of a smaller, handier horse, well developed behind the saddle, and she is sharp here. She has a very intense demeanor here in the paddock. I think she will be forwardly placed for Joseph, and I like the fact that he reaches out to Hall of Famer John Velasquez as they have teamed up to have success in these Turf Triple Series. Moving on to number 10, Concert Hall. Last time out, we saw her in the Pretty Polly against older company, but 2 back in the Kazoo Oaks at Epsom. Her dam was actually an Epsom Oaks winner. She was kind of bumped around and hemmed in 2 furlongs out, then switched outside and re-rallied again as she was put 4th last time out in that Pretty Polly. So she's got some tenacity to her, and you can kind of observe that here in the paddock. Smaller, kind of pit bull type of demeanor to her. Honestly, both of these fillies look a lot alike. She's typical of that Dubawi line. I don't mind her. I almost kind of prefer, though, between the 2, Agartha, from what I'm observing here in the paddock. And then we have 2 French fillies. The one that really caught my eye, and I mean amongst all the Europeans, the one that really stood out to me, it's a long shot in here, number 8, Know Thyself. She's the lighter raced of any of these, but going left hand, she does have a win. Yes, the distance needs to be called into question, but she finished 3rd last time in mile and 3/8. She was 2nd in a Group 3, going a mile and an 1/8. She has a very long, scopy frame to her, and at least here in America, that does translate to wanting more ground oftentimes, and so I think she should handle it. She looks as though she has shipped over here in fine fettle. I mean, this filly's just a great coat to her, great flesh and conditioning. I think she's a little bit interesting here at Lafitte at what should be a pretty big price.
Irish filly, Know Thyself, Maggie. She is only raced on soft ground. That is about to change. Firm ground for this Belmont Oaks Invitational. 9 minutes out and the start of the cross-country Pick 5. We welcome in Jonathan Kinchin. Joining us from Saratoga. We'll all be together very, very shortly. Opening day on Thursday. JK, your approach, your strategy, how are we playing this cross-country Pick 5 today?
Yeah, I'm going to spread early, and then I'm going to get skinny late. I love these cross-country Pick 5s. All stakes races here. Getting started, I'm going to spread. I'm going to use 5 in both the Belmont Oaks and the Belmont Derby. In the first 5 I'll use here, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 10. The 1, McCulloch. The 3, Hottie. The 4, With the Moonlight. The 5, Consumer Spinning. And the 10, Concert Hall. On to the next race, the second leg. 6, 8, 9, 10, and 13. I think the Europeans have a better feel in this race than I do for the fillies and the race coming up next. Then when we head over to Indiana in the 3rd leg, I'm going to single the 12 Ivar. This is a grade 1 animal. Outside of some like it Hot Brown, none of these other horses have even sniffed grade 1 wins or even grade 1 placings. I think the 12 Ivar will be tough to beat. In the 4th leg, I'm going to single the 5, the Black-Eyed Susan Champion, Interstate Daydream, the 5 horse. And then to wrap it up, the last leg, I love the 8 Actuator. but I had to use the 6 rattle and roll with that confident move running him back so quick.
Quick turnaround, Kenny McPeak, $25 investment. JK, best of luck, and to everybody getting ready to play this cross-country pick 5, starting with the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational. There is the sequence, all Belmont, all Horseshoe Indy all the time. The 2 Grade 1 events on grass, Belmont, Schuster Memorial, grass, Horseshoe Indy. Any 3-year-olds in the Oaks and Derby at Horseshoe Indy get started very, very soon. Riders up momentarily, 7 minutes out till this Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational. Concert Hall to the outside. 4-1 was the actual 3-1 morning line favorite, Richie. These connections, this team, Coolmore, Aidan O'Brien, Ryan Moore. Let's go back to the Pretty Polly at the Curragh Concert Hall. There she is, and what you're going to notice eventually in the stretch, right when the real running starts, she's going to find herself in traffic. She's going to have to check out and wind up actually last, losing all momentum, wheeling to the outside, and still putting in a solid effort against rock-solid competition.
Yeah, and, you know, turf racing, horses can overcome trouble, but it's where the trouble takes place. And you said something key there, Lafitte, when the real running started. When the race is going forward, you have to find space then. You can't be losing position as the race heats up. That's when you have a very hard time overcoming trouble. The fact that she ran on and was beaten 4 lengths against very good company after being hampered the way she was, I think speaks volumes for her here.
A lot of trouble in the stretch of that Group 1 Pretty Polly for Aidan O'Brien. He has used that as a prep to success in this Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational. Athena at a price. And, of course, last year with the terrific late filly Santa Barbara, we will be welcoming in a new audience. Are we saying goodbye to our audience on Fox Sports 2? Briefly, you can go and follow on the Fox Sports app, and then coverage eventually will continue on Fox Sports 2. Take a deep breath. Pause here. Riders up 6 minutes out to the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational and the cross-country Pick 5. Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races Live. Look, Belmont Park, closing weekend before we head upstate. Opening day, Thursday, 154th season of racing at Saratoga. He is champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You're just in time for several reasons. The cross-country Pick 5 about to get underway, and the first of 2 Grade 1 events, the start of the Turf Triple Series. Horses are leaving the paddock now. The Grade 1 Belmont Oaks featuring, Richie, some of the very best 3-year-old fillies around the world. Yeah,
internationally. And the fact that you get horses that were as fancied as 3.5 to 1 in the English Oaks speaks volumes about the European participation.
Speaks volumes about the wide open nature of this race. Tepid favorite for trainer Chad Brown, Hottie at 3-1. How surprising is that to you? Is it surprising?
It is a bit surprising to me. I thought there were a couple other ways you could go. Listen, Hottie's never done anything wrong. She's a really nice filly, but she also feels like she needs to take another step forward, and I just don't know that it justifies her favoritism here.
Brown seeking a 4th win in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. First name that comes to mind, the brilliant Lady Eli. He has 3 here for Chad Brown, and there's one of them. McCulloch, Irad Ortiz looking for a 3rd win this afternoon.
Another horse that really hasn't done anything wrong, has been a touch unlucky, could have, maybe even gotten it done with a little better trip last time on a turf course that they wound up suspending turf racing because they were having difficulties with it.
Ortiz, who rode Lady Eli to victory in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. Cairo Memories, the California Invader.
I believe the main speed here under Hall of Famer Mike Smith. Look to Mike, his posture early in the race. He'll kind of be up a little higher on her, longer rein, light hold, trying to keep her in almost a gallop frame, if you will.
He's been here before. Hottie, tepid 7-2 choice. Penn Oaks winner, again, on soft ground.
Yeah, and she was very good that day. Another one that's never done anything wrong. I just don't know, the first time stretching to the 1.25 miles, her is the favorite.
Number 4, with the moonlight, first of the Europeans, rock star in the saddle, Frankie Dettori. She looks great.
International rock star, Frankie Dettori in the saddle, and she does look great. And Charlie Appleby's record shipping horses to North America is sensational.
Unconscious. Number 5, consumer spending, 3rd of the Chad Brown trio. Look out.
I really like her. I think she's coming into this the right way. I loved her prep in the Wonder again after coming off a race where she beat Pizza Bianca, your Breeders' Cup champion from last year.
7-1. That's surprising. Consumer spending. Klarovich, Brown, Manny Franco. New Year's Eve, deep closing Edgewood winner at Churchill at 14-1.
Yeah, a deep closer. That doesn't always translate to the mile and a quarter, horses that kind of get position, but she's in raging form as well.
Number 7, Hot Queen, French filly, exclusively raced in France until today.
Yeah, she does have one run sprinting that was on firm ground. All the rest of her races have been on soft or good to soft ground.
Number 8, Know Thyself. Maggie described her as a Scopy filly, Irish import. Again, she's only raced on soft ground.
Yeah, and she was piloted over there by Christophe Soumillon. If you could attract him, you know your quality. Get Julien Leperoux today.
And to the outside, Agartha. Father and son trained fillies. Ireland's Agartha for Joseph O'Brien.
Filly that they've been racing at shorter distances, never raced over a mile, and it's interesting they ship over here to try the mile and a quarter for the first time.
13-1 outsider. John Velasquez, Hall of Famer aboard. Joseph's father trains this filly. Ireland's Concert Hall for Aidan O'Brien, the tepid choice, 3-1.
I really think she's undoubtedly the horse to beat. She's won at the mile and a quarter distance, and she was very unlucky last time.
Field for this 2022 Belmont Oaks Invitational started the cross-country Pick 5. And as always, the invitation to join us at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And a great time to sign up with that $200 deposit match, especially with the great racing this weekend. And, of course, opening day, Saratoga on Thursday. But first things first, this Belmont Oaks Invitational, 3-year-old fillies, mile and a quarter. We check back in with J.K.
Yeah, look, I really like the one McCulloch in here. This feels like the type of horse that's going to appreciate the mile and a quarter. Now, with a lot of these horses, especially the American horses, that mile and a quarter is going to be the first time they've run that far. So there could be a situation where these horses can take another step forward, and even some of them could take another step back. I'm going to ultimately go with the one McCulloch. Irad should be able to save ground all the way around there. And hopefully, of the 3 Chad Brown runners, this one feels like the one to me that's going to appreciate that added distance even more. The 3 Haughty is another one I've always been a huge fan of. She was extremely impressive as a 2-year-old. I thought she ran a huge race in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies. And I think she's the most talented, but is she going to appreciate this mile and a quarter? That's the question that I have. And she's also a shorter price. So having some questions about her wanting to get the distance and her price is what leads me to the one McCulloch.
6-1 McCulloch. J.K. selection for this Belmont Oaks Invitational. See the 9 filly there? That is Agartha, ridden by John Velasquez, trained by Joseph O'Brien, standing by live with Acacia.
And happy to have the opportunity to catch up with Joseph here, as you are well familiar with this family, too, having trained the dam for a time, too, who was able to get the distance. Tell me what you've learned from this filly with being familiar with her pedigree.
Yeah, well, there's certainly plenty of stamina in her dam side. Obviously, she's by Caravaggio, who is a very fast colt. So it remains to be seen if she can go to 10 furlongs, but we're going to find out today.
And she's a horse that's shown quite a bit of speed in her European races. Of course, these U.S. races run pretty quick, too. How do you expect the race to play out for her tactically?
Yeah, I think she'll be pretty forward. Like you say, in Europe, she's a quick breaker and she's got plenty of gate speed. So, yeah, let's see how it goes. But Johnny's going to let her jump and roll forward, and yeah, we'll leave it up to him.
And you and Johnny Velasquez teamed up for State of Rest in last year's Saratoga Derby. So this will be pretty exciting to have the opportunity to pair up again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always great to have Johnny on board. Obviously, he's a top rider, and yeah, we're hoping for a good run today. And she's got plenty of speed. She'll get a nice posse and see how we go.
We look forward to seeing her. Thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
Trainer Joseph O'Brien watching here in the paddock Lafitte, as he's well familiar with this filly Agatha. We'll see if she can get the trip today.
The prestige of this Turf Triple Series, attracting some of the best from around the world. Joseph O'Brien with Agartha and his Acacia reference at Saratoga Derby last year with John Velasquez, a $44 winner in the upset at the Spa.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can see how pleased he is to get Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez aboard. And Joseph O'Brien was one heck of a jockey himself. And honestly, at the height that he was, I don't know how he was as tight on a horse and rode as well as he did.
Now, world-class trainer and trying for a win in this Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational with Agartha. Maggie, the European contingent, very strong with the Moonlight. You saw her in the paddock, the big filly, currently 7-1 with Franco Dettori. What are you noticing in the warm-up?
Well, she was quiet as a church mouse in the paddock at Lafitte, but when she got out here, she kind of started to unravel a bit, much like Summer underneath me. I think he hates the sound of my voice, but just a little cause for pause with regards to With the Moonlight. But let's talk a little bit about Chad Brown's horses. I love Hottie. I loved her first time out. She hasn't changed too much. While she's filled out and gotten stronger and more composed pre-race, she doesn't strike me as one that's going to relish going 1.25 miles, whereas Consumer Spending, as she looks to remain undefeated here as a 3-year-old, she does. And obviously McCulloch has a pedigree to stretch out, but physically of the Chad Brown trio, Consumer Spending looks like the one that'll like it. But Lafitte, I could not get over Agartha. She ticked every box for me. Love what I'm seeing from her.
12-1 Agartha. Johnny V. Joseph O'Brien trying to pull off another upset as part of this Turf Triple Series. Last year's Saratoga Derby. Can they do it again in the Belmont Oaks? At the gate, Hottie. She mentioned Maggie did With the Moonlight, though, becoming unraveled as we got closer to post time during the warm-up.
Yeah, and that's why it's so great to have Maggie's eyes there on the ground, on horseback, to really keep us up to date on how these fillies are reacting to all of this.
She's dangerous, Richie. Consumer Spending, how good she's been at 3, sitting on a big performance, I think, here.
I agree. I think she's coming into this in good order.
And the morning line favorite, Aidan O'Brien, trying for a 3rd, as is Ryan Moore. Concert Hall steps forward. Post time for the Grade 1, Belmont Oaks.
And they're off in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. And it is Cairo Memories, Haughty, and With the Moonlight. 3 of them going out for the early lead. And Agartha will sit just behind in 4th. McCulloch down at the hedge runs in 5th, followed by Consumer Spending in 6th, and alongside is Concert Hall in 7th. And then comes Hot Queen, who is racing in 8th. Know Thyself runs in 9th, and the trailer is New Year's Eve in 10th. The opening quarter, 22 1/5 seconds. Cairo Memories the leader here by 3/4 of a length. With the Moonlight running in 2nd. It's a break of 2 now to Haughty and Agartha. They are heads apart 3rd and 4th. Another 2.5 to McCulloch, who races in 5th, 6 or 7 lengths from the lead. And then it is Concert Hall, followed by Consumer Spending. Know Thyself is in 8th, Hot Queen, and the trailer is still New Year's Eve. The half mile is posted in 44 3 as they move up the back stretch. It is Cairo Memories, the long shot leader here, With the Moonlight running in 2nd. Agartha and Haughty, they are heads apart 3rd and 4th. Now it's 3 lengths. Back to McCulloch in 5th, followed by Concert Hall and Consumer Spending. And the field is going around the far turn. On the inside, Cairo Memories. On the outside, With the Moonlight. And now they are right together. With the Moonlight and Cairo Memories come to the top of the stretch together. McCulloch is kicking in on the extreme outside. Then comes Haughty and Agartha, and they're in the stretch now. It is With the Moonlight who has the lead. Cairo Memories down on the inside, and here is McCulloch. It's With the Moonlight and McCulloch. McCulloch on the outside With the Moonlight. McCulloch has taken the lead in deep stretch, and it will be McCulloch with a Rod Ortiz Jr. The English-bred McCulloch is the winner of the Belmont Oaks Invitational.
The Frankel filly, McCulloch, in the Belmont Oaks Invitational, a 4th for Chad Brown. 3rd win of the afternoon, Irad Ortiz. McCulloch at 5-1 in the Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, worked out a real nice trip. Really lengthened her stride, this daughter of Frankel. And she kind of was able to get first run on her stablemate, Consumer Spending, who rallied towards the inside through traffic. With the Moonlight, hung on gamely. But, man, talk about a rangy, scopy filly, the one McCulloch. Nice call by Jonathan Kinchin. Belmont Oaks delivered. The fractions we will check into, they didn't seem legitimate. Far too fast.
Couple of surprising things. Thought that the European filly, the French filly, Hot Queen, would be very close to the pace. She was far back. Deep stretch With the Moonlight for Charlie Appleby. Strikes the front. Frankie Dettori doing everything he can. Irad Ortiz, McCulloch to the outside. You'll see a fast closing Consumer Spending. And for Chad Brown and Seth Klarman, that close to a 1-2 finish in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. They're going to have to settle for a 1-3 finish.
Yeah, they would have liked to probably have rounded out the exacta, but I don't think they're complaining. Got a very nice ride here from Irad Ortiz. Did McCulloch, got to save all that ground. Inside post so important. Get that inside out trip. Save the ground the first turn so you can give up a little later on to get your momentum.
Just another day at the office for Chad Brown, 4-time Belmont Oaks winning trainer from Minorette in 2014, the brilliant darling of a filly, Lady Eli in 2015, New Money Honey, now McCulloch. And by the way, the story within the story, the fact that Irad Ortiz is now 1 win shy of Dylan Davis in the chase for a Belmont riding title.
Yeah, closing in quickly, and he has a lot of good mounts to go with the last 2 days. Dylan, I'm sure, is not going to go quietly into that good night, and he can certainly come back and answer with a win. I think he's got a big shot in the Belmont Derby with the if I could find him real quick here, Tis the Bomb.
Tis the Bomb a little bit later on. There's Chad Brown. You'll hear from him in a moment. First, you'll hear from the winning pilot, star jockey Irad Ortiz, with Maggie and that pony that gives me anxiety.
Don't worry, Lafitte, we got him out here. McCulloch, Irad, this is the first time you're climbing aboard as a 3-year-old. You rode her as a 2-year-old. She's been unlucky in a lot of her trips last 2 times. Talk about your trip today, though.
I got a perfect trip, honestly. She broke good. I got a forward replace. Saving ground, following 2 live horses, wait my time to go, what the trainer told me, and tip him out in the stretch, and that's what I did, and she responded really well. She was ready.
Daughter of Frankel, she seemed to relish him out on a quarter distance.
She had told me 2 weeks ago, I like her for the distance. I think she's going to get the distance better than some horses going to be into the race. So rather with confidence, I like her a lot, so I trust Chad Brown a lot. So
you guys have teamed up with so much success, Irad. You're kind of in this jockey's race like you just won aboard here, like McCulloch, coming from behind. You gonna capture number 19?
I mean, I'm happy. I got a great meet. Come out a lot. I give up a lot of days, and I'm there in the fight, so I'm enjoying. Dylan doing a great job. I'm happy for Double D, honestly. He's a humble guy. He's a hard worker. But I'm going to try until the end, until the last day. So I wish him the best, too. You know, we are great. I mean, he's a great kid, and we just enjoy the moment.
Irad, you better enjoy this moment. What a victory from McCulloch. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, $700,000 Belmont Oaks Invitational to McCulloch. I would say Lafitte doing her daddy proud.
The Frankel filly, Maggie, Irad Ortiz in his zone. Lady Eli, he's struck with the now McCulloch. Belmont Oaks Invitational, much more following the Belmont Oaks Invitational, but we head out to Horseshoe Indy, getting closer to this Michael Schaefer Memorial Stakes. You see the field and updated odds. Paula Duca on site. Paulie.
Yeah, Lafitte, I was just starting to think, you know you're becoming a superstar, Irad Ortiz Jr., when you're calling people kids at his age. I'm starting to get older and older. Race number 8 starts off the late pick 5 here at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, obviously with the end being the Indiana Derby. And, listen, this race I thought was a very challenging race. There's some speed in this race. You got the 1 Mr. Wireless, the 3 Running Ray, and Thomas Shelby. Now, Thomas Shelby, the 6, really got an aggressive warm-up from David Cohen and Robertino Diodoro. Diodoro ran second earlier in the day with a nice little runner. And then you get South Bend, okay? And the racetrack is sort of playing towards South Bend. He's a horse that runs his races upside down. He sits way back. He makes that one run. He's the kind of horse that all the pieces need to fall in place. But when I keep looking at this race, it might happen. Thomas Shelby, when you look at his races, he was so consistent in that last race. And then 2 sort of layoff lines, you kind of worry about it. He's been having trouble out of the gate. I'm worried if he's doing a little bit better, but Running Ray should give him a run for his money. I thought the 8, Lafitte, Spa City, Changing Barns. This is a horse that ran behind Intrepid Heart. I don't think really wanted the lead last time. Can rate a little bit. I used many in this pick 5. But I do think South Bend, do not throw out South Bend. I think a lot of people will say, oh, you know what, he's a kind of horse that comes from way out of it. His numbers are always great. He might be the only horse in here that can pass horses. He'd probably be my top selection, with the 8 Spa Cities being my long shot.
Play like a champion today, South Bend. 9-5 favorite for this Michael Schaefer Memorial Stakes. That bird's eye look. Great view there from Horseshoe Indy on their biggest day of the year. Richie, we've talked about this before, and some of the Some of these smaller tracks, terrific racing we see from Horseshoe Indy, the smaller track on their biggest day, and how entertaining, how much fun those days really are.
Absolutely, and the fans come out. People love the atmosphere of a big race day, and they love that you'll get people shipping in that they may be familiar with through simulcasting or different racing shows, hopefully ours. And they want to see the best compete, and I think they put on a terrific show there, and they've got a great day of racing. And the weather, they had rain last night, but the weather certainly cooperated now.
And finally cooled off.
Yeah.
Really hot a week or so ago. Had to cancel a couple of days. It's gorgeous there now. Paulie described the atmosphere earlier, and what a festive atmosphere. Biggest day of the year out at Horseshoe Indy, and another stakes race here, this Michael Schaefer Memorial, and always love that angle. That view right there into the starting gate as the jockeys move into line.
It's Deshaun Parker there on the one horse, last year's Michael Venezia Award winner, as well as the George Wolfe Award, a guy that's very popular with his fellow riders.
See how he does with Mr. Wireless in this Michael Schaefer Memorial. South Bend the favorite. It is post time, live from Horseshoe Indy.
They're in the gate. They're off in the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial Stakes, and Runnin' Ray stumbled at the start. Smooth beginning for Mr. Wireless, taken on by Runnin' Ray and Ernest, and right there is Thomas Shelby, who starts his bid for the front as they enter the clubhouse turn, with Helium in fourth. Then toward the inside is South Bend, who gets position for Brian Hernandez Jr. in fifth, with just inside 7 furlongs to run. The trailers are Spar City, and Endless Sunset has drifted back to last. There's Thomas Shelby, who's kicked on to the lead now for David Cohen. It's Thomas Shelby, who's opened up a 2-length lead on Runnin' Ray, who's joined by Helium in the maroon cap. Deshaun Parker and the 2021 Indiana Derby winner, Mr. Wireless, is right there, fourth and close up for this run to the half-mile pole, where Runnin' Ray comes to take on Thomas Shelby. And then comes South Bend, who gallops along some 7 lengths off these leaders as they head toward the far turn. Then it's a break of 3 more to Spa City, in turn 5 more to Endless Sunset, who remains last. Half-mile 47.54 seconds as they turn again. Runnin' Ray now making this bid for John Court. It's Runnin' Ray who's taken the lead as they come toward the quarter pole, as Helium now strides up in the 3-pather Alex Achard. Dropping back was Thomas Shelby from his early efforts, and South Bend looks to draw in. Spa City wide, and Endless Sunset is last as they straighten for home, and a sweep by Helium. 3/4, 1 minute 11.26 seconds. Helium hits the front. Short lead, Mr. Wireless from the rail attacks. 1 furlong to go. Runnin' Ray looks to battle between horses, but third, it's Mr. Wireless who leads past the 16th for Deshaun Parker. Mr. Wireless was dialed in to win the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial Stakes by 2 from Helium. Runnin' Ray third, Spa City from South Bend, Endless Sunset, and Thomas Shelby trailed home.
We welcome back our viewers on Fox Sports 2. That was Mr. Wireless in the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial at Horseshoe India, and the Mike Venezia Award winner, Deshaun Parker, who you were touching on right in the starting gate, strikes here with Mr. Wireless.
Yeah, nice ride, too. Came up the inside. You saw how relaxed he was in the starting gate, smiling, chatting with the assistant starter, and got it done with a real nice ride here. Deshaun Parker, somewhere around 6,000 or so wins.
A lot of wins.
Yeah, a lot of wins.
A lot of wins. Irad Ortiz, a lot of stakes wins. A lot of wins today. This was the Belmont Oaks Invitational moments ago. Red and white colors of Seth Klarman. Irad Ortiz, a tap on the right shoulder, and McCulloch, Richie, finding her best drive.
She was always traveling well into the bridle, worked out a real nice trip. The inside post allowed Irad the luxury of saving ground around that first turn and then finding his way to a clear position so he can make a run without getting stymied or stopping her momentum. And this is a big, long striding daughter of Frankel. She made a really nice impression.
1-3 for Chad Brown. What a meet, a historic meet, and a 4th win in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. Chad Brown with Acacia standing by.
A historic meet indeed, Lafitte, but a very special win today. McCulloch, a daughter of Frankel, and Chad, named for your first employee, and this happens on what's actually a pretty emotional day for you.
Yeah, what a special win. You know, it's Bobby Frankel's birthday today, and I named McCulloch after Mary McCulloch, who was my very first employee and partner, my bookkeeper for 10 years, and it's the first Frankel I ever bought at auction, so as soon as I bought her, owner Seth Klarman, I'm very appreciative I could name it after Mary. And it all worked out on Frankel's birthday. All the stars aligned today, so it's a big win.
Now, you've won a lot of big races, a record-setting meet here at Belmont, but these kinds of wins, they never get old, do they?
No, this is a great race. You know, the very first edition of it, when Ira put it up, we were lucky enough to win. So it's been on our calendar every year to point for, and thankfully I've had fillies sent to us, me and my talented team, to work with that have fit this race. It's a great series that Ira's put together, and I'm just so grateful that I had a horse good enough today to win another one. And congrats to Seth and Beth Klarman, and again, on Frankel's birthday, just it's a moment I'll always remember.
And this filly, she's not huge as far as her size does go, but boy, does she have a big stride on her.
It made her affordable. If she was big, good looking, I probably wouldn't be able to buy her. So, but very athletic. I want to thank Mike and Mary Ryan, who picked this horse out over at Tattersalls all on their own. And I'm so fortunate to have them working with us. And she's just developed, and she had a little setback last year, missed the Breeders' Cup, but like Seth always does, he was patient and followed my guidance, and it all paid off today.
Seth and Beth, huge supporters of the game. Congratulations with the special win, Chad.
Thank you.
As McCulloch Lafitte, the stars certainly lining up for her Belmont Oaks win today.
Wow, what a story. Frankel filly on Bobby Frankel's birthday, who Chad Brown idolized and looked up to and learned so much from. This one, you could tell this one, it felt different. He sounded different after this one.
You could hear the emotion in his voice, named for the woman, Mary McCulloch, who was his first employee. You know, I mean, it certainly seems like all the stars aligned, didn't it?
Incredible. McCulloch in the Belmont Oaks Invitational, a completely different brand of racing. Next, we shorten up a sprint on dirt with a Grade 3 victory ride. Field of 5. You saw the updated odds here. Next, 2 graded stakes races down, 2 left here on America's Day at the Races, winding things down from Belmont Park for the spring-summer meet. You are stepping aside. I look forward to seeing you up at Saratoga, my friend.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. We'll have a good time and continue to bring all of you the best racing we have to offer.
The MIG, everyone. Stepping aside, I'll be joined by Andy Serling. Our live coverage continues from Horseshoe Indy and Belmont Park. Trainer Kenny McPeak. Rest is overrated, right? He's going old school today. A lot of horses on the comeback off short rest, except this guy, Tiz the Bum, hasn't raced since the Derby. We'll see him back on grass in the Belmont Derby this evening.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Thanks for tuning in to this Stars and Stripes Day here on America's Day at the Races, as we are brought to you by Run Happy, champion sprinter who raced medication-free. Also set a few records himself. We'll see, are these 3-year-old fillies going to set any records in this Grade 3 victory ride? As we'll begin with the daughter of Run Happy. That's number 4 in here, Happy Soul, for trainer Wesley Ward. Alert, Wesley Ward sighting here at Belmont Park. But Happy Soul is a filly that did take a lot of pressure last time out in the Miss Preakness Stakes, but set a fairly slow pace, I mean, relatively speaking. So I don't know how good of an effort that was, to be honest, but I do think that she actually weirdly might be helped by 6.5 furlongs, because it allowed her to get in her stride a little bit easier, and she's proven that she's a filly that can win without the lead, and she's actually lengthened a bit. She's, as a 2-year-old, she was a pretty big and posing and physically mature individual, but she's done well with that frame that she had as a 2-year-old. Now into her 3-year-old campaign, she comes in here incredibly fit, 4th start off the layoff. We'll see, and this is the site where she took down the Astoria in her final start as a 2-year-old. We do have a shoe repair happening in the paddock with number 5, Pretty Birdie, and I do believe she pulled off, it's either a glue-on shoe or a special, they call them the No Vibe, where they have a special pad in between the sole of the horse's foot and the aluminum shoe. We don't have access to those types of shoes here at short notice here in the paddock. So she's getting a regular shoe put on, and when she had sprung it, I mean, she had pulled it clear off, but it was just hanging on by one little nail. You could tell she was just kind of picking that foot up a little bit higher than her other 3 feet. I liked what I saw prior to that happening, because she's one that's done exceptionally well from 2 to 3, which is evidenced in her form. You know, she's shown a lot more stamina and staying power, and that was something she, I think, at times lacked going back to her 2-year-old season, because she was a very slight filly. She didn't carry much conditioning. She just didn't look that strong, and now she does. She's filled out so much behind the saddle. She's a bigger, longer filly that I wish the shoe repair didn't have to happen, because Lafitte, I would have liked her as, I know you like the guy that's joining you upstairs, Andy Serling. What's up?
With New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, Maggie, she probably ran out of her shoes. That's how fast she breaks, leaving the starting gate. Pretty Birdie.
Just talking about that a little earlier today, and she's a tough horse. If you aren't really on your game out of the gate, you got a big problem, because she, at least so far, we'll jinx her. But she breaks about as well as any horse in racing.
A rocket leaving the starting gate. I'll ask you about how this impacts your opinion as a handicapper, but for Pretty Birdie, let's go back to her last start. There's trainer Norm Cassie. She made the lead and rode like a rocket that day. And this is in the 7 furlong Leslie's Lady. No excuses, just gets run down, Andy. And I think this slight cutback from 7 furlongs to 6.5 for her is key. Gets worn down late.
Right. I imagine that Norm Cassie is thinking this race and then the 6 furlong prior is late in the Saratoga meet, because the 7 did seem to be a little stretch beyond her best. We'll see. You know, I mean, she ran a much faster race the race before it, going 7 furlongs behind Matarea. Gerrymander was nowhere in that race, and she came back and won the Mother Goose, though she had a trip that day. I don't, you know, these.
Does the shoe thing bother you?
I don't know. Why? Horses have to get, I mean, presumably they're going to fix whatever it would bother me more if I knew she needed a shoe repair. She didn't get one. I try not to worry about things I don't understand, which is most things, like what I'm doing up here with you.
That's a very good question. That's question 1. If she doesn't fire, blame the shoes. Got to be the shoes. Not going to be the jockey, right? Joel Rosario already with 2 wins on the afternoon, looking for a 3rd in those famed Whitney colors. Rosario to pilot Pretty Birdie. The victory ride next on America's Day at the Races. Post time 6 minutes.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on?
How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
Gorgeous day on Long Island. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can bet Belmont Park with Naira Bets and get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today and tomorrow gets 5 times reward points on all wagers at Belmont. Everyone gets the bonus points. No opt-in required. Earn more this weekend with your Naira Bets account. Start betting now at nairabets.com. Great time to sign up. Opening day, Saratoga on Thursday. But lots to tend to here. With the victory ride coming up, riders up. There is Happy Soul at 5-2 with John Velasquez. Her last race, Andy, I thought very, very disappointing. Preakness weekend at Pimlico in the Miss Preakness.
I was never a fan of this filly. You know, people see horses winning by 11+ lengths the way she did, and that gets people excited, and that's understandable. But as you know, if you spend a lot of time at the racetrack, usually when horses win by big margins, it may say something about them, but it also may say a lot about what's behind them.
The others.
And she ran 81 buyers, which is a 2-year-old is good. I'm not in any way knocking her. The problem is she came back and she won her first start this year and she looked good and she ran an 80 buyer. She didn't get any better.
Right.
And when she doesn't turn the corner, she ran sort of the same race in the Miss Preakness, a 79 buyer. Now, she can win here. I'm not saying she can't. And the scratch-up smash ticket is a big deal, and she's a more likely winner than the horse on the outside of her, the 7 and 6. But I still think it's Pretty Birdie's race to lose.
2-1. The Shoe Repair, Pretty Birdie, Happy Soul. I was fine with the Ashland loss. No big deal against Nest and a rout. But in a sprint in the Miss Preakness, in control, those slow fractions, she was 4-5 and got beat.
Well, one thing to keep in mind is there's very little run-up.
The
so
run-up
the 23 is a little. I mean, I'm not saying it's a fast, but it's not as it's about a 22-2 here, 22-3
But if
here.
she was who we thought she was, she wins that race. She's supposed to win that race.
No question about it. A very, very disappointing effort, and she didn't just lose; she got smothered.
We'll see her in the post parade. Half is enough. Red Ortiz looking for win number 4.
I think she needs about 2 times. That could be enough in here. She's just got to get faster. But I always respect Mike Trombetta.
Undefeated filly. Water gets deeper today. Now that we've talked up Happy Soul, there she is.
Well, I don't want to say that we're saying she can't win this race because it got an easier race when the 2 scratched. But I agree with you. I don't like it when horses don't get better from 2 to 3, and she hasn't.
Didn't like how she lost at the last race. Let's see how she responds. Pretty Birdie, new shoes, 9-5 favorite.
I'm not the most sentimental guy, but I got to tell you, I root for the Mary Lou Whitney Silks.
I'm with you.
I know you do too. And you're such a great moment at Saratoga when she won the Schuylerville. And I root for Norm Cassie as well. And I do think with the scratch of the 2, she's now the horse to catch and the horse to beat.
With the fans back at Saratoga for the first time in nearly 2 years, those Whitney
great
colors
moment.
in the winner's circle. Hot Peppers, runaway Jersey Girl winner.
It was just, she had the run of the race. It was not a particularly fast pace. It was a track conducive to running style. But she didn't run that badly, so I don't want to say she can't win here, but the water got a lot deeper.
Louis Size in the Mike Dub Yellow. And finally, Sterling Silver, New York bred. The Busher winner, undefeated in 3 sprints.
The positive is that she's never lost in a sprint. The negative is she's had unbelievable trips and setups in every single one of those races, and I just don't think it's going to be that hot in the front end, and she needs them to be moving.
Needs a fast pace. She has a good trainer, very good trainer in her corner. Tom Albatrani standing by live with Acacia.
Indeed, he is, Lafitte, nice enough to give some time. Tom, your New York bred Sterling Silver facing open company once again, but what have you seen from her out of that last effort?
She's really
improved quite a bit from her last start. We tried stretching her out a couple of times, and maybe it just wasn't her suited distance for her, but cutting her back, last time out, it really seemed to help her a lot. So going forward, hopefully, she could get it done again today.
Now, she does actually have some good size to her as well. She's drawn outside, and she will be coming from off of it. How would you like to see things set up and see her closing today?
Well, it does look like there's quite a bit of pace in here, so I think in a perfect scenario, we're going to be sitting just off the leaders, hopefully, and maybe things fall apart on the front end, and we're there to pick up pieces at the end.
Well, she looks great on the track, Tom. Best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Sterling Silver, the New York bred, to the outside, taking quite a bit of attention on the board, too, Lafitte.
You know what blew me away?
What?
When I realized it had been 16 years since Tom Albatrani won the Travers with Bernardini. That blew me away.
There's a lot.
How? When?
You're not even as old as I am, so you're going to have a lot. I'm looking at horses, and I saw their second dams run, and I'm getting scared by it. And, you were at that Preakness. That was one of the most sad, surreal experiences ever.
Speechless. Yeah. Kick in the stomach. But
horse
Bernardini
winning,
was,
and nobody noticed.
Right.
And
Tom,
understandably so.
16 years.
Yeah.
Albatrani has Sterling Silver here. J.K., well done in the Belmont Oaks. You were locked in on McCulloch. Your thoughts on this victory ride?
Yeah, I want to kind of piggyback what you guys were talking a little bit about the 4 Happy Soul, because this horse is taking some money, and like Andy mentioned, anytime a horse can win a couple of races by 11, we get a little bit excited about that type of horse. This horse does not feel like the horse that's going to appreciate any added distance. Now, I understand Maggie's point that maybe we'll be able to ease herself into her stride and kind of get comfortable out there, but it's a little bit concerning from a pace figure standpoint. Almost all of her races, no matter how fast she's gone early, she seems to slow down late. And really good horses sometimes can at least maintain or sometimes flip their races a little bit, where they can kind of be a little bit more in control early in the race and then finish up their races. I just don't think she's going to appreciate the added distance, especially because of the other horses that she has to face in here. And I thought her race in the Miss Preakness was kind of inexcusable, how easy of a trip she got. I like the 5 Pretty Birdie for all the reasons that Andy said. I think this horse is going to be long gone. The speed, break from there and roll. And I'm hoping that Maggie will tell me something nice about Pretty Birdie.
JK, I don't know if you heard me as I downed a bottle of water before getting on this pony, and now I have the worst cramp ever. Don't recommend doing that. But Pretty Birdie sprung a shoe, and horses win all the time when they have shoe repairs. My problem with her specifically is that she had special shoes on. And look, adrenaline will cure a lot of things. I've ridden with a fractured wrist, and when I'm on a horse, I don't feel it because my adrenaline's going. But as soon as I get off, it hurts. So the adrenaline could, overrule that. I just don't like that on such a short-priced horse. As we'll take a look at number 7 in here, that's Sterling Silver. She looks fitter than I've ever seen her. I loved her warm-up. I'm going to take a shot with this New York bred. She has to step it up, but I feel like Tom Albatrani has tightened the screws a bit to elicit a better performance than ever. Hot Peppers, Acacia told me that she can be bad behind the gate. She's minding her P's and Q's as of now, Lafitte.
Minding her manners, Maggie. Hot Peppers, Luis Saez to the outside, Sterling Silver. All set for the victory ride, 3-year-old fillies. Who's ready for a date with Monterey in the Grade 1 test? For those who perform well, perhaps the next stop.
Victory ride beat Extra Heat in the test, by the way.
Extra Heat was a monster.
I had hair back then.
Sterling Silver. Pretty Birdie the favorite, watching her break, worth the price of admission alone. Johnny I standing by, post time for the victory ride.
And they're off. Pretty Birdie. On the outside, it is Hot Peppers, and Happy Soul is right there. So it is a 3-way battle for the early lead. Half is enough. Sits behind, racing in 4th, and then it's 4 lengths back to Sterling Silver, who trails the field. A 3-pronged battle up front. Happy Soul is down at the rail. Pretty Birdie's in between horses, and Hot Peppers is on the outside. And the quarter mile, first quarter went in 22 seconds. Happy Soul down at the rail. Hot Peppers on the outside. And between those two is Pretty Birdie. Half is enough. Getting a bit closer now in 4th. And Sterling Silver is the trailer in 5th. Hot Peppers on the outside. Happy Soul on the inside as Pretty Birdie drops out of it. Half is Enough has moved into third, and Sterling Silver is on the move now. The half went in 45-2 off the turn into the stretch. Here comes Half Enough on the outside of Hot Peppers. Happy Soul battles on down towards the rail. Sterling Silver is fourth, eighth of a mile to the finish. Hot Peppers and Half is Enough. Hot Peppers narrowly, Half is Enough driving up on the outside. It is Hot Peppers with a neck in front. Half is Enough in second. They come for the finish, and Hot Peppers put in a big effort today. Contested early on. She had enough for the stretch run, and she wins the Victory Ride Stakes under Luis Saez.
Dishing out the heat, taking pressure. Hot Peppers, dead game in the stretch, able to repel the challenge from Half is Enough in the Victory Ride Stakes. Wow.
She was very game. It does show you, and she ran terrific, and in no way is this negative, but it does show you the benefit of being the outside horse in a duel. Obviously, Pretty Birdie, she broke okay, but everybody else broke really well, too. Being between horses, really had no shot. And this horse was very game. I mean, the second-place finisher, Half is Enough, could not have gotten a better trip. Irad, I'm sure, was just, I mean, he was just seeing victory and seeing that I'm going to maybe take a lead in this rider's title. No excuse running second there. This is a well-deserved victory by Hot Peppers. She has really improved, and a nice win for the Connections as well.
Hot Peppers, back-to-back wins, coming off that blowout win in the Jersey Girl. Since joining the stable of Rudy Rodriguez, he has her going so well. Luis Saez muscling her home, earbuds in. Rudy Rodriguez has to be fired up following that performance. Mike Dubb to the winner's circle. Hot Peppers in this victory ride, and Pretty Birdie virtually eased rounding the far turn. Down to Maggie with winning Pilot. Luis Saez, Hot Peppers in this victory ride. Maggie.
Well, this team is 2 for 2 in stakes in the last 2 months here. Louis Hot Peppers, since being transferred to Rudy Rodriguez, she has really turned her life around. It seems as though Rudy has gotten her to settle and deliver.
Oh yeah, Hot Pepper, she surprised me a lot today. She fight to the end, and she never let nobody get by her, you know. She's pretty nice filly.
Do you say she surprised you because last time she had it so easy, so you weren't sure she could get in a fight?
Yeah, definitely. Today was a different race, pretty tough fillies, and she really proved today that she can really run. So she had a good future.
I was just going to say future. You ride Rudy's other very nice sprinting filly in Bella Sofia. I mean, this one slips into the 3-year-old role quite nicely.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty happy about her because, yeah, like you said, Bella Sofia is a pretty nice filly, but I think this one is gonna be a nice one too. So we so glad to be, apart.
Well, Louis, congratulations, well ridden.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
Hot Peppers. I think I might have some for dinner tonight, Lafitte.
Mike Dubb might. Rudy as well. Luis Saez, Hot Peppers in this victory ride. There's that side of the story, and for the other side of the story, the defeated favorite, Pretty Birdie. Acacia standing by with an update. What happened, Acacia?
Oh, I did just get a chance, Lafitte, to speak to her jockey, Joel Rosario, who told me that he felt like he was in a good position, and then she pretty much just stopped. The good news is that he said she did cross the wire fine. She was moving okay. She just didn't have it in her. It looks like that shoe repair in the situation back in the paddock really did rattle her cage, and we hope to see Pretty Birdie back in fine form next time out.
Acacia, thanks so much. As Maggie mentioned, she was concerned about the impact that may have on Pretty Birdie. Not her day. Joel Rosario took care of her. We look forward to seeing her resurface in the near future. Pretty Birdie, the favorite, defeated. It was Hot Peppers Day. For Mike Dubb, Michael Caruso, Rudy Rodriguez, that filly's in his own. Hot Peppers in the victory ride. Test stakes next, maybe. Take on Madureira. We'll see. At Saratoga, they'll celebrate this one. Enjoy this victory ride moment in the Belmont Winner's Circle.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
2 straight stakes wins at Belmont for that filly. Mike Dubb, Mike Caruso, all smiles. For trainer Rudy Rodriguez, hot peppers. Louis Sayas, 1060 in this Victory Ride Stakes. Over half is enough. Irad Ortiz bidding for a 4th win on the afternoon, having to settle for 2nd this time. 637 in the Victory Ride. Hot peppers in the Victory Ride. Out to Paul, live at Horseshoe Indy, getting closer to the Snack Stakes, Paul.
Yeah, the snack steaks. I don't know if it's the Doritos, the Frito-Lay, or what do you want to call it, Lafitte, but I want to give a shout out to Rachel McLaughlin and everybody here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They backed up this post parade a little bit because of the shoe repair at Belmont, so everybody at home can get a chance to look at these horses before they go in the gate. This is an interesting race. We had a 2-year-old filly division of this race, and the favorite ran dead last because there's a horse that never run on the turf before, and there's multiple horses in here that have not run on the turf. Almost all of them, and I can understand where the public's going. They're going to the 10, Mr. Chaos. Mr. Chaos has the best numbers overall, never been over the dirt. The 7, Jeopardy Theory, has the lone win in this field on the turf. That horse was 10-1 on the morning line, down to 3-1. So they're fighting for favoritism. Latigo, the 4, is taking a little money. I actually like the 5, New Year's Fever. Brandy Steele, a very underrated trainer. She's very good. Gets Alex Achard. I mean, this colt, or gelding, really jogged last time out. The first time out actually took the field gate to wire. First 2 starts on the dirt have been very, very professional. If you look at Brandy Steele, she's about 20% when she puts her runners on the turf. I thought that horse had an outside chance. But again, when you look at this race, Jeopardy Theory, I thought, had a shot. And the 10, Mr. Chaos. But I cannot eliminate the 2 in here, guys. Anthony Granitz ran 1-3 in that split one with the fillies. It's just the bottom line. He owns this turf course. And if I'm going to get 17-1 on Humble Warrior, a horse that he's tried to get on the turf 2 times in a row, I think this horse is worth throwing in your exotics, definitely. So I had 2, 4, 5, 7, 10 to keep on rolling because I'm obviously singling the Brad Cox filly in the Indiana Oaks.
Interstate Daydream. And Paula, you have company. Humble Warrior, Andy, at 20-1.
Yeah, I bet Humble Warrior in this race. You know, this is a sort of a ridiculous race in that very, very few of these horses have ever been on the turf. And I don't really care that much about dirt form. In fact, I'd rather, if I'm interested in a horse based on pedigree, have a horse that stunk on the dirt because I don't care what the horse did in the dirt, really. And Humble Warrior, this pedigree is all turf. I mean, I don't love Mohaman as a turf horse, but the dam side is massive turf. This horse could move up in here, and frankly, who am I supposed to be afraid of? The 7, Jeopardy Theory, who got loose in the lead and isn't supposed to make the lead in this race?
Only one in the field with the win on grass, as Paul mentioned.
But I mean, no, the 12 won the grass. The 12 has a win in the grass and got a 74 buyer. I prefer the 12. I box the 2 with the 5 and 12. I bet the 2-1.
11-1, no proof. And again, our thanks to everyone at Horseshoe Indy and backing up post time here, taking a few extra moments as we had the delay before the Victory Ride with the shoe repair with Pretty Birdie. Jurisdictions working together. Yeah, it's a novel concept.
I got to think having Paul LaDuca there has got to be one of the great moments for Horseshoe Indy. I mean, he's got to be kissing babies, and he's doing it all, I'm sure.
Describing the atmosphere earlier, biggest day of the year, Horseshoe Indy, still have the Oaks coming up, still have the Indiana Derby, great day of thoroughbred racing. Horseshoe Indy and this Snacks Stakes, 1 mile for 3-year-olds. John G. Dooley standing by with the remainder of the load and call.
Fernando de la Cruz with firing range. Mr. Chaos, joint 3-1 favorite with the Gray Jeopardy Theory. Samir Bermudez, no proof in the hot pink, and one more. Joe Ramos with Doro's Wish. Mark Moore's turf course firm here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's over the mile. All set. And they're off. In the Snack Stakes of 2022, New Year's Fever strikes out. Bella's Prayer, the green cap with the rail. Latigo allowed to settle. Here's an early bid by Bonnie Bill, and Mr. Chaos is also up close. It's New Year's Fever, who leans out for Alex Achard from a close Bonnie Bill, along with Mr. Chaos. Let it go between horses, and Bella's Prayer holds the rail as they enter the first turn. No proof, and the white cap is wide. Saving ground is Humble Warrior from firing range. Looks the game between horses as these leaders go to the back of the course. The gray settled is Jeopardy Theory. Doro's Wish is outside that, and with Sunny Leone. Amicable has drifted back to last. The first 2 of 8 furlongs. Firm turf covered in 22.27 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole, where New Year's Fever is out in front. New Year's Fever, Bonnie Bill starts a bid. Mr. Chaos is 3 wide uncovered, and No Proof is 4 deep on the outside. As they go to the far side of the course with between horses looking to gain ground, Bella's Prayer, Latigo in that chasing pack with Humble Warrior down toward the inside. Firing Range, along with Jeopardy Theory held up and wide Doro's Wish as they round the far turn inside. 3 furlongs to go, and New Year's Fever still the front runner. And Amicable looks to gain toward the inside. The half mile was 47.67 seconds. 3/4 for the longtime leader, New Year's Fever, who leads at the turn in. 1 minute 12.15 seconds. Set down by Alex Achard. It's New Year's Fever with 1 furlong to last. Trudging Humble Warrior. Jeopardy Theory is now rattling home for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Took the lead, edges away. Jeopardy Theory decisively. A decisive win in the Snack Stakes. Jeopardy Theory beats Humble Warrior by 3.5. Amicable stayed on to run third from Latigo, and then No Proof. New Year's Fever flattened with Doro's Wish, Bella's Prayer. Among those last home here in the Snack Stakes were Bonnie Bill with.
Looking like Cozine out there. Jeopardy Theory.
Where's Walter Guerra?
In these Snack Stakes. Humble Warrior. You and Paul got a run for your money with Humble Warrior finishing second at 15-1.
Well, by the way, got a sensational ride, but the winner, you know, I was worried that she couldn't win without the lead. Well, she rated comfortably, and she got a very good trip, but she won impressively. And listen, you bet horses like Humble Warrior at 15-20-1 your whole life, you get rich at the racetrack. Unfortunately, in this case, she was second best. No excuses. She got a perfect trip and a great ride.
Big effort, but no question about who was best on. This afternoon, the snack winner, Jeopardy Theory. We'll have those results in a moment. Also, you saw the victory ride here in Hot Peppers, co-owned by Mike Dubb with Acacia moments ago in the winner's circle.
Hot Peppers, pretty hot today in the victory ride. Is pleased to be joined by winning co-owner Michael Dubb. And Mike, you found this filly down in South Florida and have now had a lot of success with her up in New York, but this was really a game effort from her today.
Yeah, you know, we believed in her. Trainer who had her in Florida, Ron Spatz, did a phenomenal job with her. He really prepared the foundation, and I kept the horse with Ron till it was time to come north, and Rudy's just picked up where Ron left off, so it's great.
Now, I spoke to Rudy last time after her Jersey Girl win. He said she's, you know, mentally they've worked on her at the gate, and she's improved a lot, and she was the consummate professional today. Well,
You know, I know Rudy. I know how he is with fillies, and he really gets along well with fillies. I've had so much success with Rudy with fillies. So when I saw this horse and I thought we could obtain her, I had Rudy in mind, and it's really worked out to a charm.
We saw Rudy in the winner's circle at Saratoga with a nice Grade 1 filly sprinting on the dirt last year. Do you think that
Hot Peppers for Mike Dubb in that victory ride. And I know, Andy, you like to wait for the speed figure to come back, but based on the performance itself, how good she is getting, is she ready? I'm not saying is she better than Monterey, that's not my question, but would you expect to see her perhaps in the test, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old filly sprinters at Saratoga?
Well, you got to run her in the test. I mean, she could be 15-1. You have to run her in the test. There are races you have to run in where it's better to run and lose than not run at all. It's a career-defining race, so I'm not saying she's going to win it. Like you say, you want us in the speed figure, but she's going to run there. Whether or not she'll be good enough, that's another question.
3-year-old filly on the rise, Hot Peppers. We have more 3-year-olds, but this time the boys in the America's Best Racing Race of the Week and the Caesars Racebook Grade 1 Belmont Derby. 13 make it 12 deep with the scratch of Emmanuel. 5 European Raiders. And the 2-1 favorite, currently Nation's Pride for Godolphin, Frankie Dettori to ride. Stone Age will break from the outside for Aidan O'Brien. 7-2 currently the second choice. Ryan Moore to pilot, looking to go back-to-back after having struck last year in this Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Some of the top 3-year-olds, grass 3-year-olds in the world. Coming up next, there's Stone Age. What will he do in this Grade 1 Belmont Derby? We'll find out in about 12 minutes. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Code of Honor, multiple Grade 1 winner and 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. He was a debut winner at 2 in Saratoga, following up with a gutsy performance, running second in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. Son of a champion out of a graded stakes winner, with an outstanding physical to match. Code of Honor, standing at Lane's End.
The July Selected Horses of All Ages sale, now featuring both horses of racing age and breeding stock. Since 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, no less than 60 stakes winners, and over $60 million in racetrack earnings. Recent graded stakes winners include Cross Border, Fast Boat, Fearless, Jalen Journey, Stiletto Boy, and Summer in Saratoga. July Selected Horses of All Ages, Monday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for spending your Saturday afternoon with us here at beautiful Belmont Park on this Stars and Stripes Day as we have the Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby. And always we're proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. But the horses are in the paddock, and I'll get to the European invaders in a second, but I do want to touch on an American horse, and that is number 7 in here, Slumber. Lightly raced individual for trainer Graham Motion, but I've always wanted to see this horse go a distance of ground as he gets to stretch out to the 1.25 miles. He was a bit too far back, going back to that American turf. He was kind of lugging in slightly, but still kept coming. And again, you wonder, were these horses not really loving and getting a hold of that Churchill Downs turf course? So he's back here at Belmont, which was the scene of his maiden breaking score, first time out, and he's by Slumber. The dam was decent, going longer on the turf, and he's built for it. He's long, scopy, he looks sensational. He's done well from 2 to 3. I think he's very interesting, and he'll offer a big price on the board. Same thing goes for number 6, Machete. I know some sharp handicappers interested in this French import for Fabrice Chappé, as he was beaten in his last 2 by a very talented horse, Vadini, who returned after that Qatar Breed Jockey Club to win the Grade 1 Coral Eclipse, or Group 1, I should say, in England. And this guy is one that seems to get keen in his races, so I thought that he may appreciate getting a little bit more pace in front of him. Not that he'd be too far off of it, because he's one that resents that restraint on his mouth. He tends to run with his head up in the air a bit, but he makes an excellent impression here in the paddock. So far, he's laid back, but a beautifully balanced and put together horse, overstrides incredibly well. I don't have a problem with him going the 1.25 miles, obviously, as that record would suggest. I think at a price he's one to take a peek at. Now on to the outside with Nation's Pride, who has been taking the bulk of the play as of now for Charlie Appleby. Actually a little bit smaller, but incredibly well balanced and put together. And as according to Charlie and his assistant here, that he is a very happy horse upon shipping here from England, and 2, he's one that should appreciate getting to the firm ground, as he'll get it here as number 13, Stone Age, coming in here for Aidan O'Brien, looking for his 3rd win in this race. Big horse. He's my type of horse. Has that real honest head to him, that almost kind of hazily eye, just one of those eyes that looks straight through you. And watching some of, or his last race, I should say, in the Kazoo Epsom Derby, he traveled well right behind the early pace setters until he came off the bridle. And then it kind of seemed as though he bobbled and, you know, he couldn't really accelerate. So I'm wondering if getting on truly, truly firm ground should help him. a lot has been made about this horse in washing out. He has not turned a hair, and I would take it as a good sign. He's getting a little bit more edge as we're approaching riders up here and going on the walking ring. Obviously, Lafitte, I'll keep a sharp eye on him out on the track, but knock on wood, so far, so good for Stone Age.
It looks like a different horse from the images we've seen of him training in the morning, or he's almost like Shaq the second he steps out onto the racetrack. Cool, calm, and collected Stone Age. And look, things didn't work out in the Epsom Derby. Maybe the distance was too far, 1.5 miles. Maybe the turf course was a little bit soft. This is Stone Age at his best. This was in the Derby trial, this powerful front-winning win at Leopardstown in Ireland.
I think one of the qualifications for this race, one of the conditions, is you have to run badly in the Kazoo Derby, which I want to call the Epsom Derby, but hey, it's the Kazoo Derby. This is the Caesars Belmont Derby.
Tomato.
Alex, I'm a big fan of the Kazoo. I think if you look at him in Nation's Pride, while Nation's Pride was good in winning races as a 2-year-old, this horse was keeping better company. I mean, he runs second in a Group 1 at St. Cloud after running, 6th in the Grand Criterium, the race at Longchamp on Arc Day, which is one of the big races over there on a heavy, heavy course. He's second in a Group 2, so he was keeping good company. And based on that race, he was putting it together as a 3-year-old. Too many horses ran too badly in that Epsom Derby to say they all suck.
Yeah. In that Kazoo/Epsom Derby, where finishing behind Stone Age was Nation's Pride. And from Team Appleby, it sounds like some of the same concerns. Perhaps a little bit too far, a little bit too much give in the ground. Nation's Pride, here he is at his best in the listed stakes at Newmarket. In fact, a 4th consecutive win on that afternoon.
And these operations are realizing that for these horses, there's $1 million race at 1.25 miles at Belmont Park that fits them like a glove. And you think of a Yabir coming here and other horses that have come in the past. So it's inviting. They didn't get it done, but they don't have the same kind of Chad Brown to deal with here. Napoleonic War's a long shot. He's overbet at 8-1 even right now. Nation's Pride, I think we tend to maybe overrate him a little bit because it's Godolphin. I'm not sure why he's a shorter price than Stone Age. I think Stone Age is the better horse. And Godolphin, though we did see, ran second at a big price. And probably would have won if I didn't pick him in the other race.
You feel like the European male contingent in the Belmont Derby is stronger than what we saw in the Belmont Oaks?
There was no question going into the day, and I said this, I know it's too late. If American won one of the races, it's a huge favorite to be the Oaks. And some of that was because of Chad Brown's presence in that race, where his presence here is not as strong.
Caesars Sportsbook Belmont Derby Invitational. Here, the post-parade implementation. First of 5 European Raiders, 50-1 outsider.
He's a little tough to take, but he did finish just a neck behind Machette, the 6. He's 17-1, and this one's 50-1. So from a value standpoint, should he really be this big a price?
Stolen Base, a game American Turf winner at Churchill Derby Day with trouble.
Is he going to stretch out effectively the 1.25 miles? Is he good enough to win? He took a step forward last time. He's a big price if you like him.
Napoleonic War, Chad Brown looking for the Oaks Derby sweep.
Sometimes I think I could get into a horse suit. Chad Brown would saddle me, put on the Klarovich or the Peter Brandt silks, and I'd be single-digit odds, because for this horse to be 7-1 here is ridiculous. He is simply not good enough to win this race.
First of 2 Peter Brandt homebreds. Number 4, Classic Causeway. Turf debut figures to be a factor early.
Well, picking an unorthodox route to get to the Allen Jerkins, the race that he belongs in, the Ohio Derby, the Caesars Belmont Derby. What Derby next? Get him to a sprint in the dirt.
Grand Sonata, Mandy Pope's homebred. Maybe Charge It talked him up this morning.
Listen, it's $1 million. You take a shot in the race, but he's not good enough on paper.
Machette, number 6, French colt, French connections, winless on grass, but he is good.
Well, Vidini, who beat him 2 back, who won the French Derby in his next race, is a tremendous Aga Khan horse. He, oddly, either the one is an overlay at 50-1 or he's an underlay at 16-1.
Dog, 14-1, handed the first loss of his career in the American Turf Derby Day.
I don't agree that you can use the Churchill course as an excuse, because he ran his fastest figure yet. He was a little dressed up by Perfect Trips, and don't forget, he just finished ahead of Grand Sonata, but he should like a distance, and he's not untalented.
Royal Patronage, win, lose, or draw. He's staying here, headed to Grand Motion's barn.
He's my top choice in this race. Horse that beat Caribus as a 3-year-old, as a 2-year-old, and he's one of the top 3-year-olds in Europe right now. He did well against Desert Crown 2-back, and like the favorites, he didn't handle it in the Kazoo Derby.
Tis the Bomb, live on the board. Have to be excited about his return to grass.
I am, and I'm glad he's getting back the surface he belongs on, but his Breeders' Cup is still dressed up by a fast pace that collapsed, and while I don't think he's impossible, I think 7-2 is a dramatic underlay.
Nation's Pride, Godolphin, Appleby, Dettori, not intimidating at all.
Yeah, I mean, right, exactly. But is 5-2 the right price? Is he really supposed to be favored over Stone Age? On the other hand, Appleby has a lot more success in America than Aidan O'Brien does.
Emmanuel is out. Limited liability. I thought his effort in the Pennine Ridge local prep was solid.
I think he's the best. He might be the best American horse in this race, and he's 16-1. It doesn't make any sense that Napoleonic War is 7-1 and he's 16-1. He closed into no pace whatsoever.
No pace.
He is absolutely an overlay in this race.
Stone Age, Coolmore, Ryan Moore, Aidan O'Brien looking for a third overall and back-to-back after striking with Bolshoi Ballet last year.
And, of course, running in Peter Brandt Silks as well. And
Homebred.
It's nice to see homebred, right? The White Birch, they really breed some good horses. He's a very, very good horse. I'll be honest with you. I understand. I think the trainers do matter, the Europeans, and their success in shipping. But I think he's supposed to be favored here.
Caesars Race Book, Caesars Sports Book, Grade 1 Belmont Derby. The field, 3-year-olds running 1.25 miles, seeking the winner's share of $1 million purse. Great time to join us here at Naira Bets. Play the action on our program, earning up to a $200 deposit match. Sign up with promo code MATCH200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Andy said something about limited liability being live at a price, trained by a legend, Shug McGahee, standing by with Acacia.
He is. He's a generous price right now, Lafitte, as I'm pleased to catch up here with Shug. Limited liability last time in the Pennine Ridge ran really well given the pace scenario. What did you take away from that performance?
Just that, I thought it closed really well. There wasn't much pace, and, hopefully today we'll catch a little more pace to help us out a little bit.
He is stretching out in distance like many in here. Physically looks like he should handle it, though.
I would think so. His family says long, and, I think the extra distance will probably help him closing, too. So, hopefully we'll get a pace, and with 1.25 miles, that'll do the trick.
He seems like the type of horse who mentally has come along, too, now as he'll make his third start as a 3-year-old.
Well, I think so. It's, like you say, he's only run 5 times. This is his 6th start. He's trained really well since his last start. So, we'll see what happens. He's got to move it up a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see.
We look forward to seeing him, Shug. Thanks for your time.
All right, Casey, thanks.
Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGahee sending out limited liability, who does seem like he has moved forward now as a 3-year-old Lafitte.
Big number, 15-1, limited liability. JK, you zeroed in on McCulloch in the Belmont Oaks. What'd you come up with here?
Yeah, I thought the Philly race was going to be more about the Americans. I feel like this one's probably going to be a European. I'm going to ultimately pick the 13, but I wanted to talk about the 12 limited liability first. It's a horse that back in Saratoga as a 2-year-old, I remember kind of running into Shug and asking what he thought about limited liability before that debut. He said the horse has a lot of talent, but probably is going to need a race. Limited liability then went out and was extremely impressive. And I always remembered Shug saying maybe going to need a race. So I thought to myself, wow, if he needed a race, how good can this horse be? And maybe, just maybe, this 1.25 miles is going to be that performance, or that distance that allows him to give us that performance of what I always thought he was going to be. He was closing into a slow pace last time, but ultimately I'm going to go with a 13 Stone Age. This horse is won going 1.25 miles by open lengths, and I always like to see that going 1.25 miles. Maggie?
JK, I don't know. I hope we're on the same bandwagon here, because the 13 Stone Age continue to impress out here on the racetrack. I have not seen that lathered, washy, distracted behavior that we've seen with him training, and that we've seen possibly back in the Epsom Derby. But Classic Causeway, I know, he might be 2022's most mismanaged horse. But I gotta say, trying the turf, although this is a ludicrous spot to try it, he looks like a turf horse. I've always kind of thought he looked like a turf horse, having the Giants Causeway on top. I wish there was a more pedigree on the bottom, but he definitely has a turf hoof, and he's one that has become more athletic since going from 2 to 3. But I know Andy has some funny thoughts about Classic Causeway. Lafitte.
I honestly think that Classic Causeway is a terrific racehorse, but if he's going to be a Grade 1 winner in this country, it's going to be at 7 furlongs. And I get pointing to the Derby. It's the Derby, and it's not like he ran badly, and they found the right races to run him in. But Brian Lynch didn't want to go in those races, and you want to give a horse its best chance to succeed. And in my opinion, I don't believe he's having his best chance to succeed running a race like the Ohio Derby and then running in this race. This horse, I think, has a potential to be a Grade 1 quality horse going sprinting.
Classic Causeway you're talking about. We know what Julian Leperoux figures to do with him. Aggressive leaving the gate. We saw Stone Age starting to act up with Ryan Moore. What does Moore want to do with Stone Age in the early stages?
I gotta think he wants to get position. I mean, people sometimes think these Euros have no speed. That's just not true.
See how it unfolds. Caesars Racebook, Belmont Derby post time. Here's John Ambrial.
And they're off in the Caesars Belmont Derby. And Classic Causeway is sent right out for the early lead. Royal Patronage on the outside, a close-up second with Grand Sonata next and third. Stolen Base down on the inside with Implementation. In tight there is Napoleonic War. On the outside is Tis the Bomb as they go around the clubhouse turn. So it is Classic Causeway and Royal Patronage through a quarter in 23 and 2, and the front two have 6 lengths on Grand Sonata, who is next in third. Then comes Napoleonic War running in fourth. Down on the inside is Implementation in fifth. Stolen Bases alongside and in sixth. Nation's Pride runs in seventh, followed by Side Dog in eighth. Machete's on the outside in ninth and now moving up a couple of spots. Then comes Tis the Bomb in 10th. Stone Age is 11th at this point, and the trailer is Limited Liability. The half mile in 48 seconds. They're midway up the backstretch. Classic Causeway has the lead here as Machete has moved up now on the outside of Napoleonic War. Those two are heads apart, second and third. Royal Patronage down at the hedge runs in fourth. Then comes Grand Sonata next in fifth, followed by Stolen Base, along with Nation's Pride. Side Dog is advancing down on the inside after 3 quarters in 1:12 and 1. It is still Classic Causeway leading by a half length. Napoleonic War on the outside. Just in behind is Royal Patronage in third. Then Grand Sonata in fourth. Side Dog is in fifth. On the far outside is a Nation's Pride. Stone Age now comes alive as the field comes into the stretch with Classic Causeway still the one to catch here. And on the outside, Nation's Pride is coming on with Stone Age. Grand Sonata is there as they come down for the finish. Classic Causeway. Here's Nation's Pride on the outside. Classic Causeway has pulled off the huge upset in his first start on the turf. He wins the Grade 1 $1 million Caesars Belmont Derby.
Just witness the theft of a $1 million horse race. Classic Causeway, Julien Leparoux, turf debut, wire to wire in the Caesars Belmont Derby, 26-1 at post time. Wow.
There isn't a dunce cap big enough for me for this horse. I mean, I got to tip my hat to Kenny McPeak. He made fun of me for saying he's turning back. He was right. I don't know what to say. This horse, he just kept on running. The pace was not fast, but I don't think it was that slow. And he just kept running. They all had a shot to come to him in the stretch, but he just kept finding more. This horse, I guess, if he had a chance to win a Grade 1, it's in a turf route.
He has one.
Wow.
Julien Leparoux, the Giants Causeway colt. You could see it unfolding, rounding the far turn while Leparoux was still on Classic Causeway, and all the other riders were asking their mounts to pick it up a little.
I thought the 8 who I bet on here, when he wheeled out in the stretch, I thought he was going to go right by, and I was going to make a score with him. He didn't run badly, he just didn't really have the finish, and they all came and went to him. Nobody was able to close, and Classic Causeway and Julien Leparoux get the job done in a very tough field. Now, the timing was wrong in the filly race, but Trackers had it at 159.4, so it does look like the fillies ran faster, but still, big tip of the cap, and I got to tell you, I could not have been more wrong about this horse.
Classic Causeway, turf debut, now a Grade 1 winner on grass, wire to wire in the Caesars Belmont Derby on the Kentucky Derby Trail all spring. He ran in the Kentucky Derby and a lot of experimenting. Kenny McPeak, he's believed in Classic Causeway. His second start with him, he said, let's try him against international competition at the Grade 1 level and the Belmont Derby and see what happens. He steals it. Wire to wire, Classic Causeway. Julien Leparoux, winning pilot with Maggie.
Wow, you know what, Julien, I couldn't be prouder of this horse. I have nothing to do with him, but, you know, a horse that has continuously overachieved a bit. How well did he handle the turf?
Very nice. You know, I was a little worried about the first turn. When I got company, I thought I was really going to be by myself the whole race. But on the backside, I got him to switch off nicely, traveled beautiful, and, you know, it was a matter of if he can get the distance and see if he liked the grass, and he did great today, yeah.
I I mean, the Kentucky Derby was kind of throwing him in the deep end of the pool. They seem to have regrouped, and I think they're on a different path now, taking down this Grade 1.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a rough trip or two on the Kentucky Derby. You know, the race went very fast in front. He didn't break very sharp. But no, I mean, you know, that was an experience today, first time on the grass. And, you know, he liked it. So, you know, today the grass also is pretty speedy. So we carry him all the way to the wire.
Julian, I have to say, you're one of the most underrated speed turf riders we have in this country. You see, I can't remember. I feel like I've talked to you a bunch of times, but you're doing this, stealing it on the front end.
Well, hopefully, you know, hopefully they let me do it again, you know. We don't tell that too much, okay?
Shh, our secret's safe.
Exactly. Just keep it a secret. That's be good.
Well, congratulations to you and the whole team at Classic Causeway.
Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. That's a rewarding performance, I'm sure, for the connections, Lafitte.
How incredibly satisfying for Leparoux, for McPeak, for Team Classic Causeway in a move that was questioned and criticized and what's he doing here? And in the end, he winds up in the winner's circle and winning a Grade 1 $1 million race.
Absolutely.
In an experiment.
Absolutely. I'm glad for Julian. Julian's one of the most unfairly maligned riders in the country. There's this notion that he can't send a horse to the lead. I guess that's not the case. And you know, he's not a bad rider, and people act like he's this terrible rider, and I'm glad to see him doing well. I like Julian, so this was nice for him. And listen, to me, he looked like a rabbit for Tiz the Bomb, to be honest with you.
Sometimes a rabbit doesn't come back.
Right. No, listen.
Sometimes the rabbit doesn't come back. What was the key? How do you think he was able to trigger the upset? Aside from taking to this surface, trying grass for the first time, what do you think the key to success was?
Well, I do think it's important to note that the rails came down on the inner turf for the first time since Belmont Week. So in all likelihood, but in all likelihood, that makes the inside very good. And how did horses that saved ground do in the Belmont Oaks? Did pretty darn well. So I think there's some value, and I'm not trying to knock his performance in any way, but I think at the end of the day, it's what you said to begin with. Aside from handling the turf, no, he handled the turf. I think he's a very good horse. I thought this was a ridiculous spot for him. I was wrong. He handled the turf, and he handled it better than he handled the dirt, and he got a mile and a quarter, and I guess they don't have to worry about going back to a dirt sprint.
What a story. What a story. Maybe the Saratoga Derby next. Upstate. Classic Causeway, an upset 26-1. The Europeans second and third with Stone Age and Nation's Pride. Much more to unpack following the Caesars Belmont Derby. We have to get out to Horseshoe Indy. Jonathan Schuster Memorial Stakes is next. Paula Duca out at Horseshoe Indy. Polly.
Yeah, Lafitte, I was all ready getting ready set to maybe interview Kenny McPeak, thinking maybe Tiz the Bomb might run, and boom, here comes Classic Causeway. What a ride by Julian Leparoux. And I'm in the same agreement with Andy. And I talked to Julian and his agent, obviously Frank Lyons. They are going to go to Saratoga. They feel like they can do okay, and they got enough horses as well. And Ian Wilkes is going to bring some horses up to Saratoga for Julian as well. And listen, he's been riding well. He rode well at the end of the Churchill meet, so I'm happy for him too. And what a great job by Kenny McPeak. And how about him? He's not even here. I was supposed to interview him. He's at a Fasig-Tipton sale, guys, and all of his horses are winning. So he might be bidding on a lot of horses with all of his horses winning. Semble Justice wins, and then obviously Classic Causeway wins a $1 million race. We go on to the race before the Indiana Oaks and then the Indiana Derby. And it really looks like a two-horse race. We're going a mile and 1/16 on the turf. When you look at the speed figures in here, it really looks like the 12 Ivar is the horse to beat for Paulo Lobo. Now, he was scratched out of a race early, I want to say a couple months ago with a foot bruise on Derby weekend. And Paulo said it was nothing really that bad, just something that needed a little bit of time. And he thought the turf racing, getting taken off the turf at Churchill, was kind of a blessing for Ivar to even heal up a little bit more. So he's going to be very tough. With all the scratches, he's not going to be in the 12. He'll be in the 8 hole. And I also think the one, Some Like It Hot Brown. I thought this was simple as can be, Lafitte, a two-horse race in here, 1-12, 12-1, and then try to move on to our single.
Best of luck, Paulie. Ivar. Even money. This was his last start at the Breeders' Cup Mile at Del Mar. You'll see Godolphin Space Blues strike the front here, Andy, but Ivar in the stretch, closing fastest of all to finish third.
My biggest bet of the entire Breeders' Cup weekend was the horse in front, who ran a good race, second and 10-1, but also had the absolute run of the race, as did Space Blues. They had perfect trips, and I remember after the race, he started being frustrated, and then I looked and said, Well, how can you be frustrated? Because the horse who ran third was so much the best in this race. You got lucky to cash the exacta. Ivar should have won this race. I mean, when you look at the dynamics of a race, especially in turf racing, it's unusual to see two good horses. And Smooth Like Straight's a very good horse, and as is Space Blues, who was the favorite, get the run of the race, and they just barely beat a horse who had everything go against it. So if Ivar comes back and runs close to that kind of race, he's an overlay at even money in here. We'll see. He's a horse off a layoff. Keep in mind, with scratches, he's also got post 8. He does not have post 12.
By the way, Paulo Lobo, unreal with layoff runners. Statistically, incredible. The stats he's put up. Ivar off the bench, ready for his 2022 debut. As Paul mentioned, a couple of races on the agenda earlier this year. Scratched out of the Turf Classic at Churchill, scratched out of the Maker's Mark Mile at Keeneland. And look, for a horse that would run third in a Breeders' Cup Mile, you wouldn't peg this spot as a jumping off point for his new campaign, but here he is.
Yeah, Space Blues was actually going to come here, but he decided he couldn't quite make the trip to come over. He wanted to renew the rivalry. But he's actually afraid of Ivar.
He's ducking Classic Causeway. He doesn't want to face Classic Causeway on the grass.
I do want to say something about Something Like It Hot Brown. With the scratch of Runnin' Ray, who obviously was sort of an MTO, a faux MTO, he's loose.
He's got to go.
I don't know why they rated him last time. They're not rating him today. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him win because Ivar is off a layoff, and he is capable of running races as good as Ivar has run.
Also, historically, Something Like It Hot Brown kind of needs a race off the bench. I think he's stepping forward off that effort with a big field. There he is, Something Like It Hot Brown for Mike Mager. Yeah, it's Rafael Bejarano. If he's not in front when they hit the clubhouse turn, I'm going to be shocked.
Yeah, he's got to be in front in here. And I do think he's legit. And 5-2 is not a bad price on him because he's a pretty good horse. Now, maybe his last race indication that he's just not as good anymore, but I'd like to see him with a clear lead.
6-year-old has banked more than $1.1 million, Something Like It Hot Brown, Rafael Bejarano.
A major player. He got an 81 buyer. It's just not competitive, and the figs don't lie. And while he ran a 90 Louisiana Derby, a fast race, and a 91 last time, he's never really improved that much from that fig, and he's shown that fig to be accurate over time. And they're not races, and that's why Kenny's running in a race like this and not in the Travers.
So
Dandy.
What do you do with Actuator? And this is his dirt debut, going 7/8 of a mile by Bodie Meister, a Derby runner-up out of an Indian Charlie mare, in his first time now going around 2 turns on dirt.
You ask yourself why he didn't take 6-1 on a dirt-bred horse that was running on the wrong surface in his first 2 starts. And the problem with horses like this from a betting perspective is you missed $14 in a maiden field a month ago. So now you want to take what, $8 in the Indiana Derby? Sorry, and I'm not saying I think he's dangerous. I'm looking forward to see what he does. I think Michael McCarthy's a tremendous trainer. I have an idea on a horse to price. I bet a few dollars on Trademark.
Let's hear the sales pitch.
Well, he lost to a Grade 1 winner.
Call to post for the Indiana Derby. You don't talk over back home at Indiana. You just don't do it. You don't talk over back home at Indiana.
Can you sing it for us? Can you sing a few bars?
I don't have to now.
No, I think you should.
I don't have to
I think you should. I didn't talk over it, so it's now your turn to deliver a little bit.
I had to give you the stop sign. All direct traffic.
You even knew the name of the song. That's pretty impressive.
Around here. Thank you very much.
Pretty good. I'm proud of you.
Trademark. Now we can, 10-1. Andy says, look out.
Yeah, we'll expand a little bit after the post spray, but I think he's an interesting horse. I'll tell you what, he's getting some serious class relief, and he's getting first-time Lasix.
First glimpse, still looking there at Trademark. At least he doesn't have to face Jack Christopher today. First glimpse, 8th start this year, stakes debut.
Yeah, I just think this horse is not fast enough to compete, and that's why he's 50-1.
Mo wins, Indiana bred, number 3. He does have home court advantage, 4-time winner on this track.
And he's going to need every bit of it. Even his last race, the best race he ever ran, which is a good thing, is not fast enough to win here.
King Ottoman at 7-2, 3 Chimney homebred, Texas Derby winner.
He's a player in here. He's improved for Steve Ashton. I don't like the field he beat last time, but he's an improving horse for Steve. He can certainly be a factor here.
Rattle and Roll, the name you know. Grade 1 winner with Brian Hernandez and Kenny McPeak.
I guess the question, if you're interested in this horse, is what do you think horse is coming back just a week later? I think he's a bad gamble at 3-1, but I could see him winning this race.
He won so easily. It wasn't like it was a taxing race. I think that makes a difference. A best actor, versatile, undefeated colt for the Wests.
He's undefeated in 2 starts, but he's getting a giant class test here. Not that this is the greatest field ever, but it's much tougher than what he's been running against.
Actuator, coming off that solid dirt debut.
I mean, I look at a horse like this and I say you missed getting a chance to get the money last time. But I'm interested because I have a world of respect for Michael McCarthy.
Fowler Blue, Calbred for 2-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Doug O'Neill.
And 1-time Kentucky winning jockey Sonny Leone. It's a good thing somebody's here to look out for the jockeys. You know, it really is. It's a good thing somebody here cares about the riders.
What makes you think I like jockeys? Like, what would make you think I like jockeys?
Clearly you don't.
28th
You're jumping the California guy. I know. We know what you're
Indiana
doing.
Derby, Grade 3, $300,000 purse. Circling back to trademark. All right, so with Rafael Bejarano, what's the key to success and why you're thinking he's perhaps up to pulling off an upset in this Indiana Derby?
I will agree that on a speed figure basis, he's a little bit slow. Though I think his bluegrass was actually okay. And the Xanas and Smile Happy, I mean, look at the horses this horse has been competing against. He's really hasn't had a fair chance in a race in quite a while. And I'm not saying he's in an easy race, because he's not in an easy race. But he's in an easier race than he's been in his last couple of starts. And I think Lasix for the first time shouldn't be ignored. He's got a good work coming into this race. Rafael Bejarano has been riding extremely well, and I don't see any killers in here. I think it's a solid field, but there's nobody in here I go, well, I just don't think he can beat him. And I just look at the race, and I was looking and thinking, King Ottoman, I don't know if he's as good as his figure suggests. Round roll a week later, beat a soft field last time. Best actor's okay, but it's a big class test. I just feel like he's interesting. I'm interested in what Paul thinks of him, actually.
What do you think as we've reached post time?
You know, it's a really tough call. I'm in agreement with Andy because there's a question mark on every one of these horses. Now, the whole connections here for Actuator are just ecstatic. It's unbelievable for a horse they paid $2,200 for. There's like 20 people here. I wonder if they all reached in their ashtray to get this horse. But when I talked to the assistant trainer, I said, how the heck did you get this horse for $2,200? He said, you know what? He was a big dangly colt at the sale. He was a severe swayback, and we thought, okay, maybe he'll grow out of it. And that's exactly what happened. And I had mentioned this when I was at Churchill Downs. On a lonely Wednesday, I think when this horse won, Michael McCarthy flew out to Churchill Downs personally to saddle this horse. It was the only horse that he saddled at the whole meet, and Actuator jogged by 7.5 lengths. So there's questions there whether he can go the distance, but there's no questions that the horse is very, very talented. Best actor, 2 for 2. Hate to throw out undefeated horses. But that last race was a weak race, off the turf race. And when you get to Rattle and Roll, agreement totally with Andy. Brian Hernandez won the race. For me, he got this horse up a little bit closer, got him into the game. But again, this was a weak field. I mean, what would Kuchar be in this race? 16, 17 to 1. So, you know, I landed on the big gray here, King Ottoman, the 4 for Steve Asmussen. This is a horse that's improved each time. I know that he broke his maiden last time in the Texas Derby. Physically looks unbelievable on the racetrack. He's a big old gray, so he's getting that tappet from the bottom side. I just think he's progressing right now. There's a lot of question marks in here. And trademark the 1, Rafael Bejarano on the way out gave me a little heads up. He said, don't discount this horse, Andy. And I know you like him a little bit. If he can get to the front end, and a lot of people forget about him, he could be tough also. But I'm going to stick with King Ottoman. And I think, like Andy said, this is a wide open race.
We want to know when Paul's getting to Saratoga. That's all we care about right now. When is Paulie getting to town?
I'll be there Tuesday at Saratoga. I've literally signed more baseballs here at Horseshoe Indianapolis than I did it all at Churchill. I'm having a blast with everybody here. I'm going to hit the Los Cholulos truck here pretty soon, Andy. I'm going to cash this pick 5. I'm going to go get some rest, pack all my stuff, and I'll see you in Saratoga on Tuesday.
You and I are working together on Friday, by the way.
Right.
Looking forward to it already.
Whole cast and crew up at Saratoga. Saratoga Live kicking off on Thursday. Paul the Duke will be there. Tom Amos will be joining us. The whole crew. 154th season of racing at the Spa, but we have a Indiana Derby here to deal with and trying to figure this one out. Mile and a 16th, 3-year-olds, and a tip of the cap from Rafael Bejarano saying don't sleep on Trademark, the long shot. Andy gives a puncher's chance too.
Yeah, I thought he was a little interesting. I'm always looking for somebody a little bit off the beaten path, and thought this horse was interesting because I just think it's a wide open race. Paul, I think King Ottoman's a major player here. We'll see what happens.
What are we looking for early? When the gates pop open, race shape, who do you expect to be in front? Where do you expect Best Actor, who is the favorite to be, Rattle and Roll and Actuator?
Oh, I think Best Actor will be in front, but I don't think Actuator will be far behind him. And I think that the one with that rail, Trademark, he should be getting in a good spot, sitting third, comfortably inside. Does that sound good?
Works for me.
Works for me as well. What works for me, too, is if he pulls out and he blows by and he wins.
That's even better at 8-1. Trademark marching towards the starting gate. Biggest race of the meet. Horseshoe Indy, they put on a terrific show this evening. The racing has been terrific. The scenics have been great. And just a fun day of racing at Horseshoe Indy. I discussed this with Mig earlier. Some of the, it's not Belmont or a Saratoga, Santa Anita, Keeneland. Some of these smaller tracks, they do a great job there. But the big days in the smaller tracks and how much fun they are for the racing fans.
Well, I think in some ways you could compare it a little bit to minor league baseball, right? It's a way to build a fan base, to get people involved in racing. And as much as this game, and you can play from home and all those things, I think you still develop fans by getting them to come to the racetrack. And that's one of the great things about Saratoga. And you see the crowd there today. You see the crowds get at Canterbury, which we'll be showing tonight. And it's fun to see. And you see people enjoying themselves and enjoying being at the racetrack. And that's what we love.
Rafael Bejarano's like, can you believe Andy picked my horse? It's like, really?
He would be very happy. You know, there's people that actually are happy when I pick their horses and mad when I don't. I mean, it's insane, right? I'd be happy when I don't pick their horses.
Kenny McPeak's happy when you don't pick his horses.
He's just happy, period.
John G. Dooley standing by, all set for the 2022 Indiana Derby live.
It's a green 3. They are in the gate. And they're off in the Indiana Derby. And there's Mowens, who strikes out. Trademark holds the rail. Right there is First Glimpse as Actuator gets position, and Best Actor in 5th as Trademark leads into the clubhouse turn here for Rafael Bejarano. It's Trademark on the outside, the Hoosier horse. Mowens, green with a white diamond belt, close to Trademark as they go to the back of the track with First Glimpse tucked in toward the rail, and Actuator 4th on the outside. Florent Giroux looking to get Best Actor, settles there in 5th, 5 lengths off the leader Trademark as they go up the back of the track. Then saving ground is King Ottoman while racing 2 clear from Fowler Blue, and with Brian Hernandez Jr. Rattle and Roll has drifted back to be last. The opening quarter was 24.04 seconds, and they have just over a half mile to run. It's Trademark who dictates terms. Trademark out in front, leads them to 4 furlongs from home here in the Indiana Derby. Mowens keeps tabs right there on the front runner, Trademark, with Actuator joined by First Glimpse. Best Actor remains in 5th. King Ottoman 6th toward the inside for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. And then comes Fowler Blue, and Rattle and Roll remains last. The front runner, Trademark still. Clocked a half mile in 48.66 seconds, and Trademark is going for the quarter pole. Trademark leads by 2. Mowens, Actuator, Best Actor now gearing up on the far outside. Here's King Ottoman, the gray, who moves through toward the inside. First Glimpse, Fowler Blue, and Rattle and Roll last to make the top of the Horseshoe Indianapolis stretch. 3/4 went in 1 minute 13.10 seconds. Actuator short lead. Fowler Blue battles. King Ottoman the rail. Best Actor charging hard on the outside. They come past the 16th. It's Actuator narrowly from a battling Best Actor with James Graham. It's Actuator to win the Indiana Derby. Holds Best Actor. King Ottoman was 3rd, then Trademark with Mowens next across. Fowler Blue, Rattle and Roll beat 1 home. That was First Glimpse in 1:44.48 seconds.
Lots to unpack. Exciting stretch duel. Best Actor on the far outside. Actuator dueling to the wire. Actuator repelling the late charge of Best Actor in the Indiana Derby.
And a race run a lot differently than we expected. We thought these 2 horses would be in front. They, in fact, rated. And it didn't seem like a particularly strong pace, but it turned out to be the right move. And congrats to Michael McCarthy, who continues to show the world in racing how good a trainer he is, next to Todd Pletcher.
Watch Rattle and Roll from the start. Number 6.
He lost all chance. Oh,
wow.
He got bounced around, and it does feel like the 7 came in on him, doesn't it?
It looked like Best Actor came in. It looked like King Ottoman came out.
Could there be a...
And Yeah. I'm surprised Brian Hernandez didn't go down.
Well, I'm glad he didn't.
Severe stumble.
Yeah, and obviously he lost all chance, so his performance, you can draw a line through it. We're glad to see he seemed to finish and be okay, and Brian was there. Maybe let's watch it again. Let's watch it again.
Because he breaks fine.
He breaks fine. Absolutely breaks
Look at
fine.
that.
So the 8 tightened it up a little on the 7 who came in on him.
Would love to see a head-on.
Well, the thing is, we don't adjudicate gate fouls. We don't. We don't.
If Byron didn't come it down in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
I knew you'd bring up Byron.
8-7-4-1-3. Brutal start. Awful luck. Rattle and roll. 8-7-4-1. Best actor, his own worst enemy in the stretch. Would not change. Leads. That cost him. Actuator, though. Black type thoroughbreds. Lots to celebrate. Thumbs up. The winner's share of this $300,000 purse.
I thought my one was Gin. I mean, we thought he was home. I mean, it looked over. He was cruising, and he just had nothing.
They closed the gap so quickly.
Yeah.
They were. I mean, he had a 2.5 length lead, and then they're at his throat latch from all angles.
It's always that turn, you know. Do you take the good turn and open up 3, or does the field come to you? They came to him, and there is an inquiry, by the way, in here, and it's obviously going to involve the start. And we'll look at it. Is that Jake Ballas? Jonathan's going to be very unhappy that his friend Jake Ballas was on, and he didn't get to be on there for that. But he's at Salevo, so.
We'll hear from him in a moment. They see Paul LaDuca there. It's so much to celebrate in this Indiana Derby. Another look, deep stretch. Actuator, best actor on the outside. Looked like he had his measure. Would not switch back to his right lead. And for that knockout punch to continue the momentum, it's so necessary. Okay, here's what we've been waiting to see. You're looking at what the stewards are looking at Horseshoe Indy.
The 7 stumbles forward here. The 8 comes in, knocks him into the 6. The 5 holds his ground, which causes the problem. So I think that the horse that's the guilty horse
is the winner.
Is the winner. Now,
the winner.
I'm not saying they're going to adjudicate this because we don't adjudicate gate fouls. Now the question is there any possible anything happen in the stretch, or is that what the stewards are showing? So it's all about the start. It's all about the start.
I think it has to be the start.
I don't know what they do in Indiana. For all I know, they do. But what we've seen in other jurisdictions are that would never come down. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I will say it was, if you were going to point the finger, it would have been the winner, Actuator.
Can we
Coming in on best actor, King Ottoman came out, Rattle and Roll took the worst of it.
He did, but it was Actuator's fault.
Yes.
It was,
if
no way
point
was
the
it
finger
best
at
actor's fault. Yeah, I agree. Now,
and James Graham is on the phone with the stewards right now.
You think he's sweating?
It's $300,000 win. I'd be sweating no matter what the tendencies are.
Can we see that head on again? Trying to see if James Graham,
And the thing is, the horse that he came in on, Rattle and Roll took the worst of it.
No doubt.
Best actor is the horse that he initiates contact with, and best actor is the runner-up.
Right. And he stumbled.
And he stumbled as well.
But he fouled the 7, who fouled the 6 because of the 8's interference. Let's look at James Graham and see what was he doing coming out of the gate. Let's take a look. Was he at all using the right hand? He came in, and he's actually got the crop out in his right hand. That doesn't look good, does it?
Sideways.
But he was breaking in, but...
Paul, you spoke with Jimmy Graham. What did he tell you?
Well, guys, I asked Jimmy, I said, what do you think this is? He goes, it has to be the start. I didn't see nothing down the stretch. Now, he got on the phone after watching the stretch, and he came off and he looked at Flo, and he goes, you came into me, Flo, and handed the phone off to Flo, and Flo felt like he was getting herded out. That's what he was telling the steward. So this is actually to do with the stretch. I don't know what they're going to do about the beginning of the race, with Rattle and Roll losing all chance. But they're taking a longer look at this than I thought, and Flo's off the phone and Jimmy's off the phone. They're just waiting, guys.
We see that head on the stretch again, because it does feel like the second place finisher was drifting into the 7. However, he didn't beat him. And if the 8 was deemed guilty for a DQ, and I don't think he will be because it's a fake gate foul, but if he was, he would have to go down because he fouled the 6. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even though the 7 may have fouled the 8 in the stretch. No change.
No change.
It's a consistent call.
Right.
Consistent.
Right. Now they can take a deep breath and enjoy this one. Wow, rough and tumble edition of the Indiana Derby. And in the end, Jimmy Graham, Actuator, for Michael McCarthy in the Indiana Derby. Lots to unpack, results, reaction. When we come back, Actuator takes down the Indiana Derby. We'll be right back.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Enough going on for you in this Indiana Derby. Exciting stretch duel. Sweat out the decision from the stewards. Actuator, 840. Jimmy Graham winning pilot. Jake Ballas with Paul at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, I am with Jake Ballas and all the other owners. They've been going crazy here that their number was kept up here with Actuator. Jake, right after the race, you looked over at all these guys and said, thank you for letting me buy into this horse.
Yeah, you know, he ran so good first out, and we called to buy him, and I know there's a lot of other people, and we got the deal done. So they were the one that's picked him out as a yearling, and they deserve all the credit. We bought in after he broke his maiden, so we are very thankful that myself and all my partners here could buy into such a nice horse.
Did he exceed your expectations? Like, he sort of went away there towards the end, like he liked going around 2 turns.
You know, if you watch the last 2 works, and luckily I was there the last 2 times at Churchill, I said it's going to take a really good horse to beat him. Coming off a maiden win, it's against winners is the horse's toughest race, but we were very, very confident he was going to put on a good performance today.
Well, these 2 guys over here have been talking to me all day saying this horse cannot lose. So did you cash, my man?
We cash big time. Lots of tickets, baby.
Lots of tickets for the winner here. Actuator, and the sky's the limit. This horse has only run a couple times in the Michael McCarthy barn. What a job he has done.
Let me say one more thing. Prayers to Cindy and George Weaver.
Oh, yes. Prayers to Cindy and George Weaver. The Indiana Derby winner, Actuator, everybody.
Paul, thanks so much. Very classy gesture there from Jake Ballas. Thoughts and prayers with Cindy Weaver involved in that spill, that incident at Saratoga. Was in a coma. I know Richie Migliori was in contact with George yesterday and said she was responding, like a thumbs up and that kind of thing. There is a GoFundMe. But again, from everyone here and everyone in the racing world coming together, and all the very best to Cindy Weaver, and hopefully a recovery.
A reminder of how dangerous the game is. A great game, but a dangerous game. And yeah, of course, we all send their best, and glad to hear the reports are very hopeful and hope that continues.
Talked about the ups and downs in thoroughbred racing earlier. Kenny McPeak, classic Causeway, right? The theft of $1 million race. You think he has the Indiana Oaks with Runaway Wife, Interstate Daydream, digs in, finds more, and then that with Rattle and Roll at the start of the Indiana Derby.
He's a little grumpy right now, but he's going to be happy
overall,
when things settle down. He had
overall,
a very good day.
No
No doubt about it.
We'll see you tomorrow, closing day. How about Dynamic One? Todd Pletcher, like his 32nd stakes win in the last week at Belmont Park. McCulloch, this was a great story. The Frankel filly, Bobby Frankel's birthday. Another Belmont Oaks victory for Chad Brown. And in his turf debut, Julien Leperoux stealing a $1 million race classic cause win the Belmont Derby. We'll see you tomorrow.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.